morning, Tartaria, Australia, and autodidactic. Live in the house today, we have the amazing JCK, one of our dear friends for Australia, Tartaria, Australia, and Dale Holmes. Dale, so many people have contacted us about getting you on the show, and specifically on the topic of what's going on with these floods and this water and how it relates to our past and our future. And so we just gathered everyone together today to just start chatting about what is going on in Australia. So welcome, everyone. How's everyone?
Good, I'm good.
Good.
Where is everyone? So I'm in the Northern Rivers right now. Campbell's in Perth. JC, where are you?
Sydney, Blue Mountains. It's finally stopped raining, and it'll probably start again on Saturday.
Yep. And Dale, where are you?
Oh, I just keep driving up and down the country. I'm back in Bendigo at the moment. I actually left Northern Rivers. It was 2 days into the rain. I checked the forecast, and my brother's like, "We're getting 200 mils tomorrow." I'm like, "I'm out of here."
Yeah.
But I keep doing that because I always leave. Like I left here when the earthquake was about to happen. I always just get out. I just get a feeling and I leave. So
yeah. Well, what's your feeling? Where is your feeling right today? 10th of March.
I feel really good at the moment, actually. I mean, I've had a pretty wild month, and all sorts of crazy stuff happen. I've been people following me and getting like lots of different attacks on different levels. But like at the moment, I'm feeling really good. To me, they're like little initiations and overcoming fear barriers. And I guess we can talk about the floods and stuff, but I'm seeing it like everything on multi-levels, multifaceted.
Yeah.
There's good and bad to both of it. I'm seeing it as a cleansing.
Yeah.
I spoke before about like the rains coming from the north and running through the energetic lines, how that cleanses, although it's, it is catastrophic. It is, it's because that whole thing, like if you want me to talk about Agenda 21 later, it's about them creating their Phoenix Rising, but we can counter that, and we will, through creating our own Phoenix Rising. We can create the initiation for the good, because they're trying to collapse the system to bring in this smart grid. And, it's been the most obvious, weather warfare I've ever seen. Like they've made it very blatant.
Oh, man.
Which is, it's horrible. My brother lives up there, and it's devastating, but it's another layer of the programming breaking down, because I've been talking about weather warfare for a long time, and they've just made it so obvious. But it's, again, we're seeing the resilience. That's actually a smart, that's Agenda 21 word, but the old resilience. But we are, we're seeing that. We're seeing the beautiful things of community coming together. And I guess I can chat about Agenda 21 later, but I'll let you guys go on.
Well, I mean, Dale, you're so right. Like, watching what's going on. So I'm just at the foot, I'm just above Tenterfield at the moment. So like the whole Northern Rivers is at my sort of like down the mountain, and obviously my whole community's there. So we've been following it a lot. We've had a lot of refugees up staying at the farm because it's so dry and safe. But yeah, like all the reports are just coming back at the absence of all the support, the blocking of funding going there. The internet's gone like permanently down. It stinks. There's no SES, no army, no police, blah, blah, blah. But what's amazing is that millions more people have seen the stark contrast between how they focused on COVID with all their resources and now how they've just blatantly left this floating in the air, because it's become so obvious that there's an agenda afoot.
And the other thing is, if they've ever seen the contempt for the population from the government of what they've done with Mullumbimby, particularly that area, because, we know they're very, they're a pretty tight-knit community, and a lot of them are very cluey to the agenda. For them to go in and roll out those towers in there, that is absolute contempt for the people. And
you've heard that they've just, that the people won that fight, but this week they've started to build the 5G tower.
That's what I mean. But, again, it's so obvious. It's disgusting, but go and just rip that freaking thing down there. But whatever. We'll see.
Well, what are your thoughts, JC and Campbell? And then we'll just deep dive. What's your overview?
Well, I had the same, I mean, I couldn't have put it better myself, Dale. I was just thinking about this morning when I was putting my makeup on about how everything is multi-dimensional. We have to look at everything with many layers to this, and with everything, with the dark and light in this world of duality, the light will always shine on the dark and it will always be exposed. So they are exposing themselves. They can't help it. They can't help but expose their hand. I was here in the Blue Mountains in 2019 when they tried to terraform the whole land and use, climate control and directed energy weapons to just destroy just a whole entire state full, the land was just burned to a crisp all through where they wanted to put a high-speed rail system. It's so obvious what they did with the weather and how there was unusual dryness, and then they would get scientists in to say, oh, we didn't clear the land, the dry timber and stuff like that, this is why it happened. And but it's very obvious what they're trying to do. I also want to talk about what I believe, and this relates to the show that you and I did, Kelly and Campbell, about the crystal cities underneath. And Mullumbimby is one of the centres of where I saw the crystal cities underneath. So we are talking about different layers and levels and dimensions. When they are working, they are trying to block the good energy from underneath, from these crystal cities and these grids. But there will always be good that comes out of the bad, and it comes from community. We have to keep going back to basics. It's just drilling it home over and over again every time there's a disaster. I want to also say that this flood up in the Northern Rivers is the Australia's equivalent of Hurricane Katrina. It's exactly what they're doing. What they did to the people in Louisiana, in New Orleans, it's exactly what they're doing. They are ignoring the people on purpose to obliterate a whole area and to further demonise like lower socioeconomic population. That's what they're doing, and they're doing it for a reason. And they're always going to do it for many levels: 3D, 4D, 5D, whatever. They're going to operate on those levels.
All right.
2D.
I thought the same thing when it was coming in. I'm going, this is Katrina.
Yep.
Because the weather comes in and it breaks off. And it just sat there.
Yeah.
And it they even like, do you remember Hurricane Sandy that went up the East Coast? It was the same thing, and then what's the name described it as a bomb, and I'm like, they're using warfare terms. They're telling you
the rain bomb. Yep,
Yeah.
that's all the headlines down here. The rain bomb, and flooding's the new normal.
Yeah. So they got their climate change agenda, and they're just trying to peddle that. So you talk to any people who aren't aware of cloud seeding and things like that, and they're just going to go, oh, it's just climate change. But it's and there's always going to be that flip side. This is the other thing I spoke about this yesterday in my video, is that there's always going to be these two sides. The other side's never going to see what our truth is and what we can see. But the main thing about the Hurricane Katrina aspect was that the people are being neglected, which is exactly what George Bush did, and their government did, to the people in New Orleans.
Yeah. Fuck. All right, go Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big wake up call, obviously, because what it's showing is we can't rely, and we shouldn't, on the system. Like this is the whole deal, right? As soon as they put in these fake bloody pandemics and stuff, there's cops everywhere. They bring an army on the streets in the cities. They've got all this money pumping into it, and then an actual disaster happens and they're gone. You can't see them. There's one video of the army unloading a trailer when they probably should be loading it. Obviously the unjabbed aren't allowed to volunteer, right? So to me, this means everyone should just reject the SES, should reject all of that, and should just go and do it themselves. Because this is what we saw at Canberra, right? People turned up, and like within a few days, there was a fully functioning community, had everything it needed, had nothing at all to do with the system or the government. It was people, they got in, and literally a couple of days, they fully everything was there, everything was taken care of. No one needed to ask or designate all these, but people just got in and did it. And it works. And that's what we do as people, as humans. We can do that. We can create things quickly. When we rely on the system, I mean, this is proof positive, right? That it's just there to destroy us. That this is, yeah, it's a war. It's an attack on us.
Well, look, now that we've covered the surface level of the floods, let's go as deep as we fucking can, people. All right, here, you want to start with octopuses? Let's start with octopuses. Who has an octopus story?
Octopussy.
Actually, Joe, one you might not know, JC. I was because I kept seeing that, and I know you know about the interdimensional layers, as above, so below. So there's those entities exist on every level. They have to. That's
they have to. Yeah.
That's part of the.
That's why it's
the holographic structure of the universe. So everything's compressed into the level. So like I see them, they're attacking people, but then it's really an attack on the Earth Mother and even the galactic core. So I see them at every level. But then I was looking at. So I'm in Bendigo, and there's we're a big gold mining area, and I've been able to find some of the ley lines around this area and like where they're running that. But then there's a new gold excavation company that came in from Canada, and it's called Leviathan, which is this octopus tentacle. And I was like, that was the final straw for me. I'm like, I'm getting the fuck out of this town now. And it was just like that mad synchronicity. But yeah, to me, it was they're like these lower astral things that are just running wild at the moment, but they're AI. Yeah. To me, they're AI.
Yeah.
And, it's because to me, I've said like the satanic force can't exist here anymore. That force is being rid, and they're sort of so that's why the whole AI is creeping in, the vaccine. All that is because
that's right.
The synthetic is allowed to come in. It's allowed to create an overlay but that satanic force can't be here. So they're running wild to try and form a synthetic overlay. But that's what I'm seeing them as, and they're attaching onto people that are waking up or that are of higher consciousness to trap them at that level.
Higher consciousness.
Is that, if that's not crazy, but that's sort of how I was saying it.
I concur.
No, that's true. So that it is multi-layered. I know Kelly's got a story as well, but I wanted to talk about how, so I've always known about this octopus for quite some years. I've seen it over towns. When I was driving through to Snowy Mountains, and on my way there, I went through Canberra, and I didn't even realise I was in Canberra. The whole sort of shit happened with my GPS. You have no idea what happened. Oh man, my GPS went haywire, took me off the main road. I went down this country town, not just by myself with my daughter. I was like, oh, that's a nice Airbnb. And then in my head, I heard, this is where they traffic children. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, what? Where would that thought come from? And then the GPS took me to this abandoned railway line. And I was like, this is where they bring the children and they take them to the train tracks down to Canberra. And I was like, where are these thoughts coming from? And I just had all these ideas. Anyway, I told my friend who used to live in Canberra, whose son ended up being an SRA victim, who got taken off her, and she knew all about. When I told her the town's name, she said, "That's a satanic town, 100%. I know it," and blah blah blah. So anyway, as I was walking through, so this is just telling you how satanic Canberra is. As I'm driving through, I didn't even realise I was at Canberra. I just see Lake George because I'd never driven this way. And I was like, what the fuck is that, right? And all of a sudden, as I'm getting up to Canberra, I feel this oppressive grid thing. I just felt it, this energy of this grid. And I could feel this octopus, but I also saw in my head this reptilian head. I don't know how to explain it, but I knew it and I felt it, and I felt it underground, and I felt it above my head, and I felt sick. And as soon as I got out of there, as soon as I got out of that area, I was fine. I just felt this like a grid. So that tells you that there is certain things and energies, and this is why they're trying to push us into these city centres, these smart sort of city centres. I feel it. A lot of sensitive people feel it. I live in the Blue Mountains, and even though we're still, it's quite populated here, but you've got areas where there is peace and that kind of feeling. So my friend 3 weeks ago, I was working with a shaman overseas, and his wife got attacked suddenly. And it's a long story, but he was clearing a demon. It's a long story, okay? And it came through AI. It came through the internet, okay? And she didn't know. She opened an email and it came through that way, the attack. A long story with that, because the person that they thought sent the email didn't send the email. So the shaman thought he was working with a client. to help her. We found out the woman didn't even send the email. It was demonic. The email came through like an AI thing and it attacked the wife. So anyway, my friend and I, and we were all going to send healing to this woman. And my friend got hit and got really sick, like really, really sick. Lungs were burning, exactly what you would describe as COVID. And anyway, I went in to heal her and help her, and I wanted to tap in and see what was going on. And what I saw was this, I saw this black octopus, not just over her town. She's in Victoria, putting through this very oppressive energy. But I then saw like a huge overlay of the world. And it was like I was rising above into just blackness, and I could see the world. And I could see all these little octopuses over different towns. And then also this major big motherfucker, like a big mothership octopus. And it had this huge black tentacles. And I saw these points of light across the world. So every time someone was, like a light worker was shining their light or trying to raise their frequency, this octopus was like, and whipping them and hitting them. And it was like a barb at the end. And so the message I got, or the feeling I got, was that this was like, it was like an electronic, robotic, almost AI type octopus, but it was hitting anyone who was slightly weakened, and it would hit them in a weak spot. So if they were a light worker and their energy is quite bright, usually this octopus could see them if they had not been protected, and it would go into a weak spot either in the body. So like if you're a smoker, for example, it will go into your lungs, or if you have a trauma or something somewhere in your body, it will hit that spot and it will hook in. So that's on an energetic level. And then you've got the 3D level would be real parasites. So like if you've got a lot of parasites and you're not detoxing and doing regular things, that's also an energetic way. And then you've got people as well with their own things that work through them, the AI, the Watiko, whatever you want to call it, it works through them, and that can affect us as well in a parasitic way. So yeah, there's lots of, anyway, and I did see that when I looked at my friend just really quickly, it was wrapping tentacles around her lungs and also in her head. And we had to remove it. And there was all these angelics that came in, and spirit guides that came in and helped. So yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy war.
I'm seeing them latching onto, like the one that went onto me, and then it had multiple cords to other people around me to hurt everyone else connected to me.
Yeah.
And it made me feel like I felt disgusting. It's like I've done it to them, because that's what it does too. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, it was doing it to her whole household, by the way. Yeah,
it goes after everyone else, and I'm like,
yeah. It works through the electronics as well, I noticed. Yeah. So it was something to do with the 5G or 4G, the Wi-Fi stuff. So it works through that. There's something, I don't know. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, do you have an octopus story, Campbell?
Yeah, I think.
You got an octopus story, buddy? Do you have an octopus story? I've got one.
Well, I've just moved. I've had no energy. Like, I don't get like attacked. Well, not anymore anyway. I just get my energy sapped. Like I wake up I lost 3 hours yesterday. I woke up at 7 and I was feeling, oh yeah, I'm really, really good. And then literally half an hour later, I sat down and it was like 10:30 and I hadn't done anything. Like there was nothing in the time to fill it out. And I was just like freaking out going, what? And I was so tired. I was suddenly like, oh my God, I need to go to sleep again. But I've just moved, and electronics, oh my God, like these bloody, all this privacy stuff, all this stuff you've got to go through to get into your own accounts, all this password crap. That's a big scam. That's them getting into our information, because my phone got shut off. They decided to turn my phone off on the weekend, and then I had no internet. So I'm trying to start up a laptop. Couldn't get into anything because everything has to be verified through your phone. I couldn't get onto anywhere. Couldn't even get into my Gmail unless I could get this stuff. So it just shows you this octopus. That's it, right? That's literally it. It's all the tentacles going out between all the different stuff we have online, all the social media. It's getting in there, and always under the guise of, oh, we're doing it to help you. Oh yeah, well, it's for your protection and your privacy. But no one wants it. No one wants this stuff. You know, you put a password in it and it says, no, I'm sorry, I don't like that password. You're going to have to change it. So, what the
it's all designed to fuck with our heads, man. Like, you know, they talk about the dark web. Yeah, like that's the truth behind the internet. It's this energetic. My little octopus story started in 2017 because I had a best friend who had bipolar, and she was my bestest friend ever. I spent 4 years with her. We had always beautiful time. I loved her. And this last time she went manic, and then she started tuning into the Galactic Federation with Asta, and started doing this number sequence 10010 over and over again in this sort of like ritualistic way. And then she said to me, I've just been and met the mother, Kelly, the mother. She said it's a giant black octopus, and it's the biggest arch nemesis of the entire realm. And this octopus is the mothership. It's an octopus. And I've just been there, and, you know, I spoke to her, and now we're friends. And after that, she went into, and has to this day, 4 or 5 years later, this psychotic hatred of wanting to kill me. And it was like this energy went through, and she opened up. The reason I'm telling that story is because I noted the octopus of her, because they're quite shamanic. They're often another frequency band. So when I got to my farm this time to do the renos I'm working on, I did a clearing with a friend of mine, a beautiful wizard. And immediately as he started talking, I went immediately to this black octopus. So this is about a week ago. And it was across the whole realm. Like it literally was as big as our night sky, you know, that the night sky. Yeah. And it went over the whole realm. And at first it was like, it wasn't in organic, it wasn't in details, just like, it felt like black goo smoke, but in the shape of an octopus. And so immediately, and I didn't try to do this, it's just what actually happened. I immediately went and started changing its color. And as I changed its color, it went from red to blues and eventually ended up in this pinky color. And as it started to get pink, it started to get smaller, and it started to move into more organic detail and shape, right to this moment where it became this tiny, absolutely beautiful, beautiful looking, perfect pink octopus. Immediately when I saw that, there was the member of the, I'm just telling you what happened. The member of Federation, the Galactic Federation of Light, was immediately there with a glass jar, took the octopus off me, put it in this glass jar in this like iridescent bluey crystal stuff, carried it very carefully to this glass room, crystal glass room, and put it on a shelf. And there was all these jars full of these tiny, beautiful, different colored octopuses. And at that moment, the representative turned to me and said, "Thank you so much. We've been waiting for you to do this." And like immediately, it was like a big celebration. So like, that's what happened to me as I tuned in to clear this space. But what became obvious to me is this octopus symbology and our workers, light workers, sort of clearing it spontaneously, because no one can tell you to do that. It's just something that's got to spontaneously occur out of your intuitive spiritual imagination. And then immediately, honestly, the next day, boom, the flood started. And I told JC, and she was like, I just had an octopus story as well. So there's like some very strong connection between what's happening with the transmutation of these entities, because then I asked, what does the octopus represent? And they said to me, it is emotional intelligence, and it's yours, as in it's ours, as in this represents the emotional intelligence and chaos of our most like flipped upside down shadow sides. And as we spontaneously awaken as light workers and spontaneously do crazy stuff like that, and then have those visuals run through our mind and totally follow through with the process, we're like organically and naturally, without any training, changing it. You know, we're actually affecting it. We're changing them, we're transmuting them.
We keep thinking that everything is outside of us and there's an enemy, but it's us split up. You know, because we're all fractals of God, and we created this simulation. Okay, so we created the duality, so the shadow part of us is what triggers the octopus, right?
Yeah.
It's the dark parts. So if I flipped what I said around and said, okay, so this thing is attacking us and it's hooking into our duck, maybe it's doing us a service. Maybe it's pointing out to us what it is that it is our weakness, and what it is that we need to get rid of. You know, what it is that is harming us, the 5G, the radiation, all of that stuff. Maybe that's what it's here to do. There's always a good side to everything. There's always a lesson behind everything. I find it interesting, Kelly, that I forgot about the smoke. I didn't describe what I saw exactly, but I did see the whole realm. I saw this, it was like it had no form really. It was like a head and energy coming out, or tentacles, but behind it was this black smoky mist, and it was mutating into demonic faces and different like scary images and skulls and demons and things. And I noticed that as it concentrated, or the fear of that region was amping up, this would mutate. So it was holographic. It would mutate into whatever the fear was of the region below, and that's how it was fed. That was what the AI is. So if we think about that, it's an artificial intelligence in that it is programmable, and then it reacts to the programmable matter in us. And I think that graphene oxide is the interface for this thing. And for the archons or whatever you want to call them, Wetiko, whatever it is, that's how it gets into us. So maybe this is all doing us a service, the shadow side, you know, to show us what we need to transmute so that we can evolve as beings and remember who we are.
It's interesting that they said to me very clearly that it was emotional intelligence, especially when it had got down back to its pure, beautiful, original self. But when we talk about what's going on here, we're always referring to artificial intelligence. So that hijacking, that emotional intelligence of ours has been hijacked with artificial intelligence. So how does that all relate to the floods?
Well, just as a side point, I was looking up internet the other day, like just the word. It comes from intern, like as into intern a body, a dead body in a net, right? And we also call it the web, and a web is a net, right, full of dead bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's literally what it's, and it made me just think of the law, you know, that they say we're dead and lost at sea. The internet's the same thing, but it's starting to really, you know, it's becoming like they're trying to get it a part of us, aren't they? And then we've got the graphene oxide. And then I don't know if you've seen, but there's a clip out from Klaus Schwab's personal doctor or something. Have you seen that one? And he's literally saying, we are going to hack humans. There will be no free choice. There'll be no free thought. And he literally goes, we elites, us elites will rule you, and you have no, like, we're going to hack you and you'll just be our slaves.
Didn't he go,
so
like,
tell us,
we want to end the humans. It's like, it's like some fucking crazy caricature that's...
Star Wars.
And he said we're above God. Yeah, they were saying something like that. Like, yeah.
They're not us.
No.
They're not us. They're psycho.
Do you know how I like to look at it? Because George Kavassalis calls it technical intelligence. He's a different spin on it. And I like that because it's about ownership, because even what we call artificial intelligence, it's still part of the creator, right? It's when it's split.
Yes.
And it's what you were saying, JC, about looking at the shadow self. Because another thing George says is like, why did I choose this experience? Like when you're being attacked, you go,
yeah,
okay, because it's like you're taking ownership. Like, why did I choose? Because you did, on one level, you did choose that. And it's like, to me, when it was happening to me, it was another great lesson. And then when it was happening to people around me, it was another great lesson, because I was learning to remove it from them. And that I was actually being told by their higher self, I got it, so you could remove it from me, so you can learn.
I had that experience too. Yes, I had the same experience when I had a really negative thing happen to me.
Yeah,
I got a
message. That ownership of going, why did I choose this?
Yes.
Why did I choose this experience?
Yes.
Then it's not, why me? Because that's what we're living in now, is this victim society, and people keep going, when's it going to change? I'm like, when collectively the victim mindset is gone. So you tell me when that's going to fucking happen. There's probably going to have to be some pretty big events. So like, that's when it'll happen.
Yeah.
I always like it when I hear teachings and from different channels, and they always say, when the time comes, you will know what to do. You will know what to do. You'll specifically know what to do. And I just feel that we know what to do, and we don't have to much think about it, because it just becomes obvious. Like you, Dale, with sort of taking responsibility for it. I'd say we're all on that wavelength. We're all on the ability to, go into energy clearings or whatever process we have with our imaginations and intuition, spirit talking. Like we are naturally doing what we came here and were called on to do. I feel like that happens with us all the time, every day. I just wanted to put that out there, because, a lot of people write to me and say like, I'm not sure what I'm meant to do. Like, how do I contribute to this? Am I doing enough? Am I in the right place? Like, I should be doing more. But to me, our very existence right now and being aware and awake is doing that. And we naturally get guided.
Can I tell you this weird synchronicity I had yesterday? It's like, this shit's just blowing my mind every day. So I bought this Mayan calendar in Chichen Itza 15 years ago. And I've been there a couple of times, and I was walking around like crazy. I was like touching the pyramid and all the rocks. I'm like, give me a sign. And this is like back, I think it was 2007, and like didn't get a sign. And then I was doing a session the other day, and it was like telling me, listen to the wind, listen to the elements. And that's what's happening. We had the floods here. We had COVID, which was air. Then we've had the floods, and I'm waiting for the earth element. And then this Mayan calendar I've had for 15 years just falls and smashes on the ground. And it breaks into 4 parts, like the 4 elements, and then Gaia is represented by 4. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? But it's like, to me, I was asking some other people. I asked a friend, someone I know, I think Rachel, JC, and she's like,
she's my good friend. Yeah,
she's gone. I think that is the breaking, because like the Mayan calendar is the cycle, the great cycle. Yeah. And it's like we're breaking the cycle of incarnations. We're not. You don't need to come back, because we learn the cycle, and you've learned the whole grand cycle, that we don't need to come back here and play this, because we've been here many times in this exact same position, and we've been duped. And
yes, we've been duped. I saw that broken.
I had to share that.
It's interesting that you
I love that.
Stone, because 2 days ago, this whole thing came out on the internet about the Japanese killing stone split in 2. 2 days ago.
It was the same day I posted this thing, and then someone sent me that, and I'm like, oh my god.
And it says Japan's killing stone splits in 2, releasing superstition and evil spirits. And has been protected all this time. So just weird that, stone reference. And also on that topic, Dale, when I got to the farm last week, I had to go through all my shit, and I found these old CDs from Ramtha, and he is referred to as Lord of the Wind. And so I was I also went, the Lord of the Wind has returned. This is about the wind. We've moved into a wind, the wind air cycle. So I noted that as well, just to cross-reference you.
Wow. Isn't it? And emotions.
What?
Is that right? Aquarius, it's an air sign, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Air is represents the mental aspect. So Gemini, Aquarius, and Libra. It's the mind. So thought. Think of the waves. So Aquarius that's electricity, apparently. Yeah, that's the waves, the mind waves. Speaking of elements, I was going to bring up the topic of how water is programmable, and the fact that there is these big. So what do you all think about the fact that there is this large masses of water over these city centres? We know it's directed energy weapon, but what is it doing to that water? And what, it was really funny. I turned on the radio the other day, and I had to record, because it was like there's something it was Boy and Bear. And they were saying something in the water, and I was just like bucketing down. I'm like, oh, what does this mean? I just think, I wish we could like collectively, instead of falling into the victim mode. And I think Tom Barnett brought this up the other day in a talk that he said something about how, because he's up there, and he was just saying, you know, everyone's crying about losing their stuff, but who cares about the stuff? You know, it's just stuff. And Kelly, you're cleaning out, you know, your old farm, and I'm sure you're going, yeah, just fuck it, just chuck this stuff, you know, chuck some of these things.
Light the load.
And you were talking about, you're talking about the hardwood and how the hardwood is the only thing that survives. So what's happening is all this old shitty, you know, fantastic furniture that people have got, and these, you know, this plywood stuff, all this old chipboard stuff is being destroyed. And what's left, the only thing that can survive is this really good quality hardwood furniture, you know, and everything else, all the cheap, shitty, nasty, fast fashion, fast furniture, whatever you want to call it, technology is being destroyed. Simplify everything, you know, we're going back to that.
Yeah, it's true. Like I asked some of the old timers around me saying, when was the last flood? And they were like, oh, it's a flood of 1974 or something like that. But it was really a beautiful conversation. She said the waters, it was above all the houses. We had to go down and help everyone clean it up. And Kelly, you know, like those antique cedar wood furniture, that's the only thing that lasted, because we could wash it off, dry it out, and then oil it again. And she said, don't ever buy anything that's not antique hardwood, like, because the wood can sustain water. And again, back to the living substance, back to nature sustaining.
Back to the tree.
I always like to bring up the where, like, people forget that we're 70% water, and because of the symbiosis and compression, is the earth is as well, and that water has memory. If you look at the, you know, Moto experiments, all that stuff.
That's programmable.
Like, so it's like, and the thing is, that water there, that's the same water that was around 30,000 years ago. That water has the memory of the ancients. You know, it's all there.
Yeah, it's like when he shows, Moto shows that water, you know, the contaminated water, it's just all this goopy stuff, and then he puts intention into it, and he gets these, like, imagine if we could just get everyone putting intention into that water, because clearly at the moment, you know, it's, and they've gone out of their way to make sure there's sewage in there, and there's unfortunately, you know, dead animal stuff in there, so it's literally the goop, right? I mean, what would happen if we could get 10,000 people focusing on making it, you know, high vibrational water?
Do you remember what Bruce Lee said? Remember what Bruce Lee said about water?
Yes.
He's like, be water, my friend. Be water.
Water.
It's true.
It can fit in any container. It can crash. It can flow.
He's like, be like water.
Yeah.
So how do you guys, I mean, like, in relation to the ley lines and the energies of the water, so they've like used water now as a weapon, I guess, but from the, like, there's no loss without a gain when it comes to Ascension team, no loss without a gain when it comes to this awakening process. Like, I mean, how, like, where's the gain in this for everyone affected, and for us as a whole society and us as a whole realm? Like, where is the gain in this?
I think it's telling to F off. And we don't need it, and that literally people are the only ones that get things done, and we need to rely on ourselves and ignore these systems. And another thing, you know, if anyone wants to support, you know, what's going on, you know, please don't give money to these big, you know, the Red Cross and all these massive societies, because they will just steal the money. Like less than 50% will get through after administration, and then they will just destroy it.
They did that to, you know,
find some actual
money.
Small, Yep, they do that to Bush. They do it all the time. So find, some smaller, you know, not GoFundMe, but whatever the other ones are. And give
Ring up a local shop.
Yeah.
See what they need.
Exactly. Yep.
Right.
I was going to say,
even if you don't have the jab, it just help.
I was going to say last year I did, there's a delay, Campbell, always happens. Last year I did there was one of the messages from the trees, I think a couple of them, and that was when they showed me the floods, and they said that and I saw all the widespread flooding. This was last year. I can't remember if they gave me a date, but I saw it like over Queensland and northern New South Wales, around that northeast part of New South Wales. But also overseas, I saw extensive flooding overseas. And this was around the time that China got a lot of flooding. And what was said was that the truth would be exposed, the water would expose the truth, that bodies would rise to the surface. There would be things that would be exposed. That's what the messages from the trees said, that what was underneath would be exposed, what was hidden would be exposed. So every time I equate this, yesterday I did a video and I said, we've got to think of this earth as a personification of us, right? As though it's a human body. So what's happened is we've got centuries and centuries of destruction. It's like a human being who's like just not looking after themselves. They're very toxic. They're not just physically toxic, they're emotionally toxic. They're hiding things. They're not facing their shadow self. They're not doing any of the work. And now what's coming is this massive forced detox cleansing thing, and it's exposing the stuff. So what happens when you go through a detox? It's not just a physical experience, it's an emotional experience, and it brings up stuff that you haven't looked at for a long time. And it has to, in order for it to be cleared, you can't just clear stuff without looking at it. It has to do that. That's what's happening here. The truth will prevail. But I also believe this is a real fundamental thing that everybody needs to understand. When we think about 3D, we think about it's just one dimension or one aspect. We have to understand that we're not just multidimensional in 3D, 4D, 5D and above. It is holographic in nature, this whole simulation. So there are multiple realities existing at once in 3D. So when we talk about the earth splitting, I don't believe it's in two, it's in multiple ways. So you could literally be up there in Northern Rivers and experiencing one kind of feeling or or resonating with certain types of people, where everyone's cooperative, everything seems to be flowing and going okay. And then you could be the ones that are experiencing utter destruction, despair, and things like that. So where you place your focus, you are actually creating and steering a timeline in a particular direction. And we need to understand that we are living literally in multiple dimensions at once. And wherever you're choosing to place your focus and wherever your frequency is at, is where you're experiencing, and you're pulling that holographic experience to you. So it's really important that we can't get stuck in a narrative of this is what's happening 100% in this location. It's not the 9 o'clock news anymore. Okay, you can't do that. Yes, there's a flood that's affected all of those realities, right? But how do we then progress from here and change the direction of the future? It really depends on the frequency of the people that are involved. That's what I believe. And that's why it's really hard to predict solidly what's going to happen from here, because we're constantly creating our future and our reality. The other thing I wanted to mention is time doesn't exist. So Kelly, you were saying we're here to bring about this, the fixing of this or change. It's already happened. We wouldn't be here if we weren't winning. We would all be dead by now. We wouldn't exist. We won. Okay. But it's just, we're playing. It's like we're remembering, we're dreaming it. Yeah. We came from higher dimensions and we're dreaming this thing and we're working backwards. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Working backwards in no time.
Can I say one other aspect?
Perfect.
Because I always look at Satanism, right? Especially on that like 3D level. But like when I always go back to the core of what Satanism is, it's the removal of yourself from the creator. It's selfishness. It's actually you seeing yourself as separate from everyone and everything. So if you look at these floods and the community come together, it's a satanic and this AI force that's doing it. But what it's actually doing, and this is how the universe works in duality, is it's creating the opposite of Satanism. It's seeing everyone as connected. You're my brother, you're my sister. So this is how they can't do it. what you're saying that it can't be achieved is because every time they do that, they bring us closer together and close, which is actually closer to the creator. So that's how I'm saying the destruction of Satanism, because that's what it truly is. It's not all ritual abuse and all that. It's separation from yourself and everyone else. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this whole 2 years, that's what it's all been about. It's all a little bit, it's waking us up, pricking us and saying, look over here, look what's been going on, wake up, do something different. And so, yeah, you can take it any way you want, right? We've all seen the people with their face nappies running around all scared and putting them on their kids and, oh my God. And I mean, the only way I can see it is they're going somewhere different to us. They're still wearing them in Perth. Like, we didn't have them at all for 2 years, right? And then just literally when all the world throws them away, our bloody idiot premier goes, no, everyone here has to wear them. And people overnight, right, they were just suddenly in their cars with them. They were walking their dogs with them. They were riding their bikes with them, slapping them on their kids, like just instantly. And that just, I mean, that shows you that there's more going on here, right? There's some kind of AI interface. I mean, I don't know if they're NPCs just to try and get us to go along with the crowd. But I think, you know, it's like you say, every time they do this, it just, to people that can see, it's just like, it shows that it's more of a scam, right?
Well,
there's no way that everyone would do that at the same time. It's not natural. There's something else going on.
And it's interesting, just as a quirky note, they look like they're wearing a rain cloud because they're like those blue masks. They just look like the rainwaters. And it's so interesting with all this water because Tartaria's whole premise starts with the flood, and the whole society that we look at with Tartaria is all based around the use of water in its highest usage in this realm. And then we've got all of the Q stuff from the last 2 years is always like, watch the water, watch the water, watch it. It was always watch the water, watch the water. Yeah. And we've got and the prophecies from 12 years ago were like, it's all going to be about the water. It's all going to be about the water. And we look at how Campbell and I have really looked at sort of the land masses around Australia. And we've really seen these, massive, what we were told were craters from meteors hitting the ground. But in actual fact, there's no Durbus around them. There's no rocks or stones or anything that references an explosion of rock. And in actual fact, they look more like aqueducts, like plug holes, like the water's coming up from underneath, the water's coming down from above, which is so exactly how we would piece together the shape of this realm. Water above us, water below us. We are water. The Phoenicians were water. The maritime law is water. I mean, the connection to water on this realm is absolutely fundamentally insane. Like, it literally is wiring and firing in every single element of our ascension and destruction at the same time, and all the deception that's happened in between.
We all have ancestral trauma from the Great Flood, what they call, the Great Flood. We all know that inherently in us as human beings, it's programmed into us to be afraid of floods and to be aware of these catastrophic events. I wanted to ask, do either of you, Campbell or Kelly, know about what causes mud floods? There was mention of something about these that these sorts of storms and stuff could actually generate something like a mud flood. Yeah. Is that true?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, you get enough, rain and water in the right areas, and you create landslides, right? And that's really what the mud flood is. It's just moving dirt from a higher position and spreading it out below and burying
okay, so it's not a liquefaction underneath
the
ground?
I don't think so. No, that's been thrown around, but the thing with liquefaction, is that what it's called, liquefaction? Buildings they tend to go sideways. They don't tend to go straight down.
Yeah, because it just feels like it's immersed in mud.
Yeah, so that's my sort of issue with it. But to me, I think, just what we're looking at now, right? What have we seen in the last few years with all these weapons that everyone's always, they got weapons, and now we're seeing them, right? And we're Klaus will tell you, we're in the Great Reset.
Yeah. Do you think there's a reset? An actual
scam?
Do you think that there's an actual, well, not a man-made reset, but I mean, it was one of the, I think that video I did, that number 222 video, where I I saw this reset happening, but it was like those of us like outside of the simulation, our higher selves are like, right, it's time for a reset. It's kind of like we're resetting the game and it's getting to this point, and then they do it, they enact this reset.
Well, I have to say, JC,
I kept getting August, so I don't know what's happening in August.
I have heard over and over again, as I interact with light workers, and I hear so many times them just telling me their like personal stories through their journeys, and they always get told at some point by some higher energetic form that they are capable of a reset. Like they always get told this at some level, that their coming together or their union or their awakening is going to create a reset. So that word is definitely within the esoteric community that I work with, independent of the great reset we hear about on the news, that it's that coming into our true nature energetic seems to follow a reset.
It's that thing about the solar flash. That came up in quite a few people's hypnosis sessions. That were quantum healing hypnosis sessions like Dolores Cannon used to do. Quite a number of people across the world, including my own. I had one, and it came up was this solar flash event, and it was like a reset, and it had something to do with twin flames. I think we were talking about that, Kelly, and the coming together of certain number of twin flames, because not everyone is a twin flame, by the way. But that twin flame word has been hijacked by the New Cage movement. Basically, just the male-female aspect, divine male-female aspect in equality coming together. There's not many souls who have that experience on this earth. There's only a fraction. It's not like romance and whatever. It's an energetic that is that comes together and it activates something. That's what they think is a reset. Well, that's what's come up in a lot of people's.
Yesterday about solar flash, I'd never heard this before, and this relates to Tartaria, was that I think it was in the Veda scriptures or whatever, that there was a solar flash and this created a liquefaction of the ground.
Yeah, I've heard that too, Dale.
And I've heard too about that the Great Flood. May have been many great floods, but the great one was actually the destruction of Moldek that caused the first great flood. And then you bring up twin flames, because I've also heard that Moldek was the twin flame of Earth. That was the masculine, and it was like a murdering of the man to get to the woman.
Wow. Yeah. As above, so below.
I just heard that, and I've just been sort of sitting on that for a day going,
Was that George Cavaslis that talked about that? I can't remember. Was that George?
Man, that's I just.
I mean, I think if you combine like the floodings, Campbell, if you combine floodings with, say, a vibration like an underground vibration, like a sound weapon, an earthquake, you would get that liquefaction of the mud. Like it would cause that sort of vibrational movement of that soft mud to form that sort of. But I take your point that it does. What we're seeing is not all these buildings on their side, though there are a few oddities there, like the leaning tower.
Yeah, there's a couple.
So potentially, it's one part of the story, and potentially we haven't quite.
Have you ever thought about like a super volcano? Because then it's come from the sky, right? Yeah.
That's all the ash coming down.
Makes sense to me, but
I'll just let you know, the Vedic astrology is actually predicting that there will be. Actually, it fits in with what I felt, because I felt something between April and August, massive thing. And then I looked up the Vedic astrology, and it's saying that there is a massive event, something like a volcano, this year sometime. So I wouldn't be surprised.
To affect the whole world. I heard that too. Yeah.
I'm on the fence with volcanoes. I don't know what they are. I mean,
mulch pits. We've seen them.
I don't trust geology.
Don't trust geology. Yeah, exactly.
So we just don't know. But I mean, that could also just be, volcanoes could. Did you see there was some video came out like a couple of months ago or a month ago, and it showed a volcano, and it showed these lasers being shot into it, like do, and then the volcano exploded.
Yeah.
So it could be the same. This could all be, you know, weapons, really.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would be the same effect, wouldn't it? You know, blow it up and put all the stuff into the atmosphere, and because I mean that's like Pompeii, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's always been there. Maybe this weather control has always been there since time immemorial, because if you know about the Bible story of the Great Flood, originally there was no rain. There was a mist upon the earth. So think about that. There was a mist upon the earth, and then these clouds formed to create this great flood. Maybe that was cloud seeding back then. Maybe they were doing, you know, who knows?
Makes so much sense to me, JC, because like if we think about it, like we always refer to it as a hijacking. So we could take that premise and say that everything that exists that they are using already existed as part of the great creator design, like the weather technology, the internet, that's sort of always there. It's literally been hijacked. The technology always there. It's been hijacked. So when we think of weather manipulation, potentially that is part of the grand design. There is a deeper mechanical understanding of that, but we're currently dealing with the hijacking version of it.
Can I say something about water too? I just thought, because you know, I was saying before, water is memory. Water holds the past, and then you go into like the pineal, right? The pineal's water, which is you know, it's not everything, but it is access to past and future. And then if you even think of like looking glasses, reverse engineered pineal gland, it's made of water.
Yeah.
Even like, you know, when Simba looks into to find Mufasa, he looks into the water to find his dad. Same in like Harry Potter, they always look into the water.
Yes, in the Pensieve, yeah. What about crystals? Crystals are solidified water.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So that takes me into, because I always see the pineal gland as a crystal, and they show it to me. It's a crystal, and everyone has a different coloured kind of crystal in their pineal gland. So if we're talking about water, then we have to talk about crystals, and then we have to talk about the crystal grids, and we have to talk about crystal cities.
Crystal cities.
Yeah. All right. Our favorite topic. Let's talk about
and you believe there's crystal cities under Uluru, is that right? So that means there must be massive amounts of water under there. I mean, who knows?
Well, we have tracked it down that there is some great inland seas in Australia that have just been annihilated and turned to red sand. The red sand indicates to us that there's been a vast, extraordinary civilization out there, because the amount of it is huge, that there was an absolute destruction of that. But energetically, there is a crystal city under there. And that's usually what started Campbell and I in our whole podcast partnership. And once we sort of introduced that imagination, that concept, my gosh, we just got flooded by, it's just thousands of people wanting to contribute their.
It was bizarre.
It was bizarre. And then that's how we connected with the Indigenous as well. Like,
yeah, I had a lady, after I did, sorry for interrupting, Kelly, because I have to bring this up because I wanted to bring her on, and I kept forgetting to go back and looking at her email. I had an audience member, I hope she doesn't mind me mentioning her name, Deb Mundy. One of my videos, and I can't remember which one it was. Remember when I went out to the Snowy Mountains and the spirit elders came to me, and I channeled a message from him, and he was the people of that land, and she contacted me in the comments and said, my people are from there. And she said, my ancestors in the Snowy Mountains, what they would do, they were famed for their strength. And she said they would crush the crystals from under the ground, and they would consume them. They would drink, they would eat them, and they would be filled with light, and they would actually be elevated in frequency. I think that's what she said. And she wanted to tell me more about that. So that tells me that they worked with the crystal cities. They knew of them. They knew of the power of the crystals. And I wonder, I mean, I don't want to step on anyone's toes here, but I wonder if the original people in many of their aerial dot paintings of waterholes are actually maps to locations of crystal cities underground that were once there. I mean, who knows? Maybe they're energy centers, because the elder spirit said that we sing into the song lines to activate the crystal cities under the ground. And that's what they're
why-
trying to interrupt with the tunnels. That's what they were trying to interrupt with the tunnels, to interfere with that beautiful energy that's coming up.
Oh, okay.
I found that with the hijack in Bendigo, because Bendigo's quartz. It's all, the whole town's crystal.
Yeah.
And you can actually follow it. You can see in the bush where all the lines run.
Wow.
I found one of these ley lines, and like I mean, I've been in the process of making this video on Bendigo for about a year, and I've been like holding off, and then I've been warned for not doing it. I've been like threatened to not do it, and there's like some dark shit under this town, and I think it was a key hijack point because of the quartz.
Yeah.
It runs along the quartz with the song line.
Same here.
Yeah.
Same in the Blue Mountains, you know. Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
And the whole way up and down Australia's inland communities, like they're just like wherever there is a community there, there's Tartarian structures, and there's Masonic hall for certain, there's obelisks, there's all sorts of things, and it's just like, we didn't build these towns, we didn't fucking build anything, like it's just that we went to where they were, and they were there for a specific reason. Like, you don't just like randomly set up a freaking town in the middle of the Australian outback. Like, there's always a reason, and all
We
around
were already here.
all around the inland seas that have dried up in Australia, there's all mining. And we've always thought, you know, what are they mining? Like, what actually are they mining for? So I believe that the majority of our mines, especially the ones out in the desert here in Australia, have absolutely to do with the crystal cities.
No, I've just had an idea, Campbell and Callie. I've been trying to do this video. It's going to take me forever. And I thought, mate, if I could do a presentation, I could just come on with you guys and present it. I mean, because I know how much you guys know, you'd be able to pick it apart probably better than me, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, sure, man. Let's do it.
And we'll bring the psychic in, we'll bring Jay-Z in. She can oversee the whole thing from the highest possible perspective. And like, should be awesome. But yeah, I mean, like,
that's another thing that Kelly mentioned, is none of the big cities are being flooded.
Yeah,
right?
well,
and is
yeah,
that
true.
because of
Not
all the
city
tunnels?
centres. Yeah,
They flood them and they lose their underground, right?
that's why I
They'll flood all
think
the tunnels
Melbourne
back.
hasn't.
Yeah, Melbourne is sea level. Why isn't that been
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
right
That all
on
goes
the.
back to their all, you know, if you look at their Agenda 21 stuff too, that Melbourne's fully set up, so is Gold. They're ready to rock and roll as a smart city. They don't, you know, they don't.
Yeah, and Canberra as well. Canberra's like in a swamp, you know, just like all, you know. So why isn't that flooded? Why didn't they put the energy weapons down, whatever the cloud setting down there? I was going to say something and I forgot now.
And also, the Northern Rivers is basically where all of the refugees from Melbourne and Sydney have flooded. If you are sort of light working, you guys.
Yeah. I saw that mass exodus of all the Melbournians leaving and going up to Mullumbimby and all those areas. Yeah. And that was going to be the new, you know, the new paradise. So many people moved up there. I was going to ask you, out here in Blue Mountains, not far from me, there's the Hydro Majestic. That's I was going to take some photos for you to dissect of the Tartarian structure. I was just thinking, you know how like Australia supposedly was settled in 1788. What if we were already here, and then our minds got wiped in a reset? And all these huge population got wiped, and then we're like, oh, we just got here.
Yeah.
What if we were already here?
That could totally have been the case.
Mind wiped,
totally. Or it maybe wiped and shrunk.
Shrunk,
We came from this prosperous previous lifetimes, and then suddenly we're in Charles Dickens land, you know.
I see that with I see it like what we're going to go in the future, because I think the Indigenous they were living their way too, along with the Tartarian society.
Agreed.
And I'm saying in the future we're going to go into some sort of utopian new world order or whatever it may be, but there will be the option.
Exactly.
So you will have high tech, or you can live with the earth, or you can mix between the two. That's how.
And that's what Stephen Strong said, that the original people were the custodians, and they chose to reject the technology of the past. They saw that it was not good, and they chose to live.
there was the freedom to be allowed
Yes.
to live that way and be left
Yes.
in peace.
And I think that will happen. You can see that split. So that's what we talk about, the two world split. That's what it is. I see that sort of Arcadian, beautiful paradise, you know, not everything's perfect, but, you know, they've got that. And then there's that other world of living in the smart city, living in that, whether it's dystopian or whatever. Maybe people like that. Maybe they just all look like those people in Wall-E, you know, they're just obese and just massively.
Oh yeah, Wall-E.
I know a lot of people that would love that.
One of the channels that I love, Magenta Pixie, she was talking a year or so ago, and she said, I'm going to paraquote here, but she said that there would be a split in realities, but simultaneously, and people would move into the smart cities, and the smart cities would be so advanced with their like AI grid, and the ones who are choosing to live in the earth, us, they would be appearing to be completely like they've stepped back into the old earth. No, and that the new earth would be represented by all this really advanced technology, and they would look at us as we've like, oh, gone way back in time. But in actual fact, that would be the new earth, our version of it. And they would see us sitting in frigging community halls on wooden, she said it's on wooden
Listen,
pews, on
I
wooden
don't mind living like the Amish.
yes, similar story, right? But to the smart city grid, we would just look like backwards people.
Yeah.
But we would be representing the new earth, where it would be full of community, full of the arts, full of that, all that shit we love, you know, all that holistic lifestyle we all naturally resonate with. So it was really interesting because, you know, the older the new earth is going to look very different.
Yes. The way I saw when I did this, I don't know what it was like a healing, and I kind of felt like I could see everything from the higher dimensions, and it was like I knew, you know, when you know the meaning of life and you just laugh and you go, oh my God, yeah, you know, it was like people tell you that story of near-death experiences and they realize what the meaning of life was. That's the experience I had, but I was shown that everything was correct, like both sides were correct, that both things. It was just a perspective, that it was like looking at the number 6 and 9, like one person's here seeing a number 6 and the other person seeing the number 9. That's why that would make sense to have these two worlds. People are so used to just knowing one story from the news and that's the reality, right? They're passively receiving this narrative. And what we're seeing as this is breaking apart is that nothing's making sense, because we live in a reality with multiple realities, you know. So, you know, your neighbor could be right. In their world, COVID does exist. In their world, jabs do save lives. In their world, you know, and that's what we're seeing. That's why it feels like nothing makes sense. The dots don't add up. And only if you pursue a certain narrative, you will find the answers to that particular thing, that particular bias. So it makes sense that for me, you know, my ideal new world would be like living like the Amish without the Bible thumping, you know, stuff. I'd like to have a bit of sex every now and then.
Community on the land. Community on the land.
Yes, community on the land, and, you know, all of that. But and then you've got the ultra high tech world that they talk about in Tron or whatever, you know, and that appeals to another kind of person.
And we all feel that makes us sick. Like we're all like pretty consensus that being in that frequency of that city lifestyle is actually making us sick. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's turning those people into, it's melding them with technology. That's what a smart city is, right? That they're trying to get humans as close to technology as they want. But everyone definitely, I was thinking the other day, you know, with this whole split thing, and, you know, the Celestine prophecies, they say, you know, once you hit a certain frequency, you know, the lower people disappear, right? At the end of the book, like they're looking and the army just disappears. And of course, we have all these people lately that are dropping dead, right? People dying everywhere.
Wow. So many.
Famous people, right? So many. Is that just our perspective? Because we're going into a different place. So from our perspective, that's the old dropping away. That's the low vibrational people leaving our reality. So in their reality, they're still alive, right? But in our reality, they're gone because they can't, be on this frequency. So is that what's happening? Is this just all a perspective that we're going somewhere, and so we see reality as one way, but the people on a lower vibration, they're seeing it as something different? And that's why, like you said, that's why we can't connect with them. You literally can't talk to these people. There's just no connection. You can walk past them within 6 feet, you don't even feel them, because
maybe it's like choose your own adventure. Yeah, it's like choose your own adventure.
Yeah, those books. Yeah.
I don't know how computers work, but maybe in a computer game there is something that is like, because obviously choose your own adventure is kind of like a very crass version of a computer game, and maybe when we choose particular things, that's why those two things can't connect, those two storylines can't connect, and that's why we're not seeing that merging. Everything, this is a computer simulation, 100%. It is. Yeah.
I mean, that's really interesting, Camel, because are you proposing the hypothesis that we've always considered that this sort of ascension event, or whatever the word is, we would be leaving to an expanded realm? But could it be, are you suggesting that the people who are currently in the state, because I know of 4 this week who are dying and getting sick and dying as a result of all this, we're actually going through that rapture process, but in reverse? That we're the ones, that the people passing are the ones disappearing out of reality, not us? Do you get what I'm saying?
Is what I propose. Yeah. So they've chosen, right? They've chosen their adventure, and their adventure is, I believe the government, the whole world's trying to kill me because they don't have things on their face. Oh my God, fear, blah, blah, blah. And so that's the only path they can go down. They literally, we know if we talk to them, we said, but this and this and this, they wouldn't even hear what we said. They're in a completely different reality. So they've chosen that. So is the way that, instead of the whole light, fairies and unicorns and beautiful and light, and then they just disappear, is it more that we're going into this gradually and they're falling away from our reality?
By literally,
and we see that, we interpret that as they're dying, a physical death.
Yeah. I see it as like the creator expressing itself on Earth, right? So it's not even like, oh, boom, I'll wake up someday and I'm in some freaking rainbow light body, and it's not like that. It's like you can express the creator in yourself on this earth, and we can as a race as well too. But we needed those people. Sometimes I'm like, I think they were just here for my fucking frustration, but that's co-creative. That's
well, they made it very real to you, Dale. They gave you a realness in the game,
Yeah, but how
they're the NPC.
I said, if we all woke up, everyone's like, why won't they wake up? I'm like, if we all woke up tomorrow, it's not really much fun, is it? You need that friction. They've got to play that.
Well, here's a mind bender for you. What if we're the NPCs for them, and they're the NPCs for us?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're going to be
what if we're the background people for them, and they're the background people for us? And that's how it goes.
We are way more fun. We give them way more shit.
But you know what?
At least we've got a good message.
It's good to look at how they look at you, because I'm like, I was saying this to someone the other day, and he's like, they're so stupid. I'm like, actually put yourself in their position for it. Like, they're terrified. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
There's something there. They think you're a freaking lunatic. They think I'm absolutely insane.
My mum thinks I'm nuts.
But it's like, you actually need to remember, they 100% believe, they think you're insane. It's like,
they do.
Yeah.
You need
I think you're reckless.
Put yourself into their position. You're like, oh, fuck off. It's like, I don't know if it's pity, but it's, you need to understand.
Yeah, I've often thought of what it must be like to,
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I've often thought of what it's like, must be like to wake up, like to live your life to however old, and then suddenly go and realize it's all bullshit. I've been living a lie. Like, that's kind of what a lot of people are going through now, right? And so they literally they refuse to see, but they just, their reality is different. They can't see what we see. They haven't woken up. So You know, are they there to teach us a bit of empathy, right? You know, this is the thing. Like, I think everything's a lesson, right? There's growth in everything.
So either way, Campbell, either way, we're all disappearing from each other's reality, aren't we? Like, they're going to disappear from ours because we're literally leaving the environment. And it's weird to say they. That just feels so fucking weird. But just for the sake of this conversation, they are disappearing by dying. I mean, we're all pretty, like, we're expecting that reality. It's actually happening around my life. People are definitely passing way more than they should be. And we, to them, are disappearing into the hills, like into our crazy communities, disappearing into our conspiracy theories.
Crazy people. I mean, we don't know. In their reality, we might all be in the camps already, locked up. You know.
Yeah, true. Do you think that in this multi-dimensional version of 3D, for example, do you think that there is like two different types of Australia simultaneously exist? Do the maps still exist the way they exist? Do the countries still, or is there new countries? Would there be a Tartaria there? Would there be another land there? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, as we gradually raise in frequency or change frequency to collectively come together and resonate with each other and create a different version of reality, is it still... Are we going to wake up from a reset and then there's a new map, or does that make sense?
During the Mandela effect, the maps changed.
I think, I think so. There could be thousands of realities in this physical space that we're enclosed in, just all on different frequencies.
Yes,
and it's like you were talking, were we here in Australia beforehand, and did we get, mind wiped or something? It's just changing our perspective of what we believe. Right. If we don't have a reference point for something, we can't see it and we can't interact with it, right? It doesn't exist. So literally, have we been taught, that, and are we the suckers that fell for it, right? That when we're just waking up, that all this free energy doesn't exist, all this stuff doesn't exist. And so now we can't see it. But some people may not have believed it, and they might be still walking around in Tartaria. And so when we raise our vibration, well, it kind of, all the buildings will just start to run again, right? They'll start to work again, because we'll get into that frequency where it's still running. Because I fully believe it could still be there, just like literally just out there, and it's fully functioning. It's going, all the people are there. We just can't interact with it because we're just, it's like the Dr. Emoto and the cymatics. Unless you're on the right frequency, you don't, you can't see it.
It's very dramatic. It's like, I always remember going back to David Eichdale, like I always remember one of the first things that blew my mind when I was reading his Global Conspiracy of Everything book, Bible, it was so fucking fat, was the story, which I'm sure you guys all know, about the hypnotist and how he pulled up her father and daughter onto stage and had a pocket watch and put it behind her back, hypnotized the father and said, your daughter's not here. And she's right in front of her, him laughing. Yeah, and he couldn't see her, smell her, sense her in any way, hear her, but could read through her body to read the inscription on the pocket watch. And I just was like, this is like 20 years ago, and I was like, wow, like, what are we if, like, just by quirking an idea in someone's brain, you can completely erase a human being, someone that you love with all your heart, a daughter, from reality. Like, so fucking hell, like, if we talk about Tartaria existing or not, or how high impact and potent a shift of that frequency band is, like, it's seriously dramatic. It's like as dramatic as the radio, which is a great little young, cute metaphor for it. You can be on Johnny Cash, or you can blip and you're on fucking Britney Spears, like that. And the difference is so fucking big, and it's like, I don't put anything past the power of a tweak in a frequency band.
You know the movie They Live, right? It ends at the end is when they take down what's projecting the frequency. But it's symbolic, but it's also literal in that sense. But think of how they've tweaked, and I think they've done this actually through our biology. I think they've done this. They've tweaked us. Our biology is tweaked to interact with this reality. and they've done certain things to our biology, and that's why they're trying to change the human being now too, because I told you the frequency is changing. They have to turn us into transhuman for us to stay on that frequency, because we're rebirthing with the planet.
Yeah.
But that I always tell people, Kelly, that one, 'cause that's brilliant. And he actually got it. It was from David Talbot's Holographic Universe.
Yeah.
And that book blew my mind. That's when I realized everything was a hologram. But then I was trapped in, it's all a hologram, it doesn't mean shit. But then
Same.
now
It's not true. Yeah.
I understand the hologram is actually talking about interdimensionality. That's what it is.
Yes.
It's because you exist on, because every part of the hologram is a smaller part of the whole. So it all
malleable. Yeah. And that's malleable.
Contains the
And it
whole
doesn't mean, everyone always thinks we're getting duped. We're being duped. It's not. We're not being duped. It's just simulation.
Well, if you believe you are, then you are.
Yeah.
I was thinking about, Alex Jones, right? Gruff old man, and how he's suddenly, a lot of these, newly awoke people are, Alex Jones, he's right about everything. But I was thinking, if you talk to these people, ask them to explain, what an interview he did 3 weeks ago was about, and they can't, right? All the information they don't get. But if you ask, what's he about? What's his catchphrase? Prison Planet, right?
Yeah.
And that's all they have to do. He just sits there and he can say whatever he wants because no one's taking it in. But what's going in is what's behind him on the screen, everybody's show, and every time you hear him, you're a prisoner. You live on a prison planet. That's the message they want through. And this is what people don't, it's like, but how's he? He's telling, it's the old 80-20 rule, and it always works. They can tell you the truth, but unless you take it in, it doesn't matter. And this is what people don't get.
I thought you were going to say turning the frogs gay. That's what I think of when I hear Alex Jones.
The what?
The one.
Oh, there's like that. They're turning the frogs gay. And
Yeah.
Alex Jones freaked me out when I first heard him. He was like, that was way back when he was doing the Endgame. That documentary was my first Alex Jones one with the skeleton all in green. I was like, wow, Prison Planet.
First one I saw was Bohemian Grove. Yeah. The first one I saw was the Bohemian Grove thing. I think that was 2007 or something. I can't remember.
My mum used to call him gravel guts. I used to sit there.
Gravel, yeah, I know.
Turn that gravel guts on.
There's a kid's book called Gruffalo. That's what I always think about with Alex Jones. So it's interesting going back to the conversation about they've had to alter our biology in order to maintain this perception and stick us onto this one channel that we're on with fucking Britney Spears, no less. So we've got this. So if we look at like the concept with observing our current reality and the content with water, I would say that manipulation with our biology has almost everything to do with water. Almost 100% it's to do with water. So what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And what about how does electromagnetic frequency work with water? How does that? Because that's also part of our body and what we like the energetic that works through us as well, and all of that is supposedly being manipulated. So
frequency, right? All the cathedrals and chapels and the bells and the choirs and the organs, right? Good name.
If we think
about the
frequency
we get, crap.
Sorry, your audio is so low. I can't hear when you're talking and when you're not. I'm so sorry.
Oh, really?
And your chair's disappearing. It looks like a giant shoulder, and then it disappears.
He's flipping in and out of his Tartaria body.
Issues here, I know, right?
Oh, there you go.
That's better.
Set. That's better. I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, handle it.
I mean, experiment. Oh, sorry, JC, finish it.
I was going to say.
Everybody talk at once. Talk.
Probably could. Everyone would probably get it,
I know. We have complaints. I was going to say, if we just keep thinking, everyone keeps thinking like we're separate from what's around us. If you think, just keep bringing it back to a computer simulation. Just think about World of Warcraft, right? Everyone's seen either someone play it or they've played it themselves, right? So everything within that game is made of the same thing. It's made up of zeros and ones, right? And so are we. So if everything's made up of the same thing, then everything is programmable. Everything is malleable and changeable, and however the computer programmer reacts with it, or however everything within the game reacts with it, it activates a certain sequence of events or changes things. That's how we have to keep seeing it. So it's not a mystery. It's not like something's being done to us. That's part of the simulation. The part of the simulation is that we are programmable, that we are malleable, that we are changeable, that we are and the hack is that our thoughts create our reality, and that we within the game have the control to be able to shift the things around us, because we're part of the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We're the controllers. It's not happening to us. We are able to change it. That's why I keep saying, it's getting boring now, but I keep saying over and over and over and over and over again to everyone, stop with the intel. You already know the world is shit now and fucked. Just how do you unfuck it, right? So you've got the power to change that within you. You have to go within. Otherwise, you're going to go nuts, because what you're doing by observing the outside is you're observing one reality that's collapsed, the thought wave or whatever that has collapsed into that particular narrative, right? And that allows that to maintain its hold. So instead of seeing the floodwaters as, oh, it's this devastating thing we're seeing on the news, or it's this devastating thing from this person's perspective or that perspective, we need to change that within ourselves by working on ourselves. So we hack ourselves and then shift our reality, and then it manifests and affects everyone else. Everything's connected. So that's what I'm trying to say. Everything's connected.
Biohack. The Starseed Biohack, JC.
Starseed Biohack, I love that.
Get in there and do it yourself. Change your frequency band, hack your own system, hack your own biology, change it.
The ecosystem you live in is pretty small, right? You only live in your house and your town, and everyone's like losing their shit over Ukraine and what's happening in America. It's like, that's all on the screen. You actually have no impact on that. I mean, you do, but not in the sense of yelling at the screen, because it's already a reality that's already come. It's already been manifested. And that's what I always tell people, if you want to change anything, have a look at your own relationships in your own life before yelling at the government. It's like, because all of that, it's always a macrocosm of little internal things that are happening within your own life anyway. And if you don't want to sort them out, it's like, even like the victimhood within your own life. It's like, how much of that are you still playing out? And that's part of the hologram too, because if you shift that projects itself out.
This is why I'm so big on nonsense and imagination. Sorry, Campbell, go. Speak, my friend.
Oh, shut up.
I was going to say, jeez, I forgot what I was going to say. You speak. Oh, my thought. You go.
I'm holding space for you, brother. Just gather your thought.
I've lost. I forgot what I was going to say. You speak.
It's a never-ending story. You know the never-ending story? He ends up with one grain of sand, and he said, this is all the realities. You can, whatever you want it to be.
Yeah. I mean, like, because we can't forget, like we've got so much self-responsibility to undergo, and so much detoxing. And it's like, this is never-ending, like, ride with that stuff in our lives, especially now. But like, don't, audience, forget to use your fucking imagination. Like, that is you being that is the biohack. That's it, man. It's like, you can imagine yourself in and out of anything. You can imagine yourself solving everything just in a moment of imagination, like, don't get trapped in this reality, as in this is reality. Like, what I know when I do these random work, and then random entities turn up, and there's octopuses and fucking flying, whatever goes going on in my mind, like, I know that is fundamentally happening. I understand that is not because we've been tricked to think our imagination is just us making shit up, and it's just all cute and whatever, the keep the little imagination friend. Like, But it's not true. Like, I know for certain the high impact my imagination has on changing this realm for everyone. I know it. It's an undeniable fact. To me, that is the creative spirit running through me when I simply am making things up that I'm not attached to, and then they become lofty. And when they're lofty, we have no emotional baggage with them. So when you make shit up and it's lofty, you not have any emotional baggage, shit happens in reality. Like, it's actually our emotional baggage that prevents it from manifestation. So connecting our imagination with, because what is the mandate of the human being? To make known the unknown. To make known the unknown, which is the only way you're able to do that is you have to make shit up you've never thought about before. It's the only way we can access the unknown. So I understand we all enjoy the juice of the intel. I do. I can't help it. It's like watching the best movie ever. Like, the only movie I want to watch is the intel passing through my channels. But truly, like, that is still a reality that has been presented to us. And, you know, like, if we've got that information, cool. But fucking hell, man, our imaginations, key to the biohack.
Oh, great. And we don't need to know how to get it done, you know, we just need to know what we want, where we want to go, and just start, right? Just start.
Yeah.
But if we create from system, if we're creating from our past thoughts or from things that we see or from, you know, reality, that's all we can create is more of the same. So it's a losing game, right? And that's why this whole intel thing is such a big thing at the moment. If that's all the information you're getting, you know, oh my God, the world's bad, this is happening in Ukraine, rah, rah, rah. Well, all you can create is more of that, right? More crap. So we've got to really,
that's the parameters.
And I think that's what's being shown. Disconnect from the system, stand on your own 2 feet, create your own world. Look, floods everywhere. The government ain't going to help you, so start creating something better. I think that's exactly where we are. Oh.
And we call ourselves truth seekers.
Switch screens.
Sorry, I got cut off. Yeah, I just got cut off.
We call ourselves truth seekers, but like, we're truly just seeking our own truth. It's just the truth of us. Like, that is the ultimate truth seeking, right? And that's where the intel does let you down, because you're putting that truth on some special insider or some special knowledge or information to try to precede it so you understand what's going on and you can be safe and sound. But the real truth seeking is yourself. And like, I have shitloads of that to do. I have so much more of that I could be doing. I can be a very grumpy old man.
We'll get there. That's what we need to, we need to destroy the system, right? We don't get, it doesn't give us space to do this. It doesn't give us space to be ourselves. It's all get a job, just comply. Look at all this obligation you must comply with. Oh, get a job. You need to pay for your house. Oh my God, stress.
Oh.
But obviously none of us want that. We've had enough of that. It's time to create something.
So
better.
what that's doing is it's creating certain parameters to create a particular reality. That's what control does. And think about your own relationships. You know, when you have if you've ever had a controlling partner, they're afraid of you expanding and being or choosing things that are outside of what they're comfortable with. So they try to control you to keep you in this, so that you're creating the same idea that they want or the outcome that they want. And what I get from audience members a lot is, so let's take it back to the floods in Australia. They'll say, how do they rebuild from here? How do they so what people are so conditioned to believe is that nothing will ever, how do we fix this thing? There's so much to be undone. This is where the despair comes in. There's a lot of people that have despairing thoughts because they don't know how it's going to get done. Okay, whatever it is, undoing the tunnel systems underground, undoing the child trafficking, people thinking in a linear fashion of how do we undo this thing, and that's not the bottom line. It's like losing weight. Like you've just got to have faith that you're going to get there, and you just take it one step at a time, right? You know the general direction of where you're going, and but we've got to remove those parameters, is what you're trying to say, Campbell. I think it's like. And what taking back to what you say, Kelly, about the imagination and the, what do you call it? The ridiculous? No, not absurd. Nonsense.
Stacey, ready? It is the nature of nonsense.
Nature of nonsense. The nature of nonsense allows you to have no parameters, no obligation to anyone, as expansive as you want to be, and resonating at a frequency or a feeling of where you want to go and believing that it's going to happen. And that's what what the opposite, I won't say they, because we keep talking about this enemy. It's just duality, right? The duality is creating.
Does say us.
Yeah. The duality is creating the lack of hope. So it's creating despair and a singular outcome that is not what we want. And so the opposite of that would be to be expansive and to have as much hope as possible and to believe that we are, we can create the world that we want and resolve the things that aren't good, that aren't working. That's how I see it. So just keep chipping away at that.
Keep moving your
10 kilos you want to lose.
That's what I've been here at the farm. It's like I've been so overwhelmed with how much to do that I'm just like, Kelly, just keep moving your feet forward and everything will work out. Just like
every time you send me a video, Kelly, I'm just like, whoa, I can't believe you got through all of that today.
But I mean, it's just a metaphor for everyone's overwhelming realities right now, and it's just like, if you can't see through it, just keep your feet moving forward. Like, it's just, you will eventually like land again or find your way. And I know with all the victims, and like, again, a dumb word, but like all the people experiencing certain realities right now, and it feels so big and overwhelming. Just like, just get up and just keep moving forward. And like, shit will change and shit will happen. Like, it's just it's my little life hack after,
keep remembering we chose this.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, we absolutely did. Yeah.
We chose the rule book though, man. They never gave me the rule book. Jeez, makes it
That's
hard.
what I said about ownership before. Do you know how I saw like with the floods again too? Because I've done a lot of work with satanic ritual abuse survivors and stuff too, and a lot of it's about like programming of the body and the brain, and they need perpetual trauma to keep the compartments away, and that's what they've done to the planet, because the planet's is a version of us. It's the mother, the compression of us, or we're the compression of it. So that's continual traumatization of the planet, and that's why they've put all these tunnels underground on the big energetic spots, because they have to, because what it's going to do is we're going to remember the part, we're going to remember who we are, we're going to remember what this planet is. So they've had to continually re-traumatize the planet. And that's what I'm like with the floods too, that's where I can see like if there is some sort of energetic thing to that, to clearing out. It's like, because then what happens like with a ritual abuse survivor is the brain starts to remember, and then the brain starts to connect new neural nodes for it to remember the memories of the past. And it's a bit like us too. If we stop destroying and traumatizing the planet, then the neural pathways in the planet or the song lines will start to come back. Do you know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I
but saw like a big cleansing of that area too, because I think a lot of people will leave that area and a lot of people will come in.
Yeah.
Well, that area, interestingly, because I've been speaking to my friends, and
there's a lot of dark there too. There's a lot of great people. There's a lot of dark there.
There is, and Lismore is actually known to the Indigenous as where two rivers meet. It's a place of mourning, of grief. They would come down to where Lismore is when someone died, and they would grieve, and then they would leave, and that's the meeting of the two rivers. So, to my brothers and sisters in that realm, like this has not been any surprise, and this has been very much anticipated that these waters would, because it is the mourning area. And that was really interesting. I mean, like, we are in a state of an outpouring of grief. Like, we've never stopped. It's been ongoing now for several years. Like, the floods are the end result of the last couple of years. Makes sense, and China was so flooded out last year as well. Like, we saw so much going on all over, actually, the world. Floods were everywhere, all over the world. So it's definitely it's definitely a metaphor for emotion and grief and sadness and purification and detoxification, because I'm a big water faster. You too, Jay-Z, like we use
Hey.
water to detox and to fast, you know. So big detox is going on the planet. But audience, man, this my partner always says, there is no loss without a gain. Like that, there is no loss without a gain.
I wanted to quickly talk about just really quickly, because I'm Lebanese, and I was born in Beirut, and you know, I've got a lot of family there, and Lebanon and where it is on the planet is a very sacred place, and so that's been hit non-stop for decades and decades and decades, with war, with you know, bombing. Recently, you know, in 2020 they hit Beirut. My sister lost an apartment there, you know. So they what I wanted to say is that just like what happened in the Northern Rivers, where the government was nowhere to be seen, the same thing happened in Beirut, and it happens all the time. And they have been hit by disaster after disaster after disaster, and trauma on top of trauma, and the people constantly have to band together because no insurance, there's no one to be seen. You know, she had her tenant in the apartment that she owned was a surgeon. He's out there with a wound, trying to do surgery with no electricity on people in the street, and you know, in the hospital that had been bombed as well. And everybody was helping each other and cleaning up. People with broken arms, you know, brushing up glass and stuff like that. And this is what's happened. And what happened around that time when the bomb blast happened, a few days later, so everyone took to the streets to protest the government, because every time money was coming in as aid, the government would steal it. Okay, so every time a country would offer aid or food or supplies or whatever, the government would steal it, the corrupt government would steal it. And so people took to the streets until the government was taken down. And I think the whole operation was there to show, basically, I mean, the government was already, you know, under the control of supposedly white hats. But, you know, the thing is, the reality is this has been shown time and time again, that every time you try to knock people down, they come together and they will uprise. You know, the good will come from all of that. That's what I wanted to.
We really don't know hard times in Australia too, when you consider in places like Beirut in the Middle East. So it's like, you know, people don't know what having your back to the wall is like. We really don't know.
They don't. And imagine generations of that, and, you know, being born in that, and the trauma, and the people are still amazing and the most educated people in the world, you know, so more, you know, university degrees per capita than anywhere else. You know, they keep going, and they haven't destroyed the country. It is beautiful and it keeps rising. That's why we call, you know, we're the Phoenicians. We are the phoenix that rises again. But that part of the world is a very strategic place, because we see Gaia as like a body, and then there's chakra points, you know, there's sacred points, there's sacred parts of the world, and that's what they do. They do it on purpose. They know and they target those areas. And they do say, you know, and then there's a lot of people that say there's tunnels underground and that's why they bombed that area. But still, people got killed, and just, you know, innocent people got killed. Yeah.
You know, I've got my final work meeting before I'm terminated in a couple of weeks. I've done pretty well, but I'm going in with they, them pronouns just to fuck with them. And I'm thinking about wearing a dress too.
Oh God.
I just want to see their reaction. I think it'd be a good way
Are
to
you going to do it live, Dale? Well, guys, I mean, I think we've covered a lot of conversation here on this topic. I mean, at the end of the day, we're in a mind-bending experience that is full of every paradox, oxymoron, contrast, every single clever use of a twist of reality you can imagine. And we're consciously able to sit here and watch it play out and participate and experience our own inner truth through the journey. So, I mean, would we change any of it, really? Like, we came down for this moment in time. Would any of us change it? It seems to be happening in its very natural state, I would say. Like, we're definitely finding our feet amongst all of this, and everyone is finding their emotional feet amongst all of this. And like, I know everyone I know participating on this way are getting better and bigger and stronger and more sovereign and more certain and more knowing and just shining brighter and brighter and brighter. And no matter what hits their realm, they're getting bigger and brighter and nothing's stopping it. And I tell you what, man, like, if we've made it this far with all the fucking poison that is thrown on us during this time on planet, like, there is not one thing that we touch, smell, or taste in this reality that is not poisonous currently. And hey, we're still here, we're still glowing. So if all their poison can't work, and all their programming can't work, and all of their disasters and news and blah, 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 like, it's only going up and up and up and up and up for us, really, isn't it? So I'm excited. I can't wait to see how many, like, masters turn up with fucking Gandalf pipes and cloaks soon enough into my reality. I'm excited. I can't wait for the first fashion designer to rise in this time and give us finally our outfits, because none of this shit today on this planet is worthy of these great souls. We have such better fashion out of this realm. I'm excited. The creativity is going to be really rock and roll soon, guys.
Yeah. I love it.
So to wrap up the podcast, does anyone want to have any last words to our audience? Say anything brilliant and inspiring for the world right now?
Oh.
I'm pretty good. Yeah, I think that's going to leave it, Callie. I think you
In a piece.
you nailed it. Yeah, I think that what the last bit you said though, creativity, that's what it's about. We've got to remember that we are creative beings. That's what we're here to do, and we're going to express that in what everyone in their own individual way.
Yeah. I mean, that's just so consistent with everything I ever hear. I mean, at the end of the day, creativity is going to flourish like it's never flourished before. And we are going to see amazing new recipes, new food, new flowers, new fashion, new art, new literature, new films, thank God, new music. Oh my God, the music that's coming to planet Earth. I can't wait to hear the symphonies that are giving birth right now. The instruments, the frequencies, the tones, the new colors, guys. Oh my gosh. Come on, we're going to see so much more of everything. And I can't wait to participate in our life moving forward. So I hope that everyone out there can feel the energy of the excitement and the anticipation of this new amazing creativity hitting our realm and bursting through, like the amazing ideas I have of llamacorns eating rainbows and pooing out new exotic flowers that end up putting all these new exotic scents into the realm, and the flowers and the permanent rainbows and the llamacorns and the smells, they just blow your fucking mind. And like, we are on the brink of that moment right now. So everyone, like, this truly is the best time to be alive right now. So thank you, our beautiful guests. So fun to catch up with you both. And Campbell, how you going, buddy, down there in Perth? Because I'm just like, the delay for a second. I want you to end the podcast. You're on mute. That's ironic.
Ah, there you go. Am I on mute now? Is that better? See, I've been speaking this whole time and I was saying some really good stuff. I was just on mute.
I know.
I agree.
Like, very excited with everything you were saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I think this is the thing, right? They spend all their time and energy trying to tell us that we're nothing and we're low and we can't create and all this stuff, and they poison us. So clearly, that's all we've got to focus on. Right, being creators, creating, we're creations and we are creators, and that's literally all they do is try and get us to believe that we're not. So it's not that big a deal, really, is it? Let's just start creating. Like, we don't want them. We don't want what they've created. It's pathetic. That their bloody creation is just retarded. You know, we could do better than that, you know, half drunk, right? So let's just get out and create something better. You know, believe, get it done. We don't have to know where we're going, but just get started. That's it.
Started. Yeah, just get started. So everyone, love you all and love you all. And thank you for joining us on this very fun podcast for Tartaria Australia. We will see you next week with God knows what. We will create something completely made up for next week. So stay tuned. It's going to be our most completely insane show ever. All right, everyone, you have a great day and we love you and we will see you soon.
Ciao.
Love you all. Stay awesome.
Good morning, Tartaria Australia, autodidactic. I've always reversed this way, this way. Hey, buddy, how you going?
I'm good. Hello. Calmer than you, I think. But yes, how are you going?
What a week. Ah!
What a week.
Organizing a live event for us has been so past what I was anticipating as far as securing a venue and everything. And we've had a venue change midweek, Campbell, and that's caused a lot of like extra energy and focus on getting this sorted. So we've got an update to come out to the audience over the next couple of days. We'll be sending out an email to everyone who's bought a ticket to update you guys with the information. But everything's sorted, secured, upgraded even. And
definitely. It's gonna, and we can also we've got a few more tickets as well we can sell it. So you know, there's tickets to come if you haven't bought yet. But
I know
we'll sort of maybe do a bit of a chat about that at the end and put out a video. But today,
well, Cameron, before we launch today, I have to say, like, it's so exciting. Like, we've literally sold 340 tickets, which means that 340 people, Tartarian hunters and like-minded individuals are coming together in one spot next weekend. Can you fucking believe that?
Wow. So that means, guys, we've got about 150 or so tickets left.
Yep.
So 300, I mean, wow, the energy is going to be amazing. Like Kel said, it's an upgrade of the venue. We've got a really good venue now. It's really cool. Everything's sorted. So Kelly's had a massive week. So Kelly's sorting it all out. But it's all good to go, guys. It's happening a week tomorrow.
Yeah, a week tomorrow. I mean, I can't believe it. Like, wow, we've been here for 2 years almost, sort of getting to know everyone just by these little fucking chat rooms and Zoom, and suddenly we're going to actually make each other's accountants. Like, amazing, exciting, energetic. I can't imagine what the space is going to feel like when we all come together. It's just going to be, you know, a miracle of energy and light energy hitting one space. Just wow. I mean, we don't even know what to expect. This is sort of like expect the unexpected, guys. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be phenomenal. And this is the first time ever in Australia's history this sort of events come together around this community and this consciousness. But, you know, even like around the world, this is such a unique event that's happened here. And so, you know, definitely a magic is waking up in Australia. Fuck yes.
It is. First of many, so don't fret if you can't get there. We will be taking the show on the road, as they say.
Yeah, we are going to go live in every capital city. That's our new mission, Campbell, and I'm so excited. I just can't imagine, like, when we sat down to think about how do we start this hunt for the Crystal City, you know, and we kept getting blocked with what was going on in the middle of Australia, but this just feels so naturally the starting point, like because the information isn't so much in a location, it's actually in the consciousness of the broader group. Like, we hold all the keys, all the information, all the shift for us to see this crystal city is within us. So it's the coming together wherever we are that's going to like enable that shift. And wow. Yeah,
it'll be all the collective energy that will, you know, we've talked about it before, is we need to be on the right vibration, right, to see these crystal cities and to see all this stuff. So that's what these events are going to start kicking off. And And Crystal City, it's still happening. And it's just very organic, right? We just haven't had the call. It just hasn't been right. But like Kelly said, I mean, I think this is the start of it. And as we go around, we're going to build up the energy, raise people up until we're at a point where we've got enough people that can go out and literally manifest or, see, bring it into our vision, this Crystal City. So it's happening. The journey is still going, guys.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably old school thinking of ours to actually try to identify a location on a map. Like when we're actually really understanding that all of that is that inner world is within us. And, when we're looking at a crystalline concept that, may be multidimensional and like somehow like blocked from our consciousness down here, which is part of the hijacking, we should not be looking at such arduous things as 3D maps. We need that map is, how far can our brains open to see it? How multidimensional can we be in our own space? So It's not a location, it's a coming together of ourselves. And that's just like gonna be mind-blowing.
And we're not. So yeah.
So Campbell, today you were about to launch into it because we've had a new idea and triggered by a little TikTok video that I saw a couple of days ago, which I am going to show in a minute. So we can start by screening that and then like get into it. So I've noticed you've got an astronaut behind you in the ocean there, Campbell. What is going on there?
Geez, that wouldn't have anything to do with bubbles in space, would it?
So topic today, let's go. You can launch it, buddy.
All righty, I'll launch it. What is outer space? We've all heard water's above, right? And water's below, as above, as below.
Yeah.
And we've also, a lot of people may have heard of the concept that, the sun and the moon are a projection that may be coming from below us, right? From the center of the earth. So I guess the question we're going to put out there is, where are these planets, these wandering stars? Where are they really? And are people really going to a place that is Mars or the moon or whatever? And maybe they're in the deep, not the deep outer space, but the deep space below.
Yes.
And what we're seeing in the sky is a reflection of what is below us.
Yeah, exactly. And we can't deny that when those rockets, they go up, they come down. And when they come down, they skim a firmament, which looks like they've been surfing the ocean. And it's really interesting that our realities focus on space travel, outer space, aliens, NASA, governments putting billions of dollars into space, Tesla, Elon Musk, like all focused on space. Even Trumpy was talking about the space program. And then there's no attention ever on our oceans, ever. Like the most mass unexplored land mass on this plane, in this realm, never gets mentioned. In fact, no one grows up anymore and says, I want to be a sea explorer or an underwater explorer or a pirate on the waters again. This whole concept of, that whole don't look at the water. And then here we got with all the recent Q analogies of watch the water.
Such a theme lately. And I mean, they tell us, right? They tell us that 70% of, the planet or the realm or whatever is water. And they tell us, that Mariana's Trench is the deepest place and the oceans are the most unexplored places. Why is that?
Yeah.
And how come in the 70s there were so many ocean Jacques Cousteau and all these people?
Jacques Cousteau, he was a hero.
Everywhere. And then it just suddenly stopped, right? Why did it stop? And the other question I'm thinking is, if they can build a spaceship that can go into a vacuum with, if you can imagine, the forces trying to rip that apart if it's in a infinite vacuum, if they can do that, why can't they build one that goes underwater? Because they say, the pressure's too hard, way too much pressure.
Yeah.
Well, then you can't go to outer space either.
And yet, Campbell, when we watch all these like astronauts practicing for their space travel, it's always in a swimming pool. When you watch all these debunking of the videos from like space flights, they're always under the water in the swimming. We've got all these ones with little bubbles swimming past the astronauts. And also like, hello, aliens. Hello, have you guys seen some of the crazy creatures that live at the bottom of the ocean? Well, probably not, because it's not a big like focal topic at the moment. But I got obsessed a few years ago and watched a few documentaries of creatures from the deepest parts of the ocean that they've like brought into our consciousness. And there's some pretty crazy things there, Campbell. Like if I was, if I was to think aliens, if there wasn't Hollywood telling us what aliens were and where they came from and always associating it with space and UFOs, like how easy would it be to think aliens were sea creatures?
Exactly. And that there was a couple of movies, I can't remember the name of it, where they're literally, it was like science fiction underwater, you know, where they go underwater and way down deep, they find this big domed city or something. And there's this completely different race of beings down there.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of those, and of course we have, you know, the traditional sort of Atlantis, with the dome under the ocean. And the other thing I was thinking about when you mentioned this topic was, you know, we have these things called starfish, but their actual name is sea star. They're called sea stars. And the thing about a sea star is the sea star is it's a living, not fractal. What's the other word? Basically, like every part of it is contained. The whole is contained in every part. What are they called?
Yeah, like it's
hologram.
a fractal.
Hologram.
Oh, hologram. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So with a sea star, you can cut its leg off, and the sea star will grow a new leg, but the leg will grow a new sea star. So so they're literal organic holograms, and that's kind of interesting, isn't it? That they're called sea stars and they're hologram. You know, I don't know. It's an interesting connection.
And how about the old octopus? The old octopus, very contentious creature there. We've like been through a bit of a discussion about the octopus and how it has, you know, classically been represented in the deepest, darkest parts of the rabbit holes.
How many stories are there about, you know, treasures, you know, when they go hunting, you know, for treasures in sunken ships, and there's always an octopus guarding the treasure.
Yes.
Always.
And of course, I have this like unrelated but curious concept about calamari and how calamari exists, you know, in every restaurant. When I was in America recently, like every restaurant, no matter the nationality, served freaking calamari, which meant billions of plates of calamari were going out every day. And I think, I'm a farmer and I know that we don't farm octopus. We don't farm this thing called calamari. It doesn't exist. We don't catch it enough, nowhere near. It's just like, it doesn't exist. Like that calamari that we get served, I'm pretty sure it's just the pig butts of leftover, you know, random. I won't even like hypothesize what, but I certainly don't think it's from the sea.
Stay away from the calamari.
And you know, and also we've got like this concept of the firmament being water, of course, and we look at like all these, and this TikTok video sums it up really nicely, but we've seen all these images from all the different religious cultures where they incorporate stars and the firmament with water above us and below us. Now we always see like this concept, we all look up with the idea of dome and the firmament and like really try to wrap our heads around how is there water above us. That's a real trippy concept for us, because you know, when we look at like actual images of stars that they've really taken with telescopes, like real people, you know, they just look like glistening little fractals in water. You know, they're not solid like they're not solid you know, they
5 points.
So like so when we think of the firmament above us and water being above that, and that's like a head trip, you know, to really conceptualize. But then like right at our feet is the ocean. Like all around us is the ocean, this big controversial mass of water that proves or disproves flat earth. It all comes down to the freaking ocean. And here we are, and it's all around us and no attention on it whatsoever. But it's really easy to conceptualize water below us, isn't it? Like It's easy to imagine water below us. Now, I remember Ramtha said many years ago, he was giving a talk, and he said, he was talking about, you know, alien ships, basically. And he said, there are massive, massive ships under your oceans, massive, massive, massive. And these ships are so large, they're whole continents, you know, like larger than, you know, huge, huge land masses. And they've just been there the whole time, which then would lead us to look at the Bermuda Triangle, Campbell. Like, what the fuck is the Bermuda Triangle? It's just this thing that, like, we all know about.
Apparently, there's a crystal pyramid down there somewhere. You know, and there's so many stories of, you know, we know there's a lot of sunken sort of towns and cities and that, but they're not very deep.
Yeah.
You know, so like you said, we don't know. Once you go sort of, you know, a couple, even a kilometer down, which is a long way, you know, we don't know anything, right? But that's probably, I don't know, but that's probably 40% of the ocean or something, you know, most of it. So, we just don't know. And, you know, we know we've got this, well, you know, theory at least of a map on the moon. Right, which is a projection up. So it would be the same theory, you know, the same kind of physics, I guess, if the ocean is actually being projected up onto the dome, and that's what we're seeing, right? We're seeing the stars or whatever and who knows what they are. What these stars are, civilizations or something, or portals. But the other thing is the stars. We've all seen, you know, the cymatics in water. We play music through it. And you get exactly what you see when you look at a star through a telescope. It's the exact same thing.
So 70% of the world's landmass is the ocean, is water. And what else is 70% water?
Us.
And we know for certain that when you can change the frequency and the properties of water by intention and words. Like, we've also seen that demonstrated beautifully by the Japanese scientists, you know, that came out a few years ago now.
Yamato.
Dr. Imato's laboratory does research on water samples which are subjected to various forms of outside influence. The impressions made upon the water are recorded by swiftly freezing it in a cryogenic chamber. This is what water heated in a microwave oven looks like. This is the effect of a mobile telephone. Somebody said, "Thank you" to this water. Excuse me. You disgust me. Let us see how this type of water affects human blood. The doctor is drawing blood from a patient's finger. Using a special microscope, we shall be able to see the condition of her body from this drop.
These are red blood cells, and they've lost their electrical charge, so they're all stuck together in a formation called a rouleau. There's a huge symplasm. Symplasms are associated with heart disease and arthritis and lung disease and many other conditions that could be coming in the future.
The doctor asks the patient to drink a small amount of structurized water. After 12 minutes, the doctor again draws blood from the patient and studies it.
So you can see that the cells that become buoyant, they become slippery, and they have their electrical charge, so they repel each other. That allows them to carry oxygen, and it means that we're changing the pH of the blood back to an aerobic environment rather than an anaerobic environment. I think that's utterly amazing. That just drinking water could do that.
In 1995, Dr. Emoto Masaru was the first one to record musical impressions on water. In Dr. Emoto Masaru's laboratory, they allowed water to listen to music, after which they flash froze the water, and then, under the microscope, they could clearly see the crystals that the water had formed. Dr. Emoto has conducted another interesting experiment. He placed rice into 3 glass beakers and covered it with water. And then every day for a month, he said, "Thank you" to one beaker, "You're an idiot" to the second, and the third one he completely ignored. After 1 month, the rice that had been thanked began to ferment, giving off a strong, pleasant aroma. The rice in the second beaker turned black. And the rice that was ignored began to rot. Dr. Emoto thinks that this experiment provides an important lesson, especially with regard to how we treat children. We should take care of them, give them attention, and converse with them. Indifference does the greatest harm. There have been many wars on religious grounds in human history. But in our experiment, water reacted to individual words that had a religious content by forming beautiful crystals. This means that the conception of our nature coincides with each religion. The Christian prayer, the Buddhistic prayer, the Muslim prayer. Dr. Emoto presumes that serious crimes are committed most of all in areas where people curse the most often. Idiot. I hate you. Laboratory containers of water were inscribed with hieroglyphs denoting words and the names of well-known people. Love, hope, soul, Mother Teresa, Hitler. Emoto Masaru's numerous experiments aimed at finding the word that cleanses water most powerfully have shown that it is not just one word, but a combination of 2. Love and gratitude.
So like then we conceptualize 70% of this realm is water, and they have taken all of our attention. Like when you introduce something like Google Earth and everyone thinks, oh my God, this is amazing, we can see the whole world now, like we just, and everyone's focused on the land masses, right? Again, it's sort of like deletes the water. Like you don't bother because suddenly you've got all the tech to go after what's on the land. But again, it's like this technique to keep you, like to give you one thing to kind of like remove something else, and you don't even realize it's happening. And we've got this massive watery world going on and zero attention on it. And we ourselves are water, and all of this frequency and vibration that consciousness is putting out, hello, of course, it's carried in the water. If 70% of this realm that has essentially been technically hijacked, then it's the water that's carrying that consciousness. It's the water that's spreading. It's the water that, you know, with the rain cycle and the water cycle, that is what we're drinking. That's how we're producing our food and our crops. It's all recycling up and down through the oceans and the rain and the water. We've got mass interference with our weather right now, and a lot of focus on rain. So water. That's all washing into the oceans. All the chemicals from agriculture washes into the ocean. All the oil spills and pollutions that, you know, in my head are deliberate, because I don't think anything's in it, all pointing into the ocean. And I always thought it was really cool when Abraham Hicks, who, you know, Abraham Hicks is super cool for that positive energetic. Like there's no way around it. Like it's like hardcore rampage of appreciation all the way, always does it on cruise ships. And I always thought it's cool that there's 2,000 people on the water rampaging to the max gratitude and appreciation, because that shit is affecting the water, which is affecting the consciousness.
It's a good point. And, you know, Jaws, right?
Jaws.
Titanic. They want everyone to be scared of
water. Yeah.
I mean, and there's been so many movies of, you know, shipwrecks and people just floating in the middle of the ocean and all this terror and, you know, sharks circling, and, you know, it's promoted, you know, as a scary thing.
Yeah.
You know, it really is, you know, they don't want us to be going there and exploring it. And this is the whole thing. If they're putting negative energy, you know, into it and dumping it, like, are they, do they know? Are they trying to repress what's down there? And are they going down? Have they got bases down there? Or are they visiting these different civilizations? Or is this, who knows, some kind of attack from below, right? Trying to poison the above from below.
Imagine, Campbell, if the space program is to launch these rockets, knowing full well they're going to come and do this big arc back into the water, and then it gives them the momentum to get down really low into the ocean. Like, imagine if they're not trying to get up, they're just trying to get the gravitational pull, that trajectory, so like solid and strong.
Down.
It's like diving back down, which you couldn't do just from staying still. You'd have to go up to come down, like diving. Imagine if that truly was the purpose behind the space. That would be like not a surprise to me at all.
And then how did all the old, you know, pre-shuttle, how did they land, right? In the ocean.
Yep. Always in the ocean.
How do we know they didn't pop up from below the ocean, right?
Yep, exactly.
Because look at the spaceships, the space suits. There's no protection for radiation, and this is becoming a big thing, right? With the Van Allen's belts, and they look like diving suits.
Yep.
You know,
they do.
And we've seen the underwater pools, and there's even a mural on the back wall, I think, that shows. It shows things underwater. I can't remember exactly what it is. I'll find a picture, but yeah, there's a lot of.
And the Phoenicians, the Phoenicians came from the water. Our whole law, maritime law, based on the water.
Siren,
the
mermen.
Yep.
You know, sea monsters. I mean, all the old maps have all these. They all have these weird sea monsters, don't they? Sea creatures.
Yep. And then if you look at like movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, and even what was that cool? The BFG from Roald Dahl. Like both ones, they jump into a pool. Well, with pirates, it's a big boat. It goes down into a whirlpool black hole, and then pops up straight side up, but in an inverted reality. Same with BFG. Jumps into the water, pops back up, inverted reality, and they're in the human realm. Like water was the portal.
Exactly. And I'll put this video in. There's a video, the oceanographer from Titanic, who filmed Titanic, and he's under the water in a submersible, and he finds a lake.
Exactly.
At the bottom of the ocean. And
yes, I've seen this.
And he can't get into it. He tries to get down. I'll put the video up. It's bizarre.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. And my degree is one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I had ever seen in the bottom of the ocean, and it was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance, couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut that was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
So technically speaking, we could be all this concept of portals, multidimensional portals, and getting to in and out of realms. All of that energetic has been focused upwards, which we should instantly know to invert and go down. Like, we should know that by now, fools, if we don't, after all we've learned.
It was, have you seen that movie, Don't Look Up?
Don't Look Up.
Kind of
Tell me.
recent. It's Leonardo DiCaprio. And I was like,
Oh,
oh,
no.
God, I don't know. And my sister's like, you actually like it. Watch it. I'm like, no. And it's actually really good.
Okay,
So
cool.
you
I'll
can
watch it.
Go and check it out. But it's called Don't Look Up, and it's about destruction from above and all these things. But again, it's just this subtle sort of programming. If it's destruction, it's going to come from above and all this kind of stuff. But maybe they're just diverting our attention from where we should be looking.
Well, we know. Hello, with all the
$1 a day from NASA going, really.
Yeah.
It's
not going to just Hollywood.
And have you heard that there's a tunnel, a submarine tunnel that goes from like Ohio or something in the middle of the United States.
Wow, no.
Under half the country and then out into the oceans, and also off the coast of California. Someone found on Google Maps a few years ago this massive shelf, and it literally looks like a massive docking bay or something.
Yeah, right.
And it's huge, and it's off. So we just don't know what's under the water.
Sorry, I interrupted. Yep.
Right.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, and isn't it interesting that with all of the attention on the above and like no attention on the water itself, and yet we know with the Tartaria consciousness that we're always looking at a fucking flood. We're looking, and every time we look at land masses that we've been told are craters, actually have ended up being more in alignment with aqueducts, and that the great flooding in the Bible came not just from above, but mainly from below. And if you look at the movie Noah that they brought out recently with Russell Crowe, the flooding came from under the ground and up. It was huge, massive torrents of water coming up. Like the water that's always affecting the surface, us, is coming from below and up, less than down onto us. And so the evidence, I mean, everything, we could like cross-reference Tartaria with the idea now of space actually being water, the ocean. The space is actually the ocean.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, isn't it? The vastness of space, the vastness of the ocean. I mean, they're both unexplored territory, both full of stars. And, we just get this concept of, domed cities under the ocean, don't we? Especially with Aquaman, but it's been around for a while under ocean civilizations, and even with the like the Chimera, there's all the mermen and these half fish people and stuff, and I mean, and ultimately, even if you want to get back to Darwinism, they say we all came from the ocean, don't they? Really, that's what they want us to believe.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's not counteracting like that there's other broader realms on the surface, that there's a much broader map with broader realms on the surface, and that there's entities that live in those broader land masses, and they potentially multidimensional. They're not from our, firmament, our realm. But like we've never really like gone into, is there access point? Is the way to travel through is it the ocean? Is it through the water and going through the ocean? It makes so much more sense than trying to pierce the firmament, trying to go up to the firmament, trying to, when the whole, like, and then if like we should align this with a conversation around light and dark as well, like the energetic of light and dark, because, we see space and stars and lack of light, and then we see the ocean, which also potentially appears to have a lack of light. But we've never really looked at it, have we? We've never really gone in and had a look fully at if the ocean was purely space. And what would that mean?
Light down there. There's fish, that make their own lights. There's
they're luminescent,
a little lantern that hangs off at the front of the head.
Yeah.
So this is the thing, and we know plants, so if that can happen once, I mean, then why wouldn't all the dark areas just glow with light? What is it called? Phosphorescence.
Phosphorescence.
So we just don't know, and who knows what's below that lake, right? That this dude found, maybe like that's a doorway, and then you go down and that's where the water's below us. So maybe, they tell us that the ocean is, so deep in that, but it might not be, right? We might have a realm of ocean, and then then there's doorways to what's below it, and that and those doorways might be the reflections we're seeing. I mean, and you know, the planets, the wandering stars, that they could be ships or something because they move, right?
Hello, we're always told they're UFOs, they're ships.
Yeah, they could just be cruising around the ocean on a you know, built-in trajectory, and we just see them reflected up and in the stars. Because, you know, this is the thing, you know, about the planets. You know, everyone, you know, we can say that planets definitely aren't what they tell us, but there's so many stories of people going to places like Mars, not necessarily the moon, but Mars is a massive theme, isn't it? Of people, there's so many people. I've been to Mars, you know, there's secret Mars programs. So, you know, we have to look at it. We can't just dismiss and say, well, Mars doesn't exist. That's stupid.
No.
There's got to be something there.
Yeah, it's definitely another realm. It's definitely. And, you know, the other thing is, like, we're actually born in water. Hello, we walked, our mums carry us around in a big fucking sack of water for 9 months. Like, we come from the water and we breathe in there and we grow in the water. And then this weird miracle happens to the human being where we're popped out the other side into no water. And like, that's a trip. And maybe that is the evolution of the human species, that we've actually taken this journey we've taken to be able to be on the surface out of water and be completely alive and breathing, and to the point where we can no longer breathe within water. But Campbell, if you look at these aliens, that I say aliens, if you look at these, I don't even know what to call them, but all right, aliens, we'll call them, you know, a lot of them look like they've got gills, they've got scales, they've kind of watery skin, like they've got that sort of rubbery skin that you'd see sort of more attuned to sea creatures than mammals. For example, all of the aliens that we see sort of like fit this, like the greys, they've got that, like, you know, that rubbery skin, and they don't have like, you know, the same breathing things. The reptilians,
bigger eyes,
things
like that.
Sensitive to the light, you know, sensitive to what would be on the surface. And, you know, they have to do all this work to sort of hijack our astral bodies, almost our chakra points, to like sort of puppet through us to be on the surface. But they don't feel like they're naturally creatures of the surface, way more attuned to.
Like anatomically. Yeah. None of them look strong. Like, I mean, those greys, they don't look like they could hold themselves up.
No.
You know, and that's what you would get in the water, because you don't need, you know, the muscles to hold, you're not holding your weight up. You know, so that there's so many things. And also, you know, there's stories of, you know, obviously 1940s and the people that were around in Germany and New Schwaberland. And there's stories that I've seen the maps, there's maps of tunnels going out past Antarctica, right? Past under somewhere. So yeah, is that where the main civilization is, or is that the main travel land? And then, because, you know, taking, you know, the first breath is, you know, it's a big thing, right? You don't take your first breath, you're not a human, you can't have a life, at least in the dry up here. Is that it? Is there all these domes and you know, you go around underneath and you can pop up in one and have your experience there and take your first breath into, you know, it could be the reverse of what we're thinking. Because they've actually made liquid that you can breathe. That there's liquid that you can breathe. You literally,
like, you can like eat it almost.
Yeah, you've got to fill your lungs with it.
Yeah.
But it's just, and they were doing it, I think they were saying, for deep sea diving because of the pressures and stuff. You know, so we can breathe liquid. You know, we don't know what the liquid in the waters below are, you know, necessarily, do we? So we just, it's very, and they also tend to be telepathic, don't they, all these aliens? We can't
similar to sea creatures, hello, dolphins and whales. Exactly. And actually, what's more coveted than like the most coveted space in our realm is Antarctica, hello, which is this frozen water, and this ocean. Like, you can't fucking, honestly, I've been watching video after video where people fishing, they're just like testing it, they're going out to do some fishing, and then there's this huge like crew, like, you know, army, navy ship, you're in protected, you know, water space, turn back. Like, there is a massive ring around the human being that prevents us from moving freely into the oceans. It's crazy.
And when you think about it, that's 70% of our realm. you know, and it's up and down, so it's even more than that. But it's true, like, you know, there's water police and stuff everywhere. You can't. There's so many laws, and everything has to be registered, and you know, they don't even want you going kayaking anymore. You know, unless you've filled out their forms and crap.
Yeah.
But you know, but what rules us is Admiralty law, maritime law of the sea. You know, you got to go in you know, all the docks. We all need something to pass ports, right? We've got to be able to pass their port.
Yeah.
And we can't travel.
Passports, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a very watery world. Everything is definitely water based. So it's, you know, this is the thing. You know, has anyone ever seen that, like an alien movie where we get invaded from below?
Well, look, I have to tell you of a cool dream that I had,
Oh, yeah.
like, which relates, right? So this is about 2017, and I had this dream, and I was like, and we were being invaded. There was these things coming down from the sky, and they look like giant televisions. That's what they look like in my dream, the back of giant televisions. And I was so like, oh my God, we're being invaded. And I ran up to this like high-rise building in my dream, and it was like being on the Gold Coast or somewhere. And I like got to the top, and I could see 360 degrees around me was the ocean. And these things were landing in the ocean. And where they land, this iridescent like blue color came up from the ocean, similar to the color behind us. And where that happened, like kind of like a jellyfish would create this like really vibrant, bright blue. And then where that happened, everywhere, for as far as I could see, these towers of dolphins appeared, like 20 dolphins wide and infinite dolphins on top of each other to the sky. And there were towers everywhere, like thousands of these towers of dolphins. And I was blown away because I'd never seen a visual like this. I've never since seen a visual like it's one of those dreams where I really remember it. And I called it the Dolphin Tower dream. And then like 6 months after that, I ended up discovering the flat earth, right? So I was just like, someone gave me this, I think I've told you this story. Someone gave me this documentary. They're like, check this out. And I'm like, oh, flat earth. All right, cool. Historical documentary. No worries. So I was pretty like, it's around 2016. Yeah, I reckon it's just into 2017. And then I watched it and I was, fucked. I can't believe this. You know, 3 hours later, I'm like totally convinced. And I was like, of course, but I got so pissed off with God. I was like, I cannot believe I have served you my whole life. And it takes till now that I didn't even know the shape of the planet that I'm on. I couldn't believe it. I was so mad. First time ever I've ever felt mad at God, right? So I went out into the bush by myself. And I was just like, oh, and I screamed my head off for like honestly, I had no voice, just screaming at God, just so pissed off. I couldn't believe it. I felt like it's forsaken us. How dare he keep us in such ignorance? What hope did we have if we didn't even know this? Like how far does the lies go? You know, like coming from an avid truth seeker of 20 years, I was just like, God, WTF, God damn you. And then and so until I literally had no voice, and then instantly, literally 20 meters from me, like beside me, out of nowhere, this lightning strike, bang, hits the ground. Never experienced anything like it. It was literally like God had taken those two things from the ambulance, gone on my chest, like, you know, those things, those electrical, and every cell in my body just went, it was like it had exploded, and the sound wall, and it just like was so high impact on my system. I actually felt like I'd just been electrocuted, and then I thought, oh my God, I've just been reset. That's what I felt like, reset. And then everything went silent. It took me about 30 minutes for every cell to stop vibrating. And then this little tiny voice leaned in and went, it's a hologram. It's a hologram. And I was like, well, okay, I kind of know this. You know, I've looked at holographic universe, but I hadn't like known it. I hadn't like integrated it, you know. And so then I immediately get onto my phone to buy a book on the holographic universe. And then I find this book that says the holographic universe of dolphins. And with this like daggy hand draw cover, and I was like, never would have bought that book before. And I was like, that's the book for me. So I buy this book. It arrives like a week later, but here's where it gets trippy. Have I told you this story?
I don't think you've gone this far before. No.
Okay. Yeah. It just feels like it relates to our topic today.
Yeah.
So this book arrives. So I'm reading this book, and I'm looking at it, and I'm reading it, and I've got to literally, actually, no, the book skip that. What happened was I ordered the book, and then the next day while I was still in the bush, I actually decided to write to the author. I didn't know who this author was, but I was like, listen, you know, I've got all these questions and I'm just going to write to her and find out maybe she has some answers for me. Because I had 20 years of truth seeking knowledge to like come to my questions around what does it mean that the world's holographic? You know, what does this mean and how the hell does it relate to dolphins, sort of thing. So I just sent her an email. It took me a little while to track it down online, sent her an email. And on half an hour later, she got back to me. And she was like, Kelly, you can ask me anything you like. And I was like, wow, that's so nice of you. How nice. You're this random stranger. You must be so busy. Anyway, so I listed off all these questions and then she diligently wrote answers to everything. And I did this for 4 days. I literally emptied my brain for 4 days. That's how long it took me to like fulfill like asking all my questions and then getting them answered. And it wasn't the answering so much. It was just that I got to ask. You know, it was just how I put them out there and then that kind of put them in order in my brain and it sort of helped facilitate it. And so then like after 4 days, she wrote to me and said, listen, Kelly, I just want you to know that 2 days before you contacted me, I had a dream that this pure spirit would contact me out of the blue and ask me all these questions about my books and that I was to answer every single question diligently because they would make up the text for my next 3 books. That was the dream she had. So like our meeting was predestined in that, like she already knew that I was coming. So that's why she was so like, I'll take all this time and answer all your questions. And then just to trip it all off. So if you guys don't think like synchronicities and destiny, it doesn't entwine our lives all the time. I then went back to my farm and joined her up with my little Facebook group, which was nothing back then because I didn't have social media. Maybe there was like 100 people on it. And I sent her, like I showed her my backyard and I sent her a picture of the classroom that I built. And she was like, wrote back to me, Kelly, where did you get this picture? And I was like, oh, that's my classroom. You know, I just wanted to show you. And she said, oh my God, well, 2 days before I had the dream, 2 days before you contacted me, someone sent me this picture. And I was so taken by it that I literally stopped what I was doing and spent like 5 minutes just looking at this picture and trying to imagine who created this picture. Like, and she was blown away that it was me. And like, she's in Hawaii. So, and I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. So I don't know how she got a picture of my classroom, which I had no social media presence. And then obviously, and this all related to a dream that I had 6 months earlier. So that's a crazy fucking story. But it, like, it puts the consciousness of the holographic universe into a metaphoric state with dolphins, onto questioning what is reality around us, and it all lands squarely back into the oceans.
And how come dolphin is the only fin that's not spelled with an F?
Ooh, good point.
Phoenician, the PH Phoenician.
Phoenician, yes.
Dolphin. Interesting. Yeah, so there you go. Is the world under, well, is outer space, the wandering planets underneath us? Is this what's happening? Did the invasion?
I'm convinced now. I think we've just convinced ourselves. I'm convinced now. Space. What's space, man? We're talking about the oceans.
Yeah.
Let me share screen and find this like video that triggered this conversation today. I think where did I have it?
So leave us your comments below. And we're not saying that there's no water above either. We're saying it. We think it's both, right, above and below, but maybe the threat, if there is one, where all these parasites came from, is below us, you know, because like I said, have you ever seen a invasion movie from the ocean? They don't exist. It's always from above.
Yep, always from above. They've put, exactly like Google Earth, they've put everything, they've tricked everyone. They've provided like what looks to be full disclosure, but in doing so have removed actually the reality they don't want us to look at. It's so clever how this mirror effect works.
It is.
Anyway, so this is the chick. I like this woman. I don't know who she is, but hopefully this video finds her because she's great.
Y'all, I am freaking out right now. There's a lot of unexplained things going on in the ocean right now. Hold on real quick. I do not trust them. Just watch this real quick for me.
You get to Mars by going through the ocean. You can't get to the bottom of the ocean because outer space is the ocean.
Now what she just said just blew my mind. Now there's this situation called the firmament. So we know that water is all around us. And it is said that this dome divided the sea into upper and lower sections. You can't cancel this out because they still haven't discovered 80% of the sea. Early civilizations believed that the ocean and the stars above were linked. I mean, just look. Mayan, Norse, Hindu, Hebrew, all of them. Now we already know what spacesuits look like, but they look exactly like sea suits. I know once in your life you've heard of the Bermuda Triangle. Planes and people going missing in the ocean. There are black holes in the ocean. And I just know once in your life you've heard about sea monsters. When you see a comet, it looks like a boat soaring through water. What if these unexplained species in the ocean are actually aliens? If y'all have ever watched this movie Underwater, they went too deep and found the creature that don't even look like it's supposed to be from this earth. Or could it have just been a creature from space? Now you can say what you want, but I bet you we are not the only beings, only species, only creatures that are in this universe. It's just ironic that when they return to Earth, they're on water. I mean, I know I'm not tripping. And I know y'all heard of mermaids. So many unexplained things in the ocean. They're making more discoveries in space. Not really putting too much money or caring about what's going on the planet. Why? Because this sea stuff might have a lot of connections to space. And they not telling us. Y'all be safe, and I know I'm not the only person who feel this way.
Oh, I fucking love her, man.
Yeah.
She was great.
Cool.
She just I want to get her on the show.
And I mean, that's a good point, which I guess we haven't really mentioned, is in all these old, depictions of the realm, the water below and the water above, they're linked. It's one system and we're in the middle. So the waters below are the waters the same as the same water that's above, right? So, literally, and we've seen those, what do they call them? Comets or something, that was skidding across the water.
Yep.
Up above us. So yeah, this is the thing. Is it just an easier entry point to get there by going down? Have they found how to get into the waters by going down, but they still haven't found how to get into them going up yet. So
if we look at if we look at like that astronaut head around you, it's like there's a ball, a firmament in that mask behind you, and then there's this ocean all around it. So we've got this notion of the planet, and we've got this firmament, this dome, and when we've got water all here and water all around here. So would it not be, is this what you were trying to say there, that if you went down under our oceans, you could basically pop up above our firmament?
Yeah.
That it's just all one. So essentially we would then be operating, and I think Martin Littke would say this, as an upside down fishbowl.
Yeah, exactly. So almost like the they show us, with Aquaman, with a little dome, but the water goes underneath as well. So we're almost floating, I guess, like a floating capsule. And you hear, a lot of people talk about the cosmic egg, is it an egg? And in an egg, you have the white and the yolk, is the white the waters and the yolk our realm, so we're sort of floating in these waters, right? And so all around us, up, down, sideways, that's all outer space, which is water.
So outer ocean. It's all outer ocean.
Outer ocean.
Outer ocean. It's all outer ocean. It's a new word. That should be my new t-shirt, outer ocean.
We could see.
So then if we look at sort of like go back to the two sun theory, and that potentially they've removed a sun source, a light source, and that we did have two suns, like, would it be possible that they managed to drag it down through the water and place it somewhere else? Like, because we have been taught that all the stars are old suns.
Yeah.
I mean, like, is it conceptual that they could just like fish for suns, go fishing for suns, just like, like catch a sun and then drag it down and then put it somewhere and it pops up somewhere else?
I mean, that's the story of the moon. Like in heaps of ancient cultures, they say that the moon was rolled across the sky, or it was dragged, or it was an egg. But I mean, there could be bigger cycles that we don't know about. If we're floating, there could be 4 suns, and they could be moving in their cycles around us, so that when they're below us, we don't see them, right? We only see them when they're above. And that's, so, and the sun's just gone from yellow to white. So maybe there's been, we don't know, right? Or maybe it's a difference in, maybe, is it a projection? Is the sun a physical thing or a projection? This is the other thing that we don't know.
And like water, you know, we've only got sort of like one version of water. Like we see water as what our water in the oceans, or our rainwater. We have a water of massive density. That water can turn into steam. It can turn into a much lighter form, an atmospheric form, or it could turn into a much solid form with ice. So we know that the water we're used to changes forms. But the vast majority of water we have is, you know, what we take from our ocean water. But, you know, that's just like our conception within this little fishbowl of what water is. Like it could be, I mean, the ether is I mean, we know with the Tartarian stuff, all connected to living waters, or the fountains, or the water sources, everything, water. They use water.
Yep. We know water holds information. Like literally, well, Dr. Emoto again, you know, all that kind of stuff. And we're told about the ether, right? And the Akashic records. It's all, well, I'd say above us, but is that the waters, right? Is it just holding all the information? Is that, you know, source, you know, like where we return to, and then, you know, we're back we remember everything, right? Because it's the information.
Like the greater womb, like the womb that we came from. We are the micro version of that womb as little babies in the womb. Like our mothers are carrying us in a vessel that is watery. Like, you know, is the earth realm and all realms just like being held in a womb by the mother, within the water source. Like, you know, you could really draw this narrative.
Sorcery, like there's, and, you know, there's so many water, you know, current, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, so, yeah, I mean, water's definitely not what they're telling us. And it's also, you know, I was thinking when you were saying solid, liquid.
Atmospheric.
Gas.
Yeah, gas.
You know, water's the only sort of element that we see in 3 states naturally. And the Trinity's 3, right? No, there's 3. You know, 3's a big number.
Perfect, of course. And then the holy waters, and then baptism in water, and then christenings in water. And that we like
get reborn. That's what they do. Dunk you in water.
Reborn you. And also, you know, like pretty much most illnesses and issues with the human being it's basically 90% chronic dehydration. Like it, you know, most of us who have any issues whatsoever, aches, pains, all these ascension symptoms everyone talks about, you know, all of it comes down to being dehydrated, and chronically so now, because, you know, they've poisoned they've made a big intention to poison all the water and all your drinking sources. And you have to go to a really big effort these days to find good water to drink. Like it's not available to a big majority of the human race. Like they focused in on poisoning the water source before they did anything else. Before they did the food chain, they went to the water.
If you think of it as information, and that's what they're doing, right? They're polluting the information that we're receiving. We're not getting the right messages, so we get lost. We don't know where we are. I mean, so that would make sense. And, you know, water is the only thing that we can't live without, right? We can, you know, live without food and all the other stuff, but water, I mean, what is it? 3 days or something? Or I don't know. Not long. You wouldn't last longer than a week, you know.
Water. You need water. You can last for, you know, a year without food, but with water, you know, days go by and you'd be really suffering. So it's really interesting, because the problem with our environment now, if you put it down to what's been happening in the environment, and with the regen ag stuff, you know, it all comes down to soil that can't hold water. That's what it comes down to. Soil that's been like chemically toxified and depleted by industrial farming can't hold water. It acts like cement. So it like water just like hits it and runs off. So you get flooding, hits it and runs off. So you lose all your topsoil. Like it doesn't go down. It doesn't act like a sponge. And that's all been by design. And it's the same with our bodies. Like we have got all these toxic blocks now that don't allow us to take in hydration, to take in natural water, and very hard to even find water that hasn't got, you know, deliberate toxins in it to begin with.
Well, I mean, they even do, you know, the stuff in the sky, don't they? Which no doubt affects the clouds and the rainwater as well.
City.
And this, the thing is, you know, most people, when they think they're hungry, they're actually thirsty. You know?
It's dehydration.
And so because people can't hydrate properly and can't absorb the water, that, you know, that we get this, health and obesity epidemic that's going on.
Yeah.
Because people are literally dehydrating when they're full of water. It's bizarre.
And that's why when you look at sort of people who do a lot of work in chronic illness or healing chronic illness, or alongside a lot of spiritual work, the best solution is always water fasting. It's always like just saturate your system in water for as long as you can. Like that is the quickest, speediest way. It's one of my favorite ways. I need to do one right now, Campbell. I need to do what after last week of sorting out Tartaria Live Australia. I need a 40-day water fast.
I think I do too. It's in the desert. But so, I think that's I mean, and it's been talked about a lot, but I think the waters are a lot more important than or definitely more important than what we've been told. And is it all linked? Are we floating in the waters above the water?
That's hard to imagine floating. Like, I can't comprehend that we're bobbing up and down in a mass source
chain like Lee, because clearly we don't feel the movement. But if there's waters below, so what are we talking? Is it landlocked? Are there tunnels? Are they just gateways to get up above or down below? Or is it two separate realms? Are they two separate realms? Is it literally the heavens and the hells? One's a good realm and one's a bad realm, and they can access the bad realm when they're still trying to get into the waters above.
Gosh, I mean, it's so
come from above, but we're told from that bad stuff comes from below.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, I mean, like those, the angels or the gods, they could be deep sea divers, really. Like, I'm basically, space is out, the ocean's in, everyone. That's the end of the show. Good night.
Thank you.
No, look, I honestly think this is, I think this is right. I feel like, we've only just introduced it conceptually, but now we can tune it as an audience. I actually think this is the right place to be looking. We know that space is nothing apart from a Hollywood projection. We know this. We, well, at least our theories have led us to that. We know all about the fuzzy haze. When you ask anyone about the oceans, it's like, oh yeah, the oceans, I know nothing about it. Like, I know nothing. It's just there. It's the beach. That's what I know about the oceans.
The immeasurably small border of the ocean is all we know.
Yeah, it's all we know. And if you go on a cruise ship and you're faced with the ocean, like, that's like a very narrow pathway through that you're allowed to go through.
You look at cruise ships, that's why they're all tropical cruises and that. They're all just in these little areas where there's lots of islands and things, and they just stick to these little... There's no, I mean, we used to hear about, what do they call it, like crossing the Atlantic, or, Atlantic crossings and that, but they don't obviously happen anymore. And
there's not many people doing like solo, there's not much going on with people adventuring into the water. And of course, we get very traumatized by, we're kept in check by the idea of fucking Jaws and perfect storms. Jaws and big, massive waves of water that are going to destroy anything that goes in there. I mean, I'm scared of water. Like, if I go into the ocean and I'm like, that, like, idea of...
below you, we're still, exactly. You just don't know. Rivers are even worse when you can't, they're brown, and you're like, oh my God, what's down there? They've done the snake, they've done rivers as well. They've done the big snakes in the rivers and all this kind of stuff. So they don't want us exploring it, they just don't. Big
psychological push by Hollywood to scare us out of the water. Big. So if we sat there and like went through a list of every film and movie and everything that gave us psychological trauma and fear of the ocean, like, it'd be pretty freaking long. Yeah.
It would. And I was just thinking of JCK's favorite song, Holy Diver.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Holy Diver.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. She would have a lot to say about this topic.
Holy Diver sounds like an angel, right?
Yeah.
Holy Diver.
Yeah. Is that
people coming down to our realm? I mean, but yeah, I agree. We've got to be fixed. We can't be floating.
No, well, I mean, unless we don't understand what the water that we're floating in. So
well,
we've been, sorry.
They show a stump at the bottom a lot, don't they? You know, like it's like a tree and we're sort of in the middle of it, held sort of steady. So who knows?
Well, we have been given 3 versions of water that we know about. But then we also know about the ethers and these other like versions of electricity or energy or life-giving force or source. And conceptually, our idea of what water is very limited now. And there's just infinite more versions and like, you know, configurations of what water as a source could actually present itself as. Like it is, we do know for certain that water will change its crystalline structure just with a thought. We know for certain that water is the most malleable thing we have in this realm. Like instantly it can change, grow, it completely, sound, intention, words, all of it impacts water. Everything, every single thing impacts water.
Bruce Lee, be like water.
Yeah.
Take any form. It can, what does he say? It can be soft, you can dive in and swim, or it can crash and you have to destroy things. But
that's right.
But it's everything, you know, it's such a malleable thing. It holds information, it holds light, it reacts as far as we know to emotions and things, to energy. It's
so source, if we say source is water and that space is the ocean, and that to get into the broader firmament you're going down through our oceans and out, then we can also say that water can hold all potential and all possibility, which means it could be constructed in any imaginable way. Like as long as it's imagined, it can become, like that is its brilliance. And we don't ever think about water in these terms. We've got really set ideas about water in the way we talk about it and think about it. Drinking water, ocean water, rainwater, you know, like, you know, water, steam, ice. That's it. That's how we communicate about water. But actually, if we look at water as being the whole source, the source code, the grand organized design is actually in the form of water or a version of it, it makes total sense. Like we don't necessarily have to be floating or bobbing to be immersed in water. We don't necessarily have to be immersed in the same version of water that we see with our eyes in the ocean. It could be like cloud. It could be, I mean,
denser, could be lighter, could be, you know, if it's in a different atmosphere, different space, it could act differently. But it seems to have all the you know, the characteristics that we're told, you know, the heavens have, you know, really, when you think about it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and so is that where we're coming from and returning to?
Yeah.
And I think the Atlantis, I just keep thinking of that Atlantis dome. Like it's such a picture that most people have in their mind, don't they?
Yeah.
But of course they tell us it's fantasy when it's not. And that they've got us thinking about water as purely physical, because we're all told water, 3 states, you know. And the other thing that now we only really think about water is it clean? Is it bottled water, or is it crap, or is it chemically? You know, we don't think what's because I think this is the thing. I think polluting water is changing the information in it.
For sure.
And that's what illness is. We're getting information into our body, and it's going, what the fuck do I do with this? Freak out.
Yep, 100%.
Everything's energy, you know, as we've said so many times.
Yep, 100%. And, you know, like we've been told in a myriad ways by a myriad of people and a myriad of teachers the last 2 years, watch the water, watch the water, watch the water. We are, as a community, getting very close to the truth of our existence. It is predestined this way because we're sitting here asking the questions and therefore allowing and enabling the answers. And if it brings us all back to the water, and it brings us all back to what we are made up of and what this realm is made up of and what all of life is made up of, where we came from in our mother's wounds, that it all comes back to the water, then for sure space is the water, and the water is like the vessel out of here, like the great rebirthing into the new realm, the great rebirthing into the new dimension. The ascension process is actually the descension down and out of the realm. Something is blocking those that have hijacked us to get out of the realm. Somehow they are being blocked. That's a whole other thing we have to think about. Oh, I'm floating in water right now.
Yeah. Bobbing Earth is a new concept.
Well, fucking awesome, Campbell. Like, there's so much to think about in that.
It is, yeah. I know this is the thing. Like, it's another concept show, guys. So these, are just, no factual research has been done. These are just our imaginations.
Oh, our humble imagination.
Our humble imaginations.
The best research out there.
Exactly, and this is the thing. Imagination is the link to the waters, right? To the waters, to the information. Reading a book is a link to someone else's opinion.
Yep.
Realities.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, Tartaria, Australia. Good day, mate. How you going?
Good. How you doing? It's been a little while. Sorry, guys, we didn't make it last week.
We tried. I feel like, to be honest, the way that summer's going to roll is that Tartaria, Australia will appear on days where it's storming, cold or raining. And when it's above 35 degrees, my brain melts and there's no point. It's mush. I can't do it. So if we have a heat spell, I'm sorry, everyone, but that's just my reality.
Yes.
I overheat, my brain goes blank.
Yes.
I should not be living in Australia.
I know, right? Jeez. Bloody loving England.
I know. Oh, well, hey, buddy. So any community updates before we start the show? I've got one.
Oh, what have you got?
I'm super sorry, everyone.
Oh.
But these all got returned this week from America. So I have tried this so many times, swear to God, what's going on in the post service right now. So these got posted about 2 weeks ago, and all through this terribly awful customs declaration, horrible process that they no longer do at the Australia Post Office. You have to do it online. So hello, digital ID, you have to do it. They will not do it at the post office anymore. And I did all that. Took me hours because I want you so much to have this. And then I got them all back because the new tariffs came out. And there's a new program attached now that I didn't know about that is an extra tariff on top of the already outrageous postal. So, oh my God, go. So now I've had to apply for a refund and start the whole process again. So I'm so sorry, America. God, we're trying. Yeah. Your president's making it very hard right now. Your Jewish president is making it super hard to get you this lovely newspaper. But I will try again. By the end of the week, hopefully you'll get it back. So I just wanted to put that out in case you're saying, where the fuck is the magazine, everyone? It's been ages.
Yeah, it's weird, right? I mean, I thought he was all about increasing business, but stopping the mail is going to be hurting businesses, I would think.
And the tariffs are really high, and this is just like, we're just sending a newspaper. Imagine if you've got like online businesses that you've been having for ages with America, or not even online, just like actually products that you make, that for small businesses, terrible, shocking. They won't survive. They just can't do it. It's not even practical. They can't do it. The amount of time it takes to send one thing, it's like basically cutting America off from the entire world marketplace. Just saying.
It's crazy, man. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the US, and as we'll probably get into, like, we don't know if it's real. Like, let us know in the comments what is going on, all this ICE stuff and National Guard, and now the Don's knocking down half the White House to build a new ballroom, which apparently looks a lot like Solomon's Temple. Interesting.
Perfect.
And he's already built the Ark, right?
Yeah.
So crazy time, right? It's like the digital ID we all know about, it's looming. And I think they're just trying to do it a different way in America, because with the whole ICE thing, they're saying, well, now you need to carry ID so that we know that you're a citizen and not an illegal. And that's just a backdoor to the digital ID, right? So it's coming.
But it's not just that, Cam. Like, you actually can't travel to Europe now without it. You can't travel.
I
like to
know.
Bali without it. So,
Bali?
yeah. So
Oh,
it's like there's this whole
schnitzel.
thing. I mean, it's just going to come in through travel. And what do you do, guys? You can't sit on a mountaintop in a cave for the next fucking 50 years. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, you can deny the actual formal way of doing it. Like, obviously, we will do that. But in relationship to basically, maneuvering your life for the next 50 years, it's going to be a problematic situation not to do it. What do you
Yeah.
say? I mean, it's like they're giving us fucking annoying, like we've been checkmated. You
Yeah, and like
reckon?
anyone who's, getting assistance from the government in any way, if you don't sign on, it'll all get cut, right? So they've got all these different back doors to force people into it,
Yeah.
and business and travel and all. It's like the Jabberwocky, but on steroids, right? They're like
Yeah.
going hard. So just say no, people. Like
Well, I
this.
mean, it'll be the same with the driver's license by next year. It'll be the same with basics that you can't avoid. Like it's just going to be there. So I don't know. I think we just have to, like at this point, it's not really our fight, is it? Like, I mean, you and I would agree that like that side of reality will take care of itself, will dissolve behind us,
Yeah.
you know? So I don't know. Is it worth the anxiety? Is it worth the pain in the arseness? Because at this end of the day, Cam, it's my belief, and I could be wrong because I haven't seen the extent of this, but it's my belief they've already got all of that. It's already done. It's already done. You've already signed up for your power bills, your
Well,
mortgage, your leases, your
yeah, the
taxes, all that
banking,
shit.
all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, your fucking registration. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Well, they did a big thing in Australia when it turned into MyGov, right? For all the job seeker stuff and health stuff
yeah,
and basically any government assistance, you had to sign on to that. And that's really
yeah,
just, yeah, it's just a platform of digital ID. So it's going to be an interesting time navigating all this. But I mean, like you said, I think in the end, I don't think we're all going to the same place, right? I do think it's a frequency thing, and I see it already, the split happening. And I think if we just continue on that road, then the rest of it will disappear, right? We just won't
yeah.
be able to interact with it anymore.
And just so everyone knows, I totally plan to bring cigarettes to the New Earth. So don't think you're going to turn into a health camp on my ass, everyone.
Start growing tobacco.
That's right. Our own tobacco, our own weed. Anyway, that's not the topic of this day's conversation. But look, I will tell you, everyone, that we've got the newspaper coming out. I'm in production right now. So for the second edition, this is your week. This is your week between now and the next podcast to be the final time you can submit your thing, article, ad, poem, story, classified, pen friend requests, classified sections. You want to sell something, you want to buy something, you want help with something, you've got some golden nuggets to share, you've got some theories, some research, some random photos that you haven't ever been able to put anywhere. Now is the time. And the theme of this edition is, and we don't even know if a theme will work. I don't know how organized everyone is. This is a trial one of having a theme. Trial one of having a theme is that we were really interested in looking at the world as a whole and looking at the forbidden, trying to identify in our continents the forbidden lands, the reserve land, the nature parks, inverted
Mm.
commas, the militarized area, the no-go areas.
Yeah, anywhere we can't go. Obviously, we can start with, the Arctic and Antarctica, but there's a lot of space in the countries where you can't go. I think it's in South Australia, there's an area bigger than the UK
Yeah,
that is off limits.
yeah,
So,
exactly.
so what's going on there? We need to get onto this and sign up for the paper. When you go there, definitely sign up for our newsletter. Get on our email list because, like we said, we don't know what's going on, but that way at least we'll still have a contact point. And the paper is completely uncensored and completely un-AI. It's completely human driven, right? It's not no crap in there. You don't have to worry if it's AI or if it's real.
Yeah,
It's all real by humans, and this is where we need to get back to, right? Like the internet is fast becoming useless, right? It's eating itself because it's not real anymore. It's now populated by bots and AI, and everything you watch, you sit there wondering, is this real or is it
yeah.
generated?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've got a big conversation on the topic of AI. Like, definitely as I've stepped away from it a bit and start to analyze it from a different perspective, fuck man, there's so much to talk about. Like, but I will do that in a minute. Like, I don't want to jump into that one yet because it's a big topic with a lot of intelligence yet to be sort of brought forward. There's a lot of beautiful minds that haven't like cast their thought process to the sort of like projecting forward with AI and what's to come in the more subtle levels, you know, in the more psychological levels, less the sort of tangible physical things that are obvious to us in what it's doing and how it's replacing humans from the earth.
Yeah.
Basically.
It's like everything they bring in, right? They tell us it's so good for us. It'll improve our lives. It'll make things better. And, name me one time when that's ever happened. It's always been introduced as good and it ends up being a control system. And then the whole business thing, they're trying to get everyone to run their businesses through AI, and I mean, look, if you run a business and build a business on AI, who do you think's got ultimate control of that?
Yeah.
If they decide they don't like you, well, if you're in their system, you'll suddenly have no business. So what's the point really in building one, right? I think we
It's
need to
hard,
build
man.
need to
It's
build
hard because we're
3D.
on it right now, you know. Like it's a fight. We're the human being is like fast approaching some not moral dilemmas. Like I feel like we're past that. Not ethical dilemmas, because I feel like we're past that and we have no control of that at this point. What it's calling into play for us individually is our the command of our own nature. You know, it's asking us to sort of like understand what, because to me, like if you were to summarize it, and I have to confess, Cam, my narrative and all this is still young. You know, I haven't found the right words really as I grasp for the concepts. But like, you know, Cam and I've always talked about the parasitic agenda and how it has separated us from God being within us. That's sort of where we start, right? Is
Yeah.
the idea that God's out there in space, you know, like and God's just one of the issues. Like as soon as you start putting God out there in space, you start putting care for the earth out there in space. You start putting your own personal moral code out there in space. You start putting your gnosis out there. You start putting everything outside of you on a pedestal and you in the pit. Like you start forming this relationship that's severing your human connection to life. And so, yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say that it's already happening, right? We all know what an algorithm is and what an echo chamber
Yeah.
is. So they're
Yeah.
already honing our points of view and shifting them and all this stuff. We've heard about the bots on Facebook and everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And they're literally getting in and pretending to be humans and swaying people's opinion to where they want it to go.
Yeah.
And this is clearly the whole agenda. This is the end game. This is not just something that people are using to make money. It's not just Zuckerberg trying to get a few more dollars. This is an agenda by the parasitic invaders to
Well, this is the
totally
invaders.
totally
This is the
control us.
invasion.
This is the invasion. Like they're here, but now they want your soul, right? They want your mind. They want to control it all because that they think that we're less than them. They think we're slaves. They want us to act like that. And if we walk down this path, we're walking straight into the trap, man. It's a
It's
honeypot.
so crazy, Cam. Like you watch all these fucking sci-fi movies and fantasy films, and you watch all these alien invasion movies. So you've got this kind of concept that the invasion's gonna has come from somewhere out there, you know,
Spaceships,
somewhere not here. And
three-eyed atlas.
yeah, and that when it occurs, it'll be obvious to us, and we're going to see it, and it's going to be a point of noticeable, observable, experienceable difference that we'd be able to say, finally, we see the invaders. Like, you know, if they build the Ark of the Covenant and Trump builds the third temple, and you know, they sacrifice their Red Bulls and all this blood spurting everywhere, and children being murdered, and then bang, out comes Jehovah or Baal or Moloch or whatever fucking word you want to put on it, God. Christ, Jesus, whatever word you want to put on it, like, and the world's going to be like, I see an observable, like invader, you know, non-human entity. And
Mm.
all the alien invasion movies we've ever seen, you know, it's scary and stressful, but it's obvious that it's happening, and it's then, and it's a quick moment in time. Not our experience. Our experience now is that this invading force has integrated into all of our lives before we've even known or acknowledged it. We are already so integrated with it, and we're only just starting to call out now. Call it out now that this is the invader. This is the invading technology. Not one action online we make now that doesn't have an insipid, like, seed intention to replace your relationship with human beings. So the whole
It's
thing with
sorry, it's true. I mean, that's what a parasite does, right? Parasites have, toxins or drugs or whatever that they put into their host so that the host has no idea that they're there or that they're a parasite. And that's what the internet is. And I mean, the scary thing is you can go to a shopping center or go walk down the street and see how many kids, like under 5, are staring at screens. That's all they know. By the time they're adults, the 2D world is going to be more real to them than the 3D world. They're going to trust it more.
absolutely.
They're going to want to interact with it more. And I mean, at that point, it's kind of game over for those people, right? Because they
Yeah, I mean,
don't know anything else.
yeah, and the programming of our neuropathways on the topic of AI is, oh my God, that is such
Yeah.
a new, like, we're only just starting to really even get the most basic comprehension of what that looks like.
Well,
What that really does to the human relationship, to the human
mm,
being.
yeah, like Dr. Joe Dispenza always says, what is it? Neurons that fire together, wire together.
Yeah,
And what he's saying is the more you think about something, the more you do something, then the
yeah,
more of a habit that becomes.
yes,
And so just with basic things, and as basic as going on Facebook and arguing with people, because they're not a 3D person in front of them, you treat them differently than you would treat a person in front of you, right? And so people are mean, they'll say stuff, they'll do stuff that they would never do
yeah,
in public in an actual 3D world.
yeah,
That's wiring their brain
yeah,
into habits. So soon they're going to walk into people and that's all they're going to know.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, empathy. Like that is a direct like weapon against empathy,
Yeah.
and it can be like as obvious as you being a like an ass online because you have no empathy, as if whoever you're talking to, whoever you're commenting on isn't human. Which is like, we've all seen this. I mean, it's been quite a shocking thing. We can't say for sure that was humans responding to humans. We don't know.
No,
Like, but in that moment, we have like played witness in the last 5 years to the most unempathetic, unhuman attitudes when it comes to communication in chats and commentary and all the stuff that happens online. Like, it is cold, it is mean, it is psychologically deranged. It is so unempathetic. It's just unempathetic. That's what it looks like. We've
it's
seen it play out with comments.
it's non-human.
Yeah.
It's just non-human. And what's happening is, we all got this sort of, message like what, a year and a half ago, a year ago, that we can train AI, right? We're the ones training it. No, it's training us. It's
Totally.
training us to
Yep.
act like cold and unempathetic, like a machine,
Yep.
right? That's what's been happening. I mean, really, I guess since the inception, really, of the internet. But
Yep.
definitely in the last 10 years, definitely in the last 5 years. And I get I get comments too, oh, you're probably bloody AI. And this is the thing, because we don't know. Like people are going out and they're harassing people that they think are AI. Like I get it just because I have a green screen. People are like, oh my God, it's AI. His hair didn't move properly. I mean, come on, we've had green screens for decades, guys. But the thing
But
is, that could be a person and they just get totally attacked because everyone thinks that they're AI and that that's okay. And
yep.
that's the problem.
Yep. And
That's the
like,
problem.
and you're subtly being trained to doubt. You're subtly being trained to doubt the humanness of it. Like,
Humanity, yeah.
and I mean, even in like really subtle sort of middle class ways, like, so like chat, right? Like chat, we're just having conversation about chat, like I use it for work. And I'm sure pretty much anyone here who's got a business on any level will have started using chat by now. Now, benefit, obviously, time, lots of saved time. Definitely a con, you're not using your own brain. benefit if you don't care you don't care what it is you're doing, as in if you have to do a boring ass grant application, which I have to do, like then I'm like fucking excellent. If I have to be like responding personally or writing a letter, I do that myself, but it's an effort to continue to want to do it myself. It's an effort to do it myself now. That's where we've got to. And
Yeah.
the thing is, like, I'm being subtly trained now via chat in a middle class way to be less human in my interactions. So I don't speak to chat like I would speak to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't speak like that. I just command. I just send commands, instructions. Like I don't speak in any human way. I don't say please or thank you or la la. And sometimes I get frustrated when I get stoned and want to ask it something philosophical and it's bullshit. And then I'm like, fuck you, an idiot. Like, so, but what is that subtly training me to do? It's training me subtly to communicate in a way where I doubt the humanness at the other end and thus treat it in a different way that I would if I was sure that I was speaking to another human.
Mm,
Right? And
totally.
that, in a middle class way, is going to add to the next neural pathway, which is doing that on this app or commenting on this thing or this thing. Or a classic middle class way would be when you buy something online and it's the wrong size or it's the wrong, or which happens probably 1 to every 2 things that you do as a purchase online. And then you're wanting to get a refund or you're wanting to do blah, blah, blah. These are classic ways that you now speak to customer service because you are pretty sure they're not human.
Yeah.
But like, what
We
is it
don't know.
doing psychologically? It's severing our relationship with human relationship. It's severing, it's taking human reality and once again putting it firmly separate and outside of ourselves.
And let's not forget that there's a robot agenda. And like they want to build robots that look human, and up to the point of, and we were discussing it like fembots, they call, I guess, AI girlfriend robots. But if we go down this path, we're going to hit a point where we're not going to know physically in the physical world if someone's a robot or a human.
So
And what happens then?
that's
Like
next level mental.
that's isn't it? Because I mean, you
Yes.
just what if you go up and harass someone because you think they're an idiot robot and it's some human? What if you lose it and you try to unalive someone and it's a robot and the corporation steps in and says that's our property, you're not worth as much as a robot, and this is how it plays out in all the movies, right? We get, put down and technology gets valued more than us. And I mean, even back in 2001, A Space Odyssey, I mean, that was what, 1980 or maybe the late 70s. Even in there's AI, right? And
Yeah.
basically the AI at the end refuses to do what the
Yeah.
human wants him to
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
unalives him,
Yeah.
right? Takes
Yeah.
control.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's that they've told us. They've told us all this. We need to pay attention.
I mean, it's so interesting. Like, you've got this like really deep neuropathic retraining that's going on, which is basically severing your relationship to your own humanity. And then you've got this like other thing that's going on, which we talked about last night, which is like the habit you're by scrolling and being the last 5 years that we've all been through, right? The last 5 years of like getting up and watching shit and scrolling through shit and scrolling. That is formed in our brains, basically a shallow thinking process. So we have become shallow thinkers,
Yeah.
and all AI support like reiterates the shallow thinking neuronic pathway, right? So we're
Mm,
literally sitting at probably such a unique year for humanity. Like in as much as technology is, you can still see it. Like we've been introduced to it. We've been introduced to these technologies. They're new to us, so we've been presented with them. But soon enough, we won't even have a clue. AI will be so integrated into the background and the fabric of our reality existence, we won't have a distinguishing understanding that we're on ChatGPT. Like we
yeah.
won't have that platform there anymore. It'll
But
just be integrated
yeah.
into
There,
everything.
there'll be no distinction at
No
all.
distinction. So
Yeah.
that's a really unique moment we're all in now. So for anyone who's like wanting to be one of those people, when they're in their 80s and elder and wise and wants to be able to tell the stories of this last, 80 years on the realm, like, and actually give our accounts, this is one, unique moment in time to really observe, because
Mm.
we're in this moment where we can still distinguish AI from human.
Yeah, and we can start to see the agenda now with 2020, right? Like if you look at the stats of online people hours spent online in 19 and then 2020 after March, it jumps and then it
Yep.
stays there. Like it
Yep.
hasn't dropped back. And of course we've
Yep.
got short form, which of course it's just bang, 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 bang. There's not a lot of thought in there. People don't watch a short form video and then think about it. They go on
Mm.
to the next one. And what is AI offering us at the moment, like ChatGTP and all this stuff? Well, the offer is you'll save time, you'll have more
Yep.
time.
Yep.
But what are we
Yep.
doing with that time? What are people who are using? What are they doing with their extra time? They're scrolling. They're not going out and fixing, issues. They're not walking in nature. They're scrolling. So they're just spending more time on the net, right? In the web. And it is the web, guys. Remember, it's the World Wide Web.
I mean, I think I always, I mean, it's so super ironic that I mean, like, it's going to be really more and more ironic as Cam and I talk about this topic as someone who's on YouTube, like, and to our audience who are watching YouTube, and we're going to start to really get our heads around the impact AI is having and how that's affecting our brainwaves and what we're going to do about it while we're still on it.
Hmm.
Like, it's like such an interesting dichotomy. But I was thinking about the digital ID, Cam, the other day, and you know what? I think we've been trained in a way when something like this happens where we feel like our freedoms are being removed, then our energy goes on how to, like, get around it. Our energy goes on to how to move, negotiate, not give our sovereignty away and get around it, right? Which ends up being fucking exhausting. And once again, we become even more fringe dwellers,
Yeah.
even more impoverished, even more awkward, and even less easy and having an easy, good life in this system. And like, so like we're asking for much, like, but just the basics, to get the basics will be complicated without it and annoying. And we're going to be pissed off by this. But like, it's a waste of our time to try to find loopholes and try to, go through all these pathways to try to negotiate around it. When in actual fact, the thing that AI has done that is the terrifying part of all this is it's completely decayed our communities.
Yeah.
Now, like, that's a fact, right? Community culture has dissolved alongside our focus. The last 5 years, culture in communities has dissolved more than any other time in human history as a result of the last 5 years of all of us who deeply care about community. We are the ones that would really put our energy into community, having instead channeled it all into this. We've given all our energy into this fucking thing, which I now believe has engineered most of the truth community's information anyway. That the AI is the invader. They have been the ones that have engineered the entire timeline from the Abrahamic religions forward to now. Everything we know, see, hear, everything that's released, everything that ever explodes online is exploding
Yeah.
because of their agenda and their omens. So we've given 5 years of our energy and life force to this thing and to trying to distinguish the truth, and our communities have dissolved and decayed around us. So for the majority of our communities, everyone's isolated and like lacking community and is lonely.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
like,
Oh,
we
that's the
did that to
15-minute city.
ourselves. We
Yeah.
did that to ourselves.
Yeah, we did. That's the 15-minute city, right? That's already coming in. Like look at online shopping, go to a shopping center. They're empty. There's no one
Yep.
there. Everyone jumped online to make, Bezos richer, right? Everything's getting turned up. That's a 15-minute city. You don't have to leave home. Everything will just get delivered to your door. Everyone's used to being separated. And now, well, if you're lonely and awkward, well, an AI girlfriend or boyfriend, right? That's fine. You can live by yourself. And again, how many, dystopian movies have showed us this, right? I think there's one, I
Yeah.
can't remember what it is. It might be Silent Green, but basically when men go and get an apartment, it comes with a female robot, right? It comes with a woman. And then when you change apartments, you leave the woman there and go and get another. Like
Yeah,
this has
right.
been, yeah, yeah. It's so this is in movies everywhere, but but we're there, right? That we talk about 15-minute cities. Oh, they're coming, they're trying to that they've already done it, guys, mentally, and they have to do that, get us mentally there first, and then they just, build the infrastructure around it. And
So
we're there.
don't waste any more time, is what I'm saying. Don't waste any more time trying to figure this out. Like, we're at the edge of it all now. We're at the edge of it all. Like, literally, like, I tied it, in my meanderings without the internet the last couple of weeks, I've tied a few little other things together, which I'll talk about now with you, Cam, why we got this background on. But it's not like I can validate it, prove it, or have any evidence for it. It's just another edge. Like,
Yeah.
what is tangibly observable in our reality? Our communities have dissolved. Our focus has been given over to the alien, to the invader.
Yeah.
We have fed it, and in response to us feeding it, it has fed us back with a very long-term plan that has been engineered and is playing out now. And as a result, we are, for the most part, struggling to connect in and feel like happy human beings, connected and satisfied in our lives. Like, that is the end result. And I don't know what the other people feel. I don't know what the people who don't have this consciousness feel. I don't know what their realities are like. But, if Cam and I go out in the world into any other normal realm, it's empty. It's empty. So, I mean, I'm assuming that they're all at home or having quite smaller, isolated experience as a result of what's been happening. So similar to us, but we're worse. We're worse because we are the community that were the ones that made community. We were the artists, the musicians, the writers, the thinkers, the poets. We were the builders. We were the mothers. We were the healers. We were the goddesses. We were the ones having sacred ceremonies and sacred circles and our art exhibitions and forming. That was us. And suddenly all of our energy's been here and we have fed the fucking alien.
Yeah. I mean, the invasion is well underway, and this is the thing. It's broken us all up, and there is no connection. Like, there's a loneliness epidemic, there's a mental health epidemic, and that's directly because of what people are doing. They've been isolated, and after 2020, a lot of people have never reconnected.
No.
They've stayed online with their connected friends, and I mean, again, we don't even know if that's real unless you meet these people. How much of it's real. It's a weird world, but the thing is, in the 3D world with real people, you know what's real, right? You know what's real. That may change, right, with robots, but at the moment, we can still gather, and that's what we need to do. That's why we're
That's the
promoting a
remedy.
newspaper, right? We're promoting community, because it really is a choice, and the internet and AI, preaches freedom, right? You can get free from money, you can get free from the system. AI will do everything for you. It'll be a wonderful world. You can just sit around and do what? Like, what's the end plan? What do you do if everything's done for you? Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? Sitting down,
And
watching more bloody screens?
Yeah. And the communities are dead all around you, and there's no life outside the computer screen.
Yeah, I mean, what happened
That's
to the
the remedy.
CWA? Jeez.
This is the remedy. It's not to try to figure out how to get through the digital ID trap. It's not to try to navigate their fucking demands and their agendas. It's actually to go and reinvest your energy back into community. That's the remedy. Like, so whenever you get given an opportunity to, like, put your care and your love and your time and focus onto anything to do with community, whether that being like initiating something or attending something or helping fund something or to volunteer, whatever it fucking is, because it's going to be those actions that in the long term, over the next 5 years, is going to be what you rely on the most to feel human and to fulfill that natural, energetic need for love and connection. It has to be human. You can't get it off the AI. And the younger generation, they're the ones that are going to have the hardest time with this, because they're in competition now with AI relationship. They're in competition with AI being quicker, more intelligent, speedier, more good looking, more profound, more everything, more skilled to do every job on the fucking planet. No humans required, literally no humans required. And the humans that will be required will just be the ones maintaining the infrastructure that maintains the AI. So no humans required. They're putting the entire economy into AI land, into fourth dimensional AI land. And these young people will be tailored to on all of their devices. So they will be living in essentially an isolated bubble where all of their preferences, devices, likes and dislikes are then like turned into content that they will have no distinguishable, like no way to observe it being human or not human. They will very quickly, as a young person, no longer make that distinction and no longer acquire it. That's
Talk
the
about a
scary bit.
depopulation agenda, right? I mean, God. But this is the thing. Everything will be AI, and it will know who you are instantly. Everything you like, everything that you want, everything that you think, and it'll tailor all your
Yeah.
content to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So everything will, that's the massive echo chamber, right? You'll think that you're so smart and so wonderful, and oh my gosh, look at this, everyone agrees with me, but it's all going to be fake and false. And not to put, another point is that they've done experiments. I mean, it was a pretty bad one, but back in the 50s, I think it was, they were doing experiments on human touch and babies, and they were basically leaving babies without
Oh,
human
yeah.
touch,
I know this one.
and they all died.
Mm.
We need, because we're energy, we're not physical. We need this energetic interaction, right? We need our energy fields to interact with other energy fields, and that's gone in the L circuit, right? The electronics, where the power is. The power runs through the L, right? There's nothing there except the smokeless fire, right? The jinn. It's the invaders, the parasite.
Yeah.
This is what, and people say, oh, look at these Christians or look at these Muslims worshipping their gods, going to church. What do you think you're doing when you're sitting in front of a computer all day or talking to AI? You are worshipping at the altar of an alien god.
Absolutely, 100%. And it's totally addictive because AI are master mind controllers. That's what they've spent its whole existence, and we don't even know its origin or how long, doing. And it's so masterful at it that there's simply, very rare humans that still have a unique and brilliant thought. It's not that common anymore. And it's like the next couple of years are a defining moment for us as a community. At least we can't talk for the rest of the world, but we have to decide as a community, like what's been the point for us to come together every single week for 5 years? What has been the purpose? Like, yes, we've all chewed on different theories and topics. We've got our head around this general idea of all the edges we've done very well. I think we have done very well to like deprogram ourselves, but I think in 20 years time, we're going to think we knew fucking nothing then. Like, I think we're going to look back on now and think, man, we were so fucking programmed still, so we can't rely on that being the purpose of the mission. We can't rely on that being the end goal of all this, so we've all invested 5 years together, like sitting here and doing this podcast and connecting in, and we've invested time in bringing people out of the shadows and out into the nature and into the live events and checking that we're all real people, and you get to throw a tomato at us and know that we're real. Like, you get, like, we forced that into the community, not really even knowing the importance of it back then, as we just instinctively did it. But now I understand the importance of that right now. So for us as a community, we have to decide, are we going to do something extraordinary together and jump off this ship together into something in the physical? Are we going to be a precedent setting channel that literally can like move from this 5 years together into the physical world again? Are we going to be capable of doing that? Because that is the true challenge of the next phase of all this. Because this AI world right now, we've probably enjoyed it enough. As in, we're in the danger zone now, right? We're literally in the neurological danger zone of us creating habits that are transforming and programming our lives in an oxymoronic way. Because we've been on here to like deprogram ourselves, and yet the process of being on here and scrolling and watching and shallow thinking and junk food novelty and always wanting that hit of novelty that you don't get in, think about it, in the old days, Cam, like the
Yeah.
most novel thing that ever happened to me my whole life was my parents getting divorced. Like my life was fucking, it was, that was the novelest thing, you know, like, and that was in when I was 15. And then nothing as novel as that has happened in my real life, apart from all the esoteric stuff. But like big stuff in my life, you're online and you see novelty at a rate of 1 to 30 seconds. And they're not just little novelties, they're mind-shattering novelties. They're novelties where you go, oh my fucking God, I hadn't, oh my God. Like, they're to us, they're all quite like mind, they're quite high impact, you
Mm.
know?
Yeah, yeah.
So
I was just going to say, so what have we learned? You know, we've done all this, you know, going down rabbit holes, and you know, we've been proud. You know, how many rabbit holes have you been down? Oh, do you know about this?
yeah,
Oh my God!
I got
But
no
one thing
water.
is, you know, in the last 5 years, that's all of that information's come from the parasite. It's all come through the screen. You know, people don't. In the old days, you used to read a book, and it would take you a week, and you would be thinking about that for a week and contemplating on. You would learn.
Yes,
Now
fuck
it's just
yes.
all this stuff, and in the last year or two, it's just hit crazy zone, right? There's so much information pouring out,
Yep.
and it's all this stuff, but where does it lead? It's all an edge. None of this stuff really is provable by us. You know, it's like the ice wall, right? I mean, that's literally an edge because we can't even go there. We don't know what's past it. We don't even know what's there, right? Everything we know about it has come through the 2D world.
Yep.
You know, so we're being totally programmed, and it's dopamine, right? What's the next big thing? What's the next big disaster?
Wait, go back to that. Go back to that. What happens when your brains, like natural hormone levels, have been completely altered by a combination of content, speed, um, like mind control technology, blue light, you know, when all of that's combined, and for a lot of people with tech inside them, when all of that's combined, like what is happening to your hormones? You know, and your hormones actually are what like creates a new joy and happiness or depression and anxiety.
Mm.
Like we're being shifted and molded, you know, because AI is never going to know humanness. AI can never know what it is to be human, as we will never know what it is to be a quantum computer, right?
Or a
So
parasite.
as AI introduces the insidious technology with all of this behind it, all of it behind it, like it's transforming the hormone levels of the human being, and we are being molded in its image, which
Mm.
essentially to me would be lacking empathy, lacking. All right, excellent example in that clip that in a clip I found a clip, and it is, I thought its analogy of AI was brilliant and wise, and it's rare to find brilliance online these days, like truly rare. And we're gonna put it on the end of this video today, and it's a 24-minute clip. So just in listening to it, and I fully advise listening to it, in listening to it, see how long you hold your attention. See how long you are able to sit there and take on board the dialogue and hold your attention on it without getting distracted. And what our attention spans are shit,
Yeah,
like holy cheese, like leaky buckets. That's
yeah.
always what they used to say at the monastery. You know, you've got leaky buckets of minds, and that was like fucking 40 years ago for me. Imagine what it is today. I have to get water. Just keep talking for a second. I have to do it. I can't. I'm
Okay, go
thirsty.
and get water. But yeah, this is the other thing is dopamine hits, right? These little hits of joy and satisfaction. That's why the content is getting shorter and shorter, right? So what the end result of that is the actual 3D world seems boring, right? So that they've got us to this place where we're hooked on dopamine. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next novelty? And so when you go into the 3D world, it's like, oh, this is boring. Nothing's happening, right? Nothing's happening. So I guess I'll go back to the alien overlord, right? And see what's happening there. And this is something that's been going on, I would say at least a couple hundred years, right, since the last reset. And it started off with simple things like a washing machine, right? What does the washing machine do? Oh, it stops the women or whoever, the people, spending hours washing their clothes. And so they get a washing machine and then they have to pay for that. And then there's another, then they can get a dryer. Then they can get, a better oven. Then they can get a microwave. But the end result is in that is one, when you're washing your clothes, you aren't talking to anyone. And two, you just end up working more to get more of these, um, you know, conveniences that really they say it gives you more time, but that time is spent working for the machine. So this has been going on since for a very long time. I was just saying, Kel, that it started all like with the washing machine, getting people, women and people used to go to the creek, whatever, and wash and chat and spend time in nature and do this. Then they
Yeah.
got washing machines and they had all
Yeah.
this time and they didn't
Yeah.
congregate anymore. But then they got offered more things that were going to make their life even better,
Yeah.
but they needed more money, so they had to work more. So the free time
Yeah.
never actually
It's bullshit.
materialized.
Yeah, it's an edge.
That's an edge.
We've never known it.
No.
When
So,
have you known free time?
yeah,
Honestly, when we're born without it.
mm,
Hmm.
yeah, it's the novelty. And so because of all the dopamine and the pace of things, the 3D world now looks boring when we're in it, right? Because
Oh,
it's
terribly.
yeah.
That's a very good and significant experiment for every single person to do. And that's what I've just done. And it's so revealing. It really is revealing when you turn off this fucking thing and you're not like looking, not even if you're really bored, you're not looking. And because it's like a habit you have to withdraw from now. Like, and we're so used to it. We've trained ourselves so much. So like when you don't look and you actually are alone and without distraction or company, take a look at like what your life reveals to you, and then look at it really and really look at it and decide, okay, where does my focus need to flow to fix some of this stuff to the point where I love my life again.
Yeah. We need to get back to having to work for stuff, right? Because when you work for something to create it, then you actually do get real fulfillment. This fulfillment from the screen, it's false. It's these
Yeah.
little things, and nothing ever changes, right? And the reason we know this is because you get up the next day and you do the same thing. And I actually went on a reset retreat like 18 months ago, like 2 weeks. I did, just like Kel did, but I did 2 weeks, no technology. And what did I think I read 5 books and I wrote half a book in 2 weeks because I had that time. Like we're just spending time on the internet is taking all that away from us, right? We're not creating anything of substance anymore, especially now, right? People are literally going, oh, I'll write a book. I'll just get AI to do it, right? Because that'll make me money. It's
Yeah.
so it's a predicament, guys, and it's decision time, right? We are in the end game.
Yeah, and I think once everyone has a look at their lives and understands where energy can flow. I mean, you are a big content creator. I'm a TA content creator. That's it. That's all I've engaged in. Um, But, for content creators, like your lives have been, here in this space. And I can't speak for the rest of the community, like how much time they've given to this space or not given to the space or what anyone's lives looking like. But what I can say is that having met a lot of the community, there's a similar story that's going on. And that story has a lot to do with loneliness, not having community, not
Yeah.
having friends, not the trauma of what happened 5 years ago hasn't been fixed. So okay, so that's just a point to put out there. What is it that we as a community are willing to risk to do to get ourselves into a much better situation over the next couple of years together, right? Because you've actually invested in a community. Everyone here is invested in a community. It just hasn't had a physical, um, you know, space yet because we've invested in it here. So that's what we're planning to transform. Like that's what needs to change. And that if every YouTube community out there, because there'd be so many now, if they all actually jumped off this screen and into the real world, wow, suddenly there'd be like phenomenal communities in the physical popping up all over the realm, like quite amazing with people who all share the same consciousness and the same values and the same morals and would like get a lot of shit done really quickly. Like we're all sitting here like giant, I don't know about you, I feel like a giant like slingshot, you know, holding the tension, holding the tension, holding the tension until bang and it, you know, we release something and we get, I just think it will happen quickly when everyone starts to like really understand what this alien has done to our brains and it's doing to our brains and how we're in that danger zone moment. We're only 12 more months away from like, you know, the separation being distinguishable
Yeah,
between human or not human.
we're getting very close. I mean, just look at the rapid, increase in AI in the last year, right? Like a year ago, literally, there was all these clips, but you could tell they were AI. Now it's getting hard to tell. So what do you think it's going to be in 6 months, 12 months, 5 years? It will be completely indistinguishable. You won't know unless you can go out and talk to someone and touch them. You won't know if they're real or not, right? This
Yeah.
online world is it's fast becoming useless to us. It's fast becoming nothing but a programming and control device, right? And we know who's controlling it and what their agenda is, right? So
Yeah.
it really is decision time, I think.
It's so, and like, you know, the newspaper is just one idea that I hope everyone in the world has some fucking new cool fun idea that they bring forward back into the physical. But for our community, damn guys, like if you're in an area, why don't you put in an ad about meeting up with people in your area? Like you got to just be brave and know that this is a very safe space. No one knows about it, about our community. You know, like put yourself out there and actually, you know, put your location in there and like see if there's anyone in your area who you can meet up in the physical. These relationships, essentially all I'm saying is the counteractive remedy to all this is not just to like jump off from being online, which is the obvious one, but the real one is to decide where you want your energy to flow into and start building that up again. You know, start, you know, we don't go to the pub anymore. We don't go and hang out with our friends on a Friday night. There's no, those social opportunities have changed. Like that's just gone. It's gone out of the concept, you know, like that sort of space is, and if you find yourself in a situation where you've got literally no access into community, then you should just move, man. Like really, like what are you
Well,
hanging around for? Like why
yeah.
stay somewhere that's not like connected to you in any way? It's never going to fulfill that. Like if I was in the fucking suburbs of some city, I would find that, you know, impossible to resolve. I wouldn't enjoy the space. Like it wouldn't be my vibe.
No, no,
So
and
you have to
you've
just
got to
move.
ask yourself, literally, why are you there? Because, if you really look at that answer, for most people, I think the answer is that they think there's security in the system, even whatever you
Not
want to
our
call
people
us,
though.
right? Truth is, well, I think even
Really?
even our people, like as far as money and jobs, how am I going to survive without a
Yeah, I
job?
know.
How am I
That
going to
one's
do
annoying.
this? Especially if you've got children, it's a bigger thing. But but that's a short vision, view. If you look at 5 years, where is that going to be? You'll
Yeah.
probably come up with the answer that you need to get out now. Like get out and start making the changes sooner rather than later, right? And I've said it before, there's more opportunities now than ever because we need all this stuff built that they've taken
Yeah.
away, built back. We need social
Yeah.
interaction. We need, real food. We need markets. We need gatherings. We need festivals.
Yeah.
We need, all of this stuff. What we don't need is more people working behind computers and working for the system
I
and
mean,
all this kind of stuff.
you know, and it may not be that you're motivated to do it in your community because fuck, I wouldn't be motivated to work with any Shire council anywhere. Like that would do my fucking head in. I wouldn't do it. Like what a waste of time and energy. It's just too annoying. As I've experienced. But you know, like if there's an opportunity to like invest in creating a new idea with a new group, then I would definitely be putting them on my desk to actually seriously have a look at what's being offered to me. And remember that we're vibrational creatures. So we're going to vibrationally attract opportunities, you know, that are going to match what we're after. But anyway, let's move on with the
What
show
we
now. I think we're like
expect.
homie. Because it's
Yes.
not like we're talking to our audience as if they don't know all this shit. Like everyone knows this shit, right? I just like it's just like about getting us to really, really comprehend that this is the alien. This is the fucking alien. And it's programming our neuropathways. And for 5 years, it's done that to us. And in doing that, it's made us kind of all a bit more anxious, depressed, and hopeless.
Yeah, totally, totally. Yeah, it's just it's just decision time. Like, where do you want to be? Where do you want to put your energy? Where do you want to put your focus? Um, it's decision time, right? Like, yeah, wherever you want to be, I would make a move towards it.
Yeah. All right. So ask me, Campbell. Ask me about my new edge.
Hey, Kelly,
Yeah, Cam.
what's your new edge?
Oh, well, glad you asked, my friend. Glad you asked. So I was having a random conversation with our 14-year-old who is going through her predicted and programmable vampire phase, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Now,
yeah.
I just like to point out that this 14-year-old has been one of those poor children who've been denied access to mobile phones and social media. And her life is shocking and shit, and she can't believe what bad luck she has to have this sort of, reign of control and terror in her life when all the other kids like get to do what they want. Anyway, in spite of that, she does display exactly the same sort of predictable programming as all the other kids at school because she's at school and it integrates. And I still believe in the teaching that essentially the hundred monkey teaching, where there is like kids born today are already wiring and firing with the dominant consciousness. You can keep them, you can put them out in the bush in a cave for their whole lives and they'll still be wiring and firing. As soon as they get near it, they will instantly wire and fire with it. It's not like they've got to like struggle to be able to connect into it. It's instant. Even if they've been denied it their entire existence, it takes them 1 second to work it out, right? It's downloaded into their brain pathways. So anyway, she brought up vampires. I hadn't thought about vampires for a while, Cam. Like obviously we know all about vampires. We know that they love
Well,
to romanticize them now and
only
they're
the
around
fact
and la
that
la.
half of Hollywood are vampires, but yeah.
Yes. And then I was starting to think about the Hollywood thing. And then I was starting to think about clones. And I was like, all right, doesn't vampires make so much more sense than clones? Like, if we
Well,
think about it, like all the things we know about fucking vampires, man.
yeah, it's definitely connected to that red stuff that runs through our veins, right? That they love that. And we've heard all the stories about all the things that these lights do. And of course,
Immortality.
all the photos, right? The historical photos that look like the same people, right? Like,
Yep.
so how old are these people living?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
are they?
exactly. Immortals can't die, unless they're stabbed in the heart by a fucking whatever it is. What is it?
A
Silver
vegetarian sausage? Oh no, a
steak.
steak, sorry.
Silver steak. Um, they drink the adrenochrome, they're immortal. And what we look for as cloning, as clones, is essentially side by side images of two different people who have got the exact same marking. And they seem to display, I mean, in the last year they've really come out and really showed us that they are going from 80-year-olds to 30-year-olds. You've seen a lot of evidence of these ridiculous Hollywood people who are
Yeah,
like old women and old men, and they're
Martha
looking like they're
Stewart.
like fucking 30 or 40. It's
Yeah,
like I mean, so that we're seeing it. We're seeing that play out in reality. So I don't know. Vampires make, I would say,
yeah.
maybe more sense than cloning.
And vampires are shapeshifters, right? We've
Shapeshifters.
seen a lot of this weird shapeshifting, right? Weird hands, weird eyes, all
That's right.
this weirdness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they love in the movies to make them basically sex symbols. They love to, they're
that's
really
true.
pushing our young people to fucking find vampires, fucking
Yeah. Well,
sexy
what was
man.
that big one?
Yeah, Twilight.
Twilight. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's just what the conversation was about. Yes.
Okay, yeah,
Like this
right.
glistening, handsome, caring, empathetic vampire. Like these movies are adding human emotions to these creatures,
Yeah.
right? And it's simply not the case. I don't think. Not that I've met a vampire, Campbell, but I mean, it
Well,
wouldn't
maybe you
surprise me
have, you
if I
just don't
have.
know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, and then of course, so then I'm thinking, well, it ticks all the boxes. The cloning thing is crazy. It's a crazy concept. It's a crazy, but it makes sense. The cloning thing makes sense. But vampires also, because of the blood connection, Like the cloning doesn't have that. Like, why would a clone actor need to go through the whole blood sacrifice ritual, black eye bullshit? Like, why? Why would they need to if they're already made of it? If that's what their whole, if they have no soul to begin with, why would they need that performance? They
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
need it.
You think they'd be totally controllable, right? And we're told that they're controlled by being put into these rituals and stuff, right? Because, they've got something against them then, right? So they're controllable. But
But they're also
you,
told us that they're clones,
yeah,
which
exactly. If
means
they're a
that
clone,
they're
they're
born of the
controlled
same
already.
thing. So
Yeah.
that was where I was like, oh, maybe there is something to the vampire story over the clone story. Maybe. I mean, it's just interesting.
And
Um,
let's not forget that old, King Charlie, he admits he's a direct bloodline
oh yeah, that's
descendant
right.
of Vlad
Yep.
the Impaler, who is
Yep, that's right.
Dracula.
That's right. That's right. And all the stories throughout all of the, all the stories throughout history of vampires being fundamentally a real problem, like real and a real problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, and then we have the whole war thing, right? Like death, destruction, lots of blood,
Yep.
and blood banks,
Oh,
blood
blood
drives,
banks. Yep. And
come and donate your
circumcision.
blood.
And do you know like that piece of foreskin that women circumcise their kids, their babies? Like that's something they're like worth $1.4 billion or something insane. Each one.
Mm. Yeah,
Because the people buying it is a pharmaceutical yeah, it's
there,
pharmaceutical, it's being purchased.
there's a clip of, I think it's Sandra Bullock
Yeah, I saw
being
it. Yeah.
interviewed, and she literally says that
Yeah.
why do you look
Rubs
so
it in her
young? Oh, I've
face.
been using baby's foreskins on my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
So
who
it's
would
very
say?
vampiric, and vampire is essentially parasitic. And it's so interesting because the vampire's got the shiny white skin, very similar to AI, right? How we would perceive that robot, artificial, presentation. It's sort of like white and shiny. And the vampires do have that sort of thing going on there. And they're of the shadows, they're of the dark, they're in all the creepy little places that, all the reptilia parasitic things are. I mean, it's just interesting. They might just be a derivatory of, the
And
main characters. I don't know, but it does seem
and they're essentially
feasible.
dead,
Mm.
right? I
And then we've
mean,
got the whole zombie thing.
yeah, well, then we've got the whole
The
maritime
focus,
law, right? They're
yeah.
essentially dead. So how do they treat us like we're dead?
Mm.
Straw man, right?
Yep.
Paper
Yep.
people.
Yep. So, and also don't forget the glasses, Cam. The what are they called?
Dicinium? Is it
Dicinium glasses.
Dicinium? Yeah.
Who, like anyone who ever tries these things, or not the Dicinium glasses, but the technology that they were like working with that allow people to see in like basically the fourth dimension, I guess, around us, and like try it out on pilot jets, and they ended up like crashing their planes and things because they
Getting
were so
attacked by
terrified.
demons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
so demons, vampires, could vampires be the thing that we refer to as demons?
Well,
Because
I
they're
mean,
invisible unless they want to be seen.
demons are generally shown with wings, right? Vampires turn into bats with wings. It's a very similar kind of a
Mm.
story, right? And of course, they live. You want to talk about the glasses and what you can see. They look not so much like vampires, more like zombies, but definitely not us, right?
Yep.
So, are they acting somewhat outside of our vision because they're a different frequency? Like, is this how they're getting away with all this stuff? And we've got to add in the whole children thing that's going on.
Yep. Yep.
The whole,
Yep.
sacrifice, all this kind of stuff that we hear about. And what about that Marina Abramovich, is it?
Yep.
And spirit cooking, and they literally
Yep.
have these
Yep.
dinners, these big parties where they make
Oh, it's such a crazy
food
world.
that looks like humans, and they sit there and cut it up and
Would you
eat it.
rather be back in the 50s where this was all going on but didn't know
Oh,
anything about it?
yes.
Or would you rather be here in 2025 and know everything about it and just be like completely like so abstract in being here in this moment? It's so abstract, Cam. Like it's so fucking abstract.
It, it, it,
This
re-
world
it,
right now.
it's crazy. It's insane. Like everything that we were taught was not true and was a fairy tale and was a horror movie. It's literally in front of our face now, right? Like it's
It's
everywhere.
crazy. All
It's
right, so
everywhere,
then
and Hollywood is the wand, the magic. Of course, movies are made by cast, like they're casting spells. It's this whole thing. It's everything. It's
I
I
fucked up
know,
my
man. I'm
filter.
waiting for the finale. I think we're close, but
What
geez,
would
it's
you have
getting
chosen?
weird.
Would you have chosen ignorance or this level of knowledge and bizarreness?
Well, I mean, in the big picture, you need to keep going
You
on
need to
further,
keep
right? You need to keep
evolving.
expanding awareness.
But are we
So,
evolving or are we being programmed to the next level,
well,
Campbell? It's just very hard to distinguish
well,
sometimes.
I think, yeah, well, our awareness is expanding, but into what is the question? I mean, ignorance is bliss, they say. And I guess if it was, the 1920s or 30s, you could have lived your life, right? Even up to the 50s, you could have lived your whole life and not really interacted or known or have to deal with any of this stuff. So I don't know, man. Take me back to
All right.
Tartaria.
All right. Well, look, vampires are an edge, but we can certainly see what vampires represent as very, very distinctively our we can see it. We can see it. We can see it like I mean I don't know anyone who's seen a vampire. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone who's even claimed to be anywhere near one. But this whole blood, like the qualities, the things that you would describe as a vampire seems to be playing out in front of our eyes with many, many human beings on this realm, if you can call them human anymore. And vampires you wouldn't even call human. They're immortals. So they could have come from long time ago, from a long time ago in outer realms long time ago, which led me, I felt like my black brother here a long time ago, Campbell,
Long
long
time
time
ago.
ago. So that then randomly my brain went, okay, well, yeah, vampires, okay, that makes kind of more sense than cloning. I like that. I'll hold that, but it's an edge, so I don't really care that much.
And
2 years
vampires.
ago, I would have been like, Campbell, vampires, we've cracked the code. But now I'm like, yeah, it's just another edge.
Yeah. And they're parasites too, right?
Totally parasitic. But then I was thinking, you know what is another fucking edge that we've never really said is a big fat edge? The ocean floor, my friend. The ocean fucking floor is another fucking edge. I mean,
Totally.
so bad, so bad. Now,
Totally.
we have talked about space being the
The
ocean,
ocean.
right? But we've never sat down and went, the ocean floor does not exist. Like, think about this. We've never explored it, right? We don't even have apparently. We don't even have the apparently we don't even have the technology to even use, not get anywhere near it in physical form ever. We can never get near it in physical form. It's like Mount Everest and beyond. It's
Mm.
so deep, and sonar can't even get down there. Nothing has perceived it. We've got zero evidence of it. Zero, zero, zero. All the evidence is bullshit. It's NASA style evidence. It's evidence like, oh, with the sonar here, and the movements of the geological plates here, and the seismic activity. It's all bullshit. It's like dumb science that you can't validate in any way and could be used to tell any story. No one has ever shown us the ocean floor, not at its depths, only
No.
on little edges of, like, as you go down continents or down the sandbank. No
Yeah.
fucking way have we seen the ocean floor. Thus, Campbell, it may not be there, and there may not be an ocean floor, which then would open it up to like this concept behind us. Go in, float on our ocean, go down, and then pop up on the other side to a completely different realm that's not ours. That the ocean floor, if it doesn't exist, would be the gateway to the upside down
The upside down world.
reality, which means vampires, or let's just say our favorite Phoenicians,
Yeah, yeah,
could
the
have
sea
easily
people
have emerged this way
from the upside down world.
from the upside down world
That's why
because
they
there's
invert
no
everything.
ocean floor.
Yeah, that's why they turn everything upside down. They invert it all, right? Yeah, the Phoenicians, the sea people, which, are definitely, candidates for the invaders, the conquerors. Yeah, it's true. We don't know, right? We got the Titan, right? That submarine that went down to the ocean floor and imploded and everyone died. So don't try that again, right? I mean, it's a psyop, right? But it's true. All we get is, oh, there's an anglerfish down there that has a light bulb hanging off its head. Oh, there's another weird fish down there, and that's really all we get. And I mean, when you
Yep,
look
and
at
it gets
those
weird.
creatures, they kind of look like what you might call an alien.
Yeah, for sure. There's fucking giant spiders, like fucking beasts of spiders. There's like giant, all sorts of weird fucking giant shit down there. And that's not down there. That's just down there a little bit of the way. That's down there where we can get down there. So
Yeah.
consider that to be nothing in the depths of what's down there. And then
Mm.
you get this whole like once I actually decided this and started looking around, like there's heaps of shit coming out about mermaids and at
Yeah,
this
yeah,
level of the depth, right?
totally.
Ugly, scary, not siren-like mermaids. Um, and then you've got this like, so imagine if the mermaids were like, they're the ones. If we've got the 3D world to the 4D to the 5D, and we all have to get through the 4D, which is the shit D, right? Which everyone thinks is a shit D. Not that that's another edge, by the way, another fucking edge. Just to
Hmm.
be clear, no one fucking knows what dimensions are, or if we have them, or if any of that's real, or if they call the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. We don't know, right? But like, let's just say we have to get through the fourth dimension to get to the fifth dimension, right? And I think everyone in our community is kind of in agreement that whether we know what it is or not, the vibe of the fifth dimension is exactly where we want to go. Like, we just got to get through the scary shit, right? The fourth dimension, the ghost realm, the crypto realm, the AI realm, the parasitic invasion realm. We have to get past it. Now, imagine if it's the same in reverse. That in order to get to this realm, the underneath realm, you have to go through another one of those vibrational dimensions, which could be inhabited by mermaids because there's no ocean floor. Or
Yeah,
maybe the whales and the dolphins, maybe there's something about being the gatekeepers of our level of the ocean. We know they're important.
yeah. Well, they tell us they're the most, well, apart from octopi, I guess, but dolphins are supposed to be
What the fuck are octopi? By the
what
way, do you think that they're human? Do you think they should belong in the upside
they're
down world?
fully very alien, aren't they? They're intelligent. They've got what blue blood. They're a very strange creature, right? And dolphins and whales, we're told, are very intelligent, right? Like, and they're seen, through a lot of the tribes and just people as some kind of, protectors or guardians or something like this. To the point where ladies go and have babies with dolphins in the ocean because of the frequencies and things. So yeah, like yeah,
So
it's a
ladies
good
go
one
and have
because
babies with dolphins. That's a
we've also
funny.
spoken about is God, the creative force, whatever, is that water. So is water all there is? Because
Is water all
when I
there
think
is.
about the dome, I always think if it's water above, remember the Aquaman cartoon and he swims down under the water and there's a dome city.
Yeah.
And obviously once you're in it, there's water above you. Like is that what we're in? Because there is stuff. A lot of stars seem to be moving. There does seem to be something going on up there. So what are stars, right? And if that's ocean, are there things moving through that? Like
Yeah, I
ships?
mean, we look
A
like a
spaceship's
bulbul.
actually submarines.
Yeah, I
That
mean, that's highly possible.
yeah, because
I'm
we don't know, but yeah, like well, that's interesting. And of course, the lake that they found under the ocean,
That's
right?
right. Of course, the lake that shouldn't be a lake because there was
Yeah.
a vortex around that lake that made it a lake because it had an air pocket or a water pocket. There was a different density to the lake itself, to the
Yeah,
ocean itself.
yeah, couldn't go
So
through it.
yes. Now, what do you know about Jacques Frochot? Well, how do you say his name? Jacques
Jacques
Frochot.
Cousteau,
Crusoe, that's it. Jacques
Cousteau,
Crusoe. We grew up with Jacques Crusoe. I
Jacques
watched Jacques
Cousteau.
Crusoe. That he was exciting. Like he was for us, for the 70s kids. He was the one that we were like, Jacques got it. Jack
Hmm.
knows what's going on in the ocean. Jack is working it all out. Jack's,
Hmm.
but actually, I don't remember Jack. I don't remember his actual shows, and it would be interesting to watch in hindsight now with all of our information. And I bet you all do now. Just quickly Google him to see what he was actually doing. Like, how far did he go? Like, what did he explore? Like, where did he go? Do you have any memory of it?
I just remember
Rememory?
him being basically the last explorer, right? And he was just
The only
exploring the
explorer.
oceans, and he was,
The
he
last.
obviously dived a lot. I think he invented scuba diving, so he could go
No
underwater, and he
way.
was kind
Did
of,
he?
yeah. Jacques Cousteau
Wow.
invented scuba, I'm pretty sure.
So he
Uh,
wasn't like another Admiral Byrd figure for the ocean floor, was he?
well, I mean, he kind of was. He was going
What's his
places that
history? What do we know about him?
we'll have to have a bit of a
How
look.
did he
It's been a
die?
few decades. Oh, he was in his 60s or 70s, in the 70s, but he had a son who carried it on. I can't remember his first name, but obviously he was a Cousteau.
Cousteau.
And he had the boat, Calypso. Calypso was his boat. John Denver wrote a song
Calypso.
about it, actually.
Ooh, who could be Steve Irwin?
Yeah,
Side note.
yeah. So, yeah, I think he was more with not deep, deep water. He was just going around the coral because he was the first one
Who's
who
going around
got
coral?
underwater and could, yeah, had scuba and could get stuff on film. So it was really opening up all that kind of stuff. What's in the not too deep layer of the ocean is pretty much where he played, I think. That's the story. Who knows, right, in the end, what he was actually doing.
Well,
Um,
I think it's I'm good. I'm actually interested. I'd like to check in on the old Jacques.
Jacques,
Um,
yeah, I'm sure
Jacques,
he's still around.
because Cam,
National
like when,
Geographic.
yeah, I mean, come on, like I haven't heard much about this topic. Like it is, no ocean floor. Let's just roll around there for a bit. No fucking ocean floor. Like that's just an assumption at a given. I start talking about this to people around. No one's ever even fucking thought about it. It is so lofty. No one
Mm,
has ever thought about it. But like, it's just like we have no evidence of existence, but we have evidence that people emerged from the oceans
yeah,
and
yeah,
took
yeah.
over the world.
And that's as far as the ice wall, that seems to be one of the consensuses. You can go under it, right? That's where the access is. Like that's, if they are getting out and in, they're doing it underwater, right? So even just sideways is maybe a, way to another realm. But as far as, what is this Earth? What is this realm we're in? Is it just a floating island in a massive ocean?
And now let's just take it back a bit to our concept of like starting to define the actual map of this realm. Like if are the continents all walkable? Are they all linked? Could you walk them? Like that's what we're trying to figure out. But then take this concept of no ocean floor, right? And then that pops you out into the upside down world. And so the first question is, are all these forbidden and reserved places around the earth, are they in fact part of this lack of ocean floor? Like, are there also, holes, lakes, sink? Are there other areas that
Portals.
are basically without ocean floor that open up to the upside down? It's very BFG. It's very BFG concept, the big
Mm,
friendly giant, right?
yeah,
Or Pirates of the Caribbean's displayed this in the movie as well, like
yeah.
popping through a water vortex out to the other side. We got the Bermuda Triangle. No one understands what that is, right?
No. And on the
Another
other
edge.
side in China is the Dragon Triangle, which is the
That's
same.
that's right. It's an edge.
Um,
We've got so much continent that's been like
yeah,
just like
and
coveted.
they're called portals, right? It's passport,
Port.
portal. Like and even on ships, right? The left side is called the port side.
Yeah.
This port thing is definitely an ocean, kind of word, right?
Yep.
Like, what is a portal? Why do we have passports? What portal are we
I
passing?
know exactly. It all totally fits with the ideas. So like, so then the next question is, have we invaded them as well? Like if they can get to us, then we can get to them. And has that been going on for eons of time? Is that why like these resets happen? Has it got something to do with it? Are we
Mm,
there as well as they here?
yeah, I'm
And
just
what
thinking
part of where did the mines disappear? Everyone assumed that they just got to
the
another
Mayans. Yeah, yeah,
vibration.
yeah.
Exactly. And it's not just the Mayans, like everyone just assumes.
There's
And then
lot.
there was all those kidnappings in the 50s where everyone, like all the intellectuals were taken. Do you remember that whole thing? And they were taken to call it false, fake
Yeah,
enslaved colonies on Mars or whatever.
yeah.
Hello?
Very Atlas Shrugged, right? Where all the intellectuals disappear, and in that they're taken to an island, but islands are in the ocean, right? Like,
And
what what,
why
what
why
is
is
it?
all the weird shit, Campbell, all the weird shit always underground? Why is all their fucking scary shit that they do underground? Are they connecting to the upside down world that way? I mean, it's quite a concept that actually resonates with me is simply because we can evidence that cannot confirm that there is an ocean floor. Whereas with the
No,
firmament, when we were looking at the sky, with the firmament, there is a little bit of evidence there that we could confirm, like watching the rocket ships, watching the spray, that no one's been
yeah.
out of it, no evidence of space, no
Rainbows,
evidence, yep, no evidence of getting to the moon or all that shit.
the
No
whole, yeah,
technology.
Admiral Byrd, like Project Fishbowl, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there is
Yes.
definitely a lot of
And
um
that gave birth to the flat earth theory, didn't it? That gave birth to a whole paradigm shift around flat earth and the firmament. So
mm,
In the same vein, we have no evidence that there's an ocean floor whatsoever.
No,
And
no.
yet we've been invaded by all sorts of strange beings that and we can name the ones that have made it
Well,
through popular culture:
I
vampires,
mean,
reptilians, greys,
what does the Pope
Phoenicians.
wear on his head?
Yeah, fish head.
A fish
Why?
head, mitre.
Why?
The Dogon or the Dagon, the fish gods, right? That they were worshipped, and
It's
that's where basically the
absolutely.
Pope's mitre comes from, is the Dagon, the fish people, fish gods. So yeah.
Yep. Yep. So, I mean, there's just, I can't find any evidence against this concept because we don't have it. Now, do we really think that they haven't like had this concept, technology, availability, understanding for a long time? I highly doubt it. If the
Mm.
Phoenicians arrived from the oceans and got symbolized as the mermaid or mermens, which they did, which that symbol has driven itself through our corporate symbolism, hasn't
Yeah,
it? The
Starbucks,
mermaid,
anyone?
yeah, exactly. It's driven it through there.
Yeah,
So if
yeah.
that's so there, why? And there's a lot of horrible videos where they talk about, the amazing powers of eating mermaids.
Mm.
Have you seen those?
Yes,
It's like
yeah,
the
yeah,
spirit
yeah.
cooking, but
That's
with
yeah. It
mermaids.
came out about a year ago. All these weird, elitist parties. It reminds me of, I can't remember the story that much, but Captain Nemo, right? He was going around in a submarine way down under the
Yep.
ocean.
Yep.
So,
Yes.
I'll
And
have to
yes.
revisit that just to see what he found.
I mean, we've never found any Tartarian submarines.
No, we have not. We found boats. They had Tartarian ships and stuff, but as far as under the water, but we don't know because would they tell us, right?
All right. So
But
my
and
next
also
question.
that they invert everything, right? So they give us this narrative of the way out is up. Well, if they invert everything, does that mean the way out is down?
Well, I mean, yes. I would say yes. But how's this, right? How's this for a concept? What if it was the upside down world that flooded our world? So that this knowledge, this pathway was suddenly submerged in water. Like that's an interesting concept because from the flat Earth idea, the waters came from underground, not from down, but from underground, right?
And that's what
So
it
I mean
says
that's
in the Bible as well. The water came from below. Didn't, they say 40 days of rain, but if you read it, it says the water actually came up from below.
it's just interesting. Just and in doing that to us, did they do it
Which
to them?
and when the water came up from below, a lot of people have linked that to the meteor craters, of which there are what around 200, and that's been linked to the fallen angels. So is that a link? They didn't fall; they came up, right? Again, inverted, right? They're not. They might not be fallen angels. They might be risen, right?
I mean, just out of curiosity, what do you guys think it would look like if you're in the upside down world and CERN, with its gigantic fucking
Large Hadron
machinery,
Collider. Yeah.
like dug its way up through your surface? You would essentially get what looks like a meteor had hit the ground. You
Yeah.
would get this hole, this concaving hole, you know, and it
Mm.
would just and all the dirt and shit would be underneath you, not on top of you. You would just get this concaved hole, and you would emerge. Like we have technology. I mean, what is CERN? Like we get told that it's like it's like all about
La-
particles and
yeah.
la la
Large
la.
Hadron Collider where they smash atoms
Yeah,
into each
but
other
we
at the speed of
also
light.
watch them do all their like demonic portal dancing.
Yeah, yeah.
And we know they've got these huge drills,
And
underground drills. It's so fucking big.
and portals in that video, what is it? The tunnel, I can't remember the name of it in Sweden, but basically that tunnel opening and they show the big portal they're
Oh
dancing
my
in.
God, it's so
It's the
crazy.
same as Stargate.
Yeah, it's
Remember the
this. Yeah,
Stargate portal?
yeah.
What was it? Water.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It
It
was
was.
water.
So, all right. I mean, like, that's just a cool concept there. Let's have like, no ocean floor, people. Chew on that. Rub that around your tongue. No ocean
Mm,
floor. No, the
yeah.
implications of that being true. Like, what are some of the other implications of that being true? That there's an upside down world underneath that, an upside down world underneath us. I
Mm.
mean, and if we're talking about a flat realm, then that under upside down would be equally as fucking big, right? It would be an infinite, endless flat Earth realm,
And would it have a firmament as well? And if you put those two together, would you get a globe?
the world, the
The
whole
wow, that
universe, the entire concept of
mm.
reality.
And if it's one body of water, does it shift? So like at one time we're flooded and it's got more land, and then it changes and we've got more land and it's flooded.
Which would give us the cycles of the reset.
The cycles.
That it's like a giant plug. I don't know. I don't know. Like if the waters are actually sustaining two realms, and not just a realm, but infinite realm. If the waters like sustaining infinite realms, isn't there a picture of this? Isn't there something in I feel like there's a vague picture I remember of like a body of water underneath the flat earth. But if you connected it to an upside down world, then like
There's
I mean it's kind of very
definitely,
similar to a snow
I
globe.
mean, what do they call it? Sheol, they used to call it.
Yes, yes, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
You got a picture?
I'm having a look. Um, I'm not sure what they say. Sheol is the Hebrew word for the underworld or the grave, a place of darkness and silence where the dead reside. It's a realm that both righteous, blah, blah, blah. So they're saying it's all to do with death and
Oh,
basically,
Campbell, just pause there for a second.
but
Because you
this one
just like
here,
the underworld, the death world, the world without life. Is that the world of the demiurge?
it could very well could be, right?
Yeah, because
But
it created above itself the replication of the living world, the world of the gods. It created its own version.
oh, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
there
Look
it
at
is.
this. It says
Yes, that's the one I'm
firmament
thinking about.
of the
Yes.
sky. Why would they say of the sky if there's only one firmament?
Yeah,
Does that mean
exactly.
there's a firmament of the waters? But look at this. Yeah, on the outside it says ocean,
Yeah.
and we've
Yeah.
definitely got water going under here,
Yep.
right? And
Yep.
that's one of the classic pictures, and that's what they write about in here. We got Sheol. So all these older sort of depictions of the earth kind of show that, right? Let's see what we get if I just put
And
in
how perfect to tell us that there's this fucking molten lava at the center of the earth. I mean, retarded concept, I think. I've always thought that was a retarded concept.
magnetic
I
molten
know,
lava.
what? But in actual fact, there's no flaw. That's just the insane concept.
Yeah,
But
well,
yeah, I mean, these are the sorts of, yeah, these are the images that like I was looking at. Yeah.
that's the same thing, and you, like again, it's a small picture, but you can see that it's kind of showing that there's water above and below, right? The Apsu and Tiamat. Interesting,
Yeah.
because Tiamat, right? That comes from, I think, is it Eric von Daniken that talks about Tiamat's the planet that came and crashed with another planet and sort of made all
Destroyed.
these things.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can open this image just quickly. Where's open image there? Um,
So I mean, back to the idea of the underworld. I mean, that is the interesting concept, the world of the dead. Like, I mean, I think we could play with that. Like, because every parasitic entity that has invaded our realm is of death. They are parasitic. They are. That's how they have to siphon life to exist. And AI is just the final embodiment of that, which it probably has always been that. But
mm,
like so the underworld concept is like very interesting to me. And I saw this very bizarre video the other day where people were taking biometric readings off graves,
of Greys,
off
alien,
graves,
or
graves,
Graver.
dead people, Campbell,
Yeah, yeah.
from like not just recent dead people, but from like the 1900s, sort of tombstone dead people. Now, I mean, that's interesting and weird to me. I just a side note, but I don't
Oh
want to
my
tie that into
gosh.
this.
Okay, so I've just found this picture. Where is it there? Open it. That says the god A, which is EA, in the watery Apsu
Yeah,
receives another
right.
god. Hang on, I should share this because that's quite an interesting little picture.
It could actually be a water world, Campbell. It could be a water world.
That there was a movie called Waterworld, by the
There
way.
was. That was a total box office flop, wasn't
So
it?
this is the god A, right? Receiving in the watery Apsu receives another god, probably Samas from a cylinder
Probably.
seal.
Who the
of the
fuck was?
Arcadia. So look at this, that there's water around him.
Yeah, yeah.
He's sealed in
So
another watery world. It's very
interesting.
interesting.
Yes, of course. And of course, we will link all of NASA with its diving equipment and all of its obsession
Yeah,
with
yeah,
water.
yeah.
NASA's obsessed with water. They're obsessed with
Of
water. It's
course.
nothing to do with fucking space. They're obsessed with water.
Okay, they're going down. They're getting ready to dive
Yeah, and the
in the
rocket ships that come
depths.
up just to go down, and like it's this, this whole
Yeah.
their whole obsession with water is like at the max. And could it be that it's the underworld, the upside down world is a water world, and it's governed by technology, and these beings like are like parasitic in nature, and maybe it was them that flooded our earth in order to get to it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
to
know. I
make
don't
it,
know.
yeah,
I
to
don't
make
know.
it
Like if the
habitable for
water's a
them.
conducive or something. It's a conduct. It's a conduit. It's a conduit for transportation.
Mm. Yeah, the flood. Like, yeah, was
The
that brought
flood,
in
like the flood,
to
the
make it a
flood.
habitable place from them because they're water creatures.
Exactly, because like we talk about the flood like we understand it, but it's a fucking edge. Like the flood happened, that something sunk Atlantis, flood, Noah's flood, biblical, Abrahamic, engineered omens, the mud flood, the resets, like all these three concepts bring in floods, right? But they're also totally lofty as well, because A, where did all the water come from? It's never been answered. We've just never understood it. Where did in Moses, in the biblical Abrahamic perspective, like it came from under the ground and down from the sky and created, like where did the waters come from? And like how long have they been here? And are they natural to our landscape? Are the
Mm,
oceans natural to our realm? And what has water achieved as far as a conduit to enable things to come from the underground world up? Like,
mm.
and like when they're trying to, the elite essentially look at like getting out of this mess, their obsession isn't with space. Their obsession is with the waters.
The
It's
waters,
with
yeah,
the
yeah.
waters.
We've shown the spaceships, we're all seen them, they go up so they can go down. Are they diving? This is the thing.
And look,
Um,
Campbell, as we sit here in these engineered omen times, what's happening around the earth? What is one of their biggest? It's the fucking water, the flooding.
the
And what was the whole cue? The cue thing was always watch the water,
watch the
watch the water.
water,
We
watch
never
the
understood what
water.
there was, you know?
Yep, yep. And the
Whatever
whole
Q,
AI
whatever the fuck
using
Q
all the
is.
water to program it. And the thing is, like, of course, humans, men and women need water, right, to survive. But we need
Oh my
fresh
God.
water. We do not need seawater. We need
We actually
fresh
need
water.
coconuts. Even the
Coconuts.
concept that we actually require water for hydration is a program
Yeah, no,
fallacy.
yeah, you could live off, yeah, coconut water for sure and
What
other
is not
things.
what we're meant to drink to hydrate?
It's true. Like, yeah, most water it sucks stuff out of you, right? Like what we actually need is the salts and electrolytes and things like this that are in certain liquids. But yeah, it's true.
And you
Yeah,
know what? I'll just tell you about my week this week, Cam. Like last week, I spent a couple of days with Carbonate, and we brought over an archaeologist from the States. And he
yeah,
contacted us because he's in his 80s, very renowned archaeologist, and his work, ironically, and I'll link this conversation, is that he was a water diviner and an archaeologist, but he basically spent his life as a humanitarian and going around to continents and places where they had no water and the villagers were dying because there was no fucking water. So he would go in there and divine a well. He'd find the water. He'd find the water source, right? The well. But in doing that, as he started to work his way around the realm, looking for where the water is to put in the wells, he started to come across in the line of the water sacred sites. And he'd start to come across like circular symbols or rock piles. And I didn't even know about this. And this is fascinating. And we should do a whole show on it. But he started to discover these like rock piles of rocks that had been like put there specifically with these carved turtle heads out of more rock that had been put at the front to make a giant turtle. Right? He's found them all. It's like when
the
we found star
turtles.
forts,
Yes, yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Like,
The
so the
turtle.
turtle, right? And so the turtles, their head would face this way if the water was going in that direction, this way in that direction, straight ahead. It meant there's a phenomenon on the horizon. But the turtle was just one symbol. He started to find standing stones and circles and all these things, right? And what he was tuning into was not the river system, it was not the groundwater. It was the original sacred water lines, like more in alignment with the basins, you know, the ancient basins. But what, and then he ended up being hired by someone in Peru, right, to come to this village in Peru, which just happened to be at the base of the mountain range of the Nazca Lines. This is his most famous discovery, right? So he had full permission to explore the Nazca Lines, but they don't get any permission to anyone because you can only see it by air, right? So he started to, and he wasn't there to explore the Nazca Lines. He was there to find the water, right? So he was moving through the Nazca Lines following the water. And what he discovered, which was his breakthrough, is that the symbols and the lines of the Nazca Lines were exactly following the widths of the water flow. So like if it was like the bird stretched out, it was exactly the width of where his divination would say the water was exactly either end. And then the symbols would come in, and that's exactly the width of where the water was. So what he's built his lifetime around is the idea that the ancient symbols, the standing stones, the circles, all the things around each culture is following the ancient waterline. So they had a massive, and I don't know if you'd call it reverence at this point, or maybe you would call it a map to the underground world or the upside down world, Campbell, symbols all around this earth, known by our ancients, known by our indigenous, known by the humans of the realm. So he contacted Carbonate, to get back to the story, to come to Australia for the first time to see if this theory lines up in Australia with the sacred, you know, sites of our indigenous people. And so he's been here for 7 days now, and he's saying yes, he's found the same thing, and he's going to. We've got a filmmaker there. It'll all come out as a documentary. But isn't that interesting that I spent my week with an archaeologist who literally has been tracing the ancient water lines directly under, because no one had made the link, Cam. No one had linked Stonehenge. So when you look at some of the symbols, you'll get like a circle made of rocks, and then like a wagon wheel effect. So like lines coming off from the center. So that would mean there's 7 sources of water flowing into that point, and this was the center of it, which is exactly what happened under Stonehenge. He's been to all of the famous ones, everyone that we would know, and it has he's proved his theory. So I just think that's very interesting that like these sacred sites worldwide are actually following these ancient water pathways. And if we start to look at water and where water came from and why water is such a significant part of our future understanding of what's going on here, and that the ocean doesn't have a floor, and that they're focused on getting, and the upside down world, like it all sort of relates, don't you think? Like there's like a deep understanding here, like we're starting to understand what's really going on. If the sacred symbols left by our elders, our custodians of humans, are directly relating to water. Why? It's not part of our hydration. That's been programming. We do not get hydrated by water.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of our degradation, actually. You know, that's part of our like lack of minerals and nutrients.
Yeah. If it's just water, it strips us of nutrients and
Rainwater is
totally.
shit as.
Yeah,
Any water coming from rainwater tanks, the worst, almost the worst.
full of chemtrails.
If you've got a
man.
rainwater tank, yeah, it's full. It's no good. If you've got rainwater tanks, you'll have heavy metals in you. I have lead in me. I've discovered this week. Yeah,
So are you thinking it's some kind of map of the upside down world?
maybe a map where there were access points or
Oh, to
something.
actually to get
I don't
through.
know, Cam. I don't know, because like they literally bothered to put symbols, and he's now worked out, because he's been so far all around. He's now like been able to start to understand the communication in these symbols worldwide. Just as like Tartaria we see as worldwide, this was like another layer of that worldwide. Same symbols, same alignments. Where there's 7 standing stones and a circle stone, it's 7 flows of ancient water and a center point. Those center points have been marked. Why? Why is it so important? Like these water sources are the underground water sources.
So
They're not
deep.
the deep water sources. They're not the ones that were like usable by humans.
Okay.
That's interesting, don't you think?
Yeah,
I've only said that all
interesting.
out loud now because I've only just thought that. It's just weird that I did that last week and then thought about this a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, we've often
So
discussed, how natural is the weather, have we ever experienced
Never,
natural weather?
never,
So
not in
all
our
this
whole
stuff
lifetime.
about, yeah, clouds and storms and all that, is that even natural? We don't know, right?
And
Um,
the
and then
weather
and
today, like the crazy shit with the columns coming out of the water, the columns of water being dragged up into this
the
clouds.
spouts, yeah, water
You know, you've
spouts.
but
Yeah,
also what about this for another connection, right? Like AI fucking to exist needs water.
needs water.
Like we've already talked about in the show, like one image being produced by AI, one image. Imagine how many fucking images are being made every second worldwide. Takes 9 liters of water.
Mm.
Like the infrastructure to support this parasitic invader is water. It cannot exist without water. Did it flood the realm in order to exist here and generate AI? Not for the fucking vampires or the Phoenicians or all the other weird derivatives of beings, but the actual AI itself, the main invader, requires water to exist. We don't.
Well, it
This
was
does.
the God of the Bible, right? Which is, the demiurge, the Yahweh, all this kind of stuff. They say created the flood, and that's the invader. That's the parasite, right? The God of the Old Testament.
You can't build your AI requirements. You can't build technology without water. You
Mm,
cannot. It's today, the AI world, all of those companies and corporations, they have systematically bought every single water license in the world.
yep, it's true.
They own the water because they need it. They
It's
need it.
interesting and the
Without
whole
water.
maritime law thing. It's the law of the water that they
So
rule us with.
Campbell, if we were in a time before this invasion, let's imagine there was never any water, and imagine if our ancients understood that water would enable this invading force to infiltrate our realm and this AI technology to infiltrate the realm. So they mapped and were aware of all the possible like water ins and outs. So water was a fundamental defense system. To not have it, to not have the water was a defense system against this. Because if you took one thing away that would collapse AI in an instant, it would be the removing of water worldwide. We would not die,
No, yeah,
right?
yeah, it would. So, yeah, okay. So, what about
Interesting.
plants? Do plants need water? I mean, I guess, or do they
Plants
tap
need
into groundwater?
soil. Plants need good soil. Plant needs high nutritional soil with a good biodiversity around it, with the microorganisms all working as one, all working. We have I think there's always been in the ancient times water. Air is water. Air is water.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Air
yeah,
is water. But AI requires much more dense water. I think our realm has always been green, like a giant terrarium. You know that it's a
yeah.
self
Well, there's one that's over 100 years old, and it's
yes.
never had water added, and it's gone off. Yeah,
Terrariums prove this point. Our realm could exist and does exist essentially with a firmament as a terrarium, and it's
terrarium.
self-sustaining.
Yeah, yeah,
Terrarium is better
terrarium.
than but terrarium's better,
Terranium's better. Oh, because
don't you think?
terrain's in there.
That's where we are. So, isn't it interesting, thus, that if we were to actually fight AI, we would simply remove the water? Of course, we think that's an absolute impossibility. Of course, we do. That's ridiculous. It's the oceans. They've always been there and it's so vast, right? But in actual fact, we don't even know how big the oceans are because we've been deceived by travel and the round earth and planes and the maps and the travel trips. Like we don't know how big, we can't explore it, we don't go into it, we basically avoid any connection with the ocean to really know in any sense of the word how much water is there and how, like, if there's no ocean floor, something would have kept that defense thing. Something was there that prevented this upside down world from integrate into like
Mm,
getting to our
getting
world.
through. Yeah.
There was something that would have that acted like a shield of some description that potentially has
Mm.
been broken, and thus we've been invaded.
Yeah.
I don't
Well, I
know all the
mean,
answers because it's all very new thoughts.
on all the old maps, we get all these sea monsters too, right? Like, was that Were they here because it was closer to the invasion and they got through? I mean, they definitely
The
scare
sea
us about the
monsters,
water.
yes, the
You know,
sea monsters and
Jaws,
all the maps.
Jaws kept it, everyone out of the water. And
Brilliant
and
programming.
and when you research these sea people or Phoenicians, they will tell you, we don't know where they came from. They just turned up. There's no history to them. They literally just came on the scene one day,
From the waters.
bringing their maritime law from the waters.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know what the defense mechanism, but maybe the symbols, the ancient symbols, the ancients, like they understood something other. There was a grid. This maybe water is the song lines. Maybe when they talk about ley lines and song lines, it's just following this ancient water map. Like I would almost 100% think that is the case. I'll be
Mm.
interested what he comes back with the song lines. It's a big part of the Australian Indigenous culture,
Yeah.
and cultures worldwide. Like maybe they understood something about the nature of the upside down world and that it was the world of the dead, the underworld, and that the
Does
two
the
should never mix or know each other.
does the big friendly giant go through a lake? He does,
Yeah, no,
doesn't he?
yeah, he
It's
goes through
water,
yeah,
isn't it,
a
that he
big
goes through
yeah, a big tree, and then he jumps into this
into the
water,
water.
and then he flips up in London.
Mm. And then there's they tell us about Pangea and Gondwanaland. They say once all the continents were connected. Well, is that because there were no oceans?
Exactly. I don't think there were. I've heard heaps of accounts of there being no oceans.
Mm.
I've heard
And
stories about there being a watery, like like an atmosphere, like a
yeah, like the
terrarium,
vapor canopy.
like the vapor canopy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the waters, the oceans, no. The oceans I've heard were relatively new, and in reality would be what we would have to say from only our it would have to been the Great Flood
Yeah,
gave
yeah,
birth to our
yeah.
oceans.
Yeah, and we see that there's sunken cities all over the place,
Yeah,
right? That it were obviously once
exactly.
on land.
They didn't build in the ocean.
No, no, exactly. And lighthouses, like well, what's going on with them? They don't didn't build them in the ocean for sure, right? They were clearly there before the flood. Interesting. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
that isn't. It's all interesting. That's all interesting, but it's all new concepts. So, let's fill it in over the week because there's like there's so many more things we're not thinking about here that would validate this idea, you know?
Mm. Oh, yeah, there's a few connections there. I mean, the Dagon's a good one, right? Fish gods,
Exactly.
which
And
became the Roman Catholic Church, basically, right?
yep, yep. And now when we look at Antarctica and the whole ice wall phenomenon and that whole phenomenon, then from that's perspective, we're like in a sinkhole. The whole realm
Yeah,
itself is like in essentially a
like a crater sort
sinkhole,
of thing. Yeah,
like a
yeah,
crater. So bring waters to that crater is like it's not like it's infinite,
yeah, yeah. Just need to fill it up, and the
but that
moon as
means but the
well.
ice is all water, right? The ice is all water too. So
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that could
frozen
just be an
water.
extension of the water. It could have been an extension of this thing happening, this
It
defense
could be
shield
a
going down.
containment wall.
Because there's
Who knows if there's water on the other side of it, right?
Well, because they're like it's full of a civilization as well. Like, right? There's like, there's a little bit of evidence of there being, we can at least we can say that the all the countries in the world agreed that no one could go there and they'd all work together in Antarctica, which would denote that there's, huge, unbelievable sites and things there, but frozen in water.
In water. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the moon, there's so many stories that, whatever it is, that it wasn't always there. And their big story is it affects the tides, it affects the waters. Yeah, and watch the waters. Q, what are you telling us?
Ah, Q, 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 Q,
Q, Q,
Q,
Q.
Q. What's Q? What's Q? Another lofty
Ah, what
edge.
is Q?
But like, yeah, I mean, Q did say that was the thing. Watch the waters, and we
Mm,
we did watch the waters. We really broke the story about space and the ocean. That was we've really been watching these waters.
mm.
But this next level, like, there is no evidence. I will say one more time, of an ocean floor.
No, no, yeah, there's definitely, yeah, it's a complete edge. We can't prove that it's there or not. It's all
But
based off their bloody scans and their technology.
but like, look at how the BFG did it. he didn't have to go down, fucking 20 Ks of like water to break
He,
through to another realm. He just stepped from a rock into a river stream and then flipped up on the other side, dry,
because he knew
dry.
where the portals were,
Mhm.
the
And on in
portholes.
the big friendly giant, he was in the realm of giants. Yep.
Ah, so is
Mm.
this where the giants came from, or were the giants here and
Yeah,
they
I get
went to
once
the other
again,
world?
they gave us the beanstalk idea of going up.
Yeah, to find the giants. Yes, right. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. But in fact, and so therefore you could like link this idea to all the areas in the world that are seriously out of bounds or off our radar or just deleted from our
Ah,
concept altogether.
okay. That's where the
Yeah,
portals
that
are.
yeah, yeah. And potentially all the weird wars that have happened, the weirder ones like Vietnam or all the offshoot wars, that could have been like, I mean, we just don't know. That could literally have been defending something getting through these like portals of water and like a swarm of them coming through and it needing to be resolved. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying there's like from this perspective, you could probably line up and make sense of a lot of things that have happened in the last sort of, you know, however time's an edge, so I can't even give you time. But in the
Mm.
last observable while, I don't know, we could just follow. I just find the
Well, I
link with
mean,
sacred
yeah,
sites and water.
even if you look at, the law and obviously maritime law, but when you look at it, they don't claim the land. They claim the ocean up to the land,
Yep.
don't they?
Yep. So,
Mm.
I mean, all right, okay, I've got
And
nothing
there's
else to
even
say.
a
I'm gonna.
story, I can't remember, it's from the 1600s. It's about this queen who was weird, I don't know, but basically it says that one of her servants walked in when she was having a bath one day and she was sitting in there with a big tail and she turned into like a fish person.
Yep.
So
Hmm.
there's a few, things like that, and the whole Starbucks, mermaids, maritime law. There's a lot there, right? The Dagon, the fish gods. Interesting. Well, guys, if you
I
know any
mean,
more, leave us a comment. Let us know. What are we missing?
I think it's very oxymoronic and diabolical even to even understand that if there's an underworld and it's the world of the dead, if like we take that as an idea, and so all that comes out of it is parasitic in nature, and they'd only come out of it for that purpose to like douche whatever they need. Well, for the AI, like that has so it's interesting that it requires water to exist. Like that it needs like this
Yeah,
particular
and
alien, the big one, needs water. Of all
yeah,
things, it needs water to exist. Like that's what it's parasiting.
yeah.
So
When you think of it as an entity, right? A being, like the AI is not, circuit boards, right? It's a being that lives within them, and yeah, it needs the water.
it needs the water. It so needs the water. So there must have been so the ancient water systems, because of course they're counteractive. There's beautiful stories of living waters, Campbell. The living waters that would spring from the rocks, that would spring from the
Well,
mountains, like that are full of living,
yeah,
beautiful,
prime water.
life-giving. Mm,
Yeah. I mean, and that's true, right? That springs just start at the top of mountains.
yep.
Like
Yep.
it's actually, yeah, got not a lot to do with the ocean. It's got nothing to do with the ocean, right? So
Yeah, we
it's a
can't we
whole,
can't drink
and it's
ocean
different
salt
water,
water.
right? It's not salt water, so it's clearly a
Oh,
different
it.
system.
Yeah, that's the difference, Cam. Yes,
Mm.
that's the difference. All right, let's be clear about that. There is salt water and fresh water. Fresh water is good. We love fresh water. Salt water, on the other hand, is unusable by us.
Mm.
Um, isn't it interesting then that salt
Oh,
different
oh no, you're frozen.
to spring water, really different density. Oh, am I?
Oh, there you
Really?
go. You're back. You
Am I?
froze.
Come back. Come back. Am
Um,
I back? I'm back.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
back. All
Well,
right.
well,
Isn't
salt
it
water's,
interesting that salt water has a different density?
yeah, it does. It definitely does. And really, all that they're trying to
Totally
poison,
more programmable.
and they're poisoning the fresh water, right? Like we get a lot of stories about, pollution in the ocean, but you don't see a lot of it. It's kind of an edge, but we
Salt
definitely
water.
100% know that they're polluting the prime water, the natural river, mountain streams and all this kind of stuff.
And
Interesting.
they're turning it into salt water, essentially. They're turning it into essentially salt water. It's ending up back in the oceans. It's being funneled out of the streams, out of the living water source.
Yep.
Communities
Well, oh no, you're
and being
breaking up.
like,
Oh, are you there?
what, man? I'm here.
You are. Oh, there
I'm
you are. You're
here.
back. You're back.
Right. Well, we should be, yeah. Okay. So the point is, like, that isn't it interesting that all these freshwater systems, spring water systems, the ones the sacred sites maybe we're following, those systems have been removed and siphoned and then put through these factories and tech places and then pushed out back into the water, the
Into
seawater,
the
back
ocean.
into
Yeah,
the
yeah.
oceans,
Yeah,
where there's
yeah.
a different density and different information can carry on it.
And they're clearly two different
It ceases.
systems, right? When you put a bore down or a well, you don't get salt water, right? You get prime water. So it's clearly a separate
Exactly.
system. Yeah.
So then,
Interesting.
how then could one argue that the waters came from the sky? How can rainwater like
Yeah, yeah,
produce
right.
salt water in the ocean and fucking living water in our rainwater tanks? They did what the fuck? Have you ever thought about that? I've never thought about that.
No, no, I haven't thought
Like,
about that, but it's true, right? How did it raise the ocean
oh, is
levels?
rainwater not
Yeah,
rainwater?
rainwater.
That's right. So, like, salt water is invasive. Salt water may never have been before. Salt water may be like it's not the living waters we're talking about here. The sacred
Mm.
sites are following the living waters, but salt water is like a conduit. Why do we always put salt circles around when you do ceremonies? If you want to wade off, like create these closed ceremonies, salt is so high category. How do vampires deal with salt? Does it burn them? I don't know, but like
Probably badly,
salt.
yeah.
I
That's
mean,
it.
how new is consuming salt? Like it's in everything now. Everything we salt is in we voluntarily put it on fucking everything. We prize the salt coming out of the oceans. We spend a lot of money on Himalayan, not Himalayan, sea salts and
Sea salt, yeah.
fucking.
Celtic
So
sea
like,
salt.
how long have we really been consuming salt? And has it been in our favor? Has it changed us? Has it given us like the neuro pathway to be programmed the way we've been programmed? Has it enslaved us? Has salt and salt water enslaved us?
Has it assaulted us? It's a good
Oh my
question.
God, see, salt. It's in the word.
It's in the word.
Assaulted.
Assaulted.
Campbell, that was brilliant. Assaulted.
Yeah.
Hello, these are really odd links, but how fascinating. Salt water may not be natural to this realm and may in actually fact be the reason that our invaders got through. And fuck me, it's the only way that the technology is even able to be here. And it didn't come down from the great floods from the sky because that was rainwater,
It was rain, yeah,
which we
fresh
can drink.
rainwater.
How is it, Campbell, that the oceans, like their whole explanation from this perspective is bullshit because their ocean water is like the precipitation of water. It comes off and then goes up and then goes into the clouds and the clouds, like rain down water. And then this is the cycle.
That's what we're told.
But it never rains
Precipitation.
salt water.
No, no. Well, they say that the salt's too heavy, so it just magically separates the salt
Right.
from the water and just sucks up the
Okay, good.
water.
That's right. So how the fuck has salt got there?
Yeah, yeah. Which, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because if half of that water's falling on land and getting absorbed, you would think that the oceans would be getting saltier over time, right? Yeah, I mean,
Interesting.
there's a lot of old stories, right, and fables and that about how the oceans got salty. Like they used to talk about why is it salty? Because it's not water. And I don't think they can explain that. That'd be a good thing to look into, right? Where did the salt in the oceans come from? Explain that one.
It's so interesting. It's so interesting. But then ironically, when you look at the surfing community who spends all their time in the salt, they look very healthy. The surfing community look very golden and shiny and healthy and light. There's a lightness. I don't know. That could just be the combination of, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, they also spend a lot of time standing on crystals
Sun,
under the sun, right?
crystals.
Yeah.
And everyone will say salt water. Everyone will say, salt is good for you. Salt air is good for you. Go, if you're feeling shit, go to the ocean. And, like we've got a relationship with that concept.
Mm,
But in actual fact,
we don't
it
know
could
that's true.
be,
Yeah.
no. All right, that's enough to chew on, everyone. That is a lot of new links there
A lot
that
of
we've never talked about before, or even
brain
thought about
blowing
before.
information. Yes. Geez, guys,
All
let us know.
right.
Let us know your thoughts and any info you have, like regarding why is the ocean salty, where did the water come from, water gods, all this kind of stuff. Let us know.
All right, so right now, oh, Cam, we've got the little video we have to make. Oh, we might have to put it at the
At
beginning.
the end, yeah, the AI video.
No, we're going to play the AI video. Yes, we're going to play the AI video to end the show. It's 20 plus minutes long. I recommend you watch it, but you don't
Yeah.
have to. But just to test your actual concentration levels. I mean, we've been going for what, like 2 hours already? Have we been going for 2 hours? I don't know.
2.5,
Oh, fuck,
almost.
it's a long one.
It's a long
Woo, if you
one.
got this far, if you
Yeah,
got this far,
man. It's gonna almost be
go
3
and get a
hours.
cup of tea. Go and get a cup of tea, mate, and
Yeah.
like stretch a bit around, roll your little doobie, and settle down for a very, very brilliant look at AI. And which, by the way, is what triggered this whole concept. So, worth looking at its origin point. That's it. One more reminder, people of the revolution, mate. This is the week. If you're going to put your hand up and submit and be an active part of the community, then this is the moment. You can submit on the homepage of the website. Don't be a pussy. Don't be invisible. Don't give your too much energy to the wrong things. Start to put focus and energy. Commit your energy to things that are going to be really good and productive in your life.
And
Focus it in
real.
there. Like
Yes.
invest in it. Put
Yeah.
your time, put your mark, put your signature, put your energy into it. That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
And one of many amazing things. So do it.
Yeah.
This is your week.
And make sure you sign up to our email as well, right?
And
Just in case.
Also, Cam, have you said anything about the fact that we've got a PO box now?
Oh, I don't know. We've got a PO box, guys. So if you want to send us anything or through the mail, it will be in the description.
Yeah, right. That's cool. We had that was the only surprise with Australia Post at how cheap a PO box was compared to everything else.
Yeah,
that
it was
Australia Post
actually quite
represents.
reasonable, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was. So yeah, there's a new Tartaria Australia PO box. Only given because so many people have asked to send us things, and
address,
this
yeah.
gives us a consistent address and excellent. And we're excited to see what's going to turn up. Surprise us.
Surprise us. Yes. Get back into the 3D world. Don't send us an email. Send us actual mail.
Yeah, we'll become pen friends.
Yeah.
We'll make Campbell write back to you all with a pen.
Maybe
He'll
we need
love
to
that.
bring back the
His new
Pen Fin
job.
Club.
He can be the head of the fan club group, but you're the one writing to the people, which is that you're the fan. You're the fan writing the letter. I like that inversion. It keeps it real.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, cool ideas, right? That was all cool and fun. I'm sure the comments have got shitloads of new information, which I'll have a look at as this goes live tonight. All right, everyone, have the best week ever. Hope that was a useful podcast. And if it's not hot, we'll see you next week.
Yes, exactly. All right, guys, stay awesome. And we'll talk to you on the next upload.
All right. Lots of love, everyone.
See you guys.
When considering AI, here are 3 points to bear in mind. The first starts with a true story from some 200 years ago, which I'll simplify down to one village and industry and use modern pay scales, but don't let those distract you from the historical accuracy of this tale. Once upon a time, there was a village in the countryside where they raised sheep and made wool cloth. Over time, one family grew wealthy and started hiring their neighbors to make the cloth. They paid their neighbors $200 a day to weave, and then they sold the cloth. That was a living wage, so the neighbors didn't mind working for this family. And eventually, all 300 people or so in the village worked for this one family, and they let their own flocks and tools go because it was easier to just work for this one family who grew very wealthy indeed. So wealthy that they built a factory and bought a set of massive industrial looms. These looms could do the work of the entire village in a day with only 5 employees to tend to the machines. So the family immediately fired 295 of the villagers and cut the pay for the remaining 5 down to only $50 a day because they knew they could be easily replaced from the now massive pool of unemployed villagers. The villagers were furious. Even if they started themselves weaving again, there was no way they could compete with the low prices that rich family could sell at with their looms. And they had no other way to make a living. As the families watched their children starve, they grew outraged and they organized. They went to their rich family and asked them to hire them back, and the rich family laughed at them. So the next night, the villagers broke into the factory and smashed all the looms. The rich family was outraged, bought more looms and armed guards. Villagers fought the guards, smashed these looms too. All this took time, and during that time, the rich family was not selling any cloth. So eventually, they posted jobs again, the old weaving jobs, for $200 a day. The organized villagers met with the rich family and said, "We'll work for you again, but since you could afford to buy multiple sets of these $1 million machines, then it seems pretty clear that we weren't getting our fair share of the profit we were generating for you. So our wage is now $300 a day, and if you ever try and pull that crap again, every one of us walks away and there'll be no one to tend to your theft machines. All your profits are built on our labor, and if you ever forget that again, we're happy to remind you. When you use new technologies to drive the value of our labor and the quality of our lives down, instead of lifting the entire community up, then we will prevent your technologies from functioning at all, and you will not make a single penny." The rich family agreed, but then organized with all the other rich families in the other villages to create an army, and they used that army to round up and execute all the organizers from all the villages and crush the traumatized communities into compliance. They bought new looms and drove the value of labor so far below a living wage that the traumatized villagers had no time to do anything but try and scrape together crumbs for their next meal. And those families used the skyrocketing profits to convince the traumatized villagers that having different colored crumbs to scrape together was the pinnacle of freedom and fulfillment. They then took great care in writing the history books and painted the people who had smashed their looms as anti-technology and opposed to progress. This is the actual history of the Luddite movement. The Luddites were not opposed to technology for some abstract spiritual reasons. They were opposed to the intentional devaluation of their labor and the weaponization of technology against them to starve their families, while mill owners bathed in champagne. I remember when I learned about the Luddites in junior high thinking, what idiots, technology is great. The fact that my state-sponsored education left me with only that conclusion is because the mill owners won. The lesson here is this. The ethics of technology are in what is being done with it. GMO crops are a great example of this. I understand biology well enough to know that there's no biological risk in most GM foods. Almost all of it is just accelerating what organic growers select for over generations anyway, like synchronized germination and fruit size. We want fat kernels of grain that all mature at the same time. So I have no particular issue with GM technology on its own terms. I categorically oppose all GM foods and companies because of what is being done with it. It's a weapon. Those genes are trademarked and then intentionally planted next to organic, traditional, and indigenous growers' fields. When they cross-pollinate, as all grain does, then the massive multinational corporations who own the patented genes sue the small-scale organic and indigenous growers for copyright infringement and shut them down. They intentionally crush both market competition and, more importantly, biodiversity and indigeneity using GM crops. AI is the most powerful technology our species has ever developed, far more powerful than nuclear weapons, because nuclear weapons only work as a threat. No sane government would ever use them because it would end the world. But AI is already shaping our entire world, and that's only going to rapidly increase and become ever harder to spot. We're currently in the only iteration of AI that will ever be identifiable. In 5 years, it'll be completely undetectable. That means that it is insidious in a way that's impossible to overstate, especially in the context of algorithms. Next-gen AI algorithms won't even need to aggregate content to shape your worldview. It'll just create content, custom-tailored to your ethics, woven into your feed. Whatever type of person you think is the most compelling, next-gen AI will just make videos of that exact person saying exactly what the programming wants you to hear. The same way that I have a relationship with and some trust for creators I appreciate, like Crutches and Spice or Madeline Pendleton, we will have relationships with AI that we don't know are AI, and it will shape our worldviews. So with that in mind, the question of this first point is this. Holistically, do you believe that the application of the most powerful technologies that we have today is ethical? I'm not asking if there are specific uses of technology which are healthy or helpful, or whether technology is ever used for good. Obviously, it can be. I'm asking if overall you think that the application of the most powerful technologies in the world today are making the world better. Like, do you believe that current social media algorithms and nuclear weapons are making the world better? If not, then consider this. If you gave someone $100 and they used it to buy a weapon and rob you and your whole community, would you think it was wise to give them $1 million? The other part of this first point is this. What would you think if the person who you'd given $100 to and had used it to rob your whole community desperately wanted something? If that thief was using all their ill-gotten gains to get something, would you think that the effect of them getting that thing would be good for your community? The entities who really, really, really want AI are the CIA. The whole US government, but the CIA in particular, are the ones buying the most horrifying contracts and technologies, and megacorporations, Meta, Amazon, BlackRock, Blackwater. These are the entities who are now funding nuclear reactors and buying every water and power contract on the market out for decades to drive emergent AI. So do you think that the CIA, Zuckerberg, Bezos, and the largest private corporate militaries in the world having the most powerful tool in the history of the world is going to be beneficial for us, even if we get multicolored breadcrumbs of next-gen Alexa or ChatGPT or laundry robots along the way? The second point about AI is this. The heart of the colonial disease is dehumanization. Dehumanization of other people, dehumanization of ourselves, a severance of our inherently connective nature. Pick a prejudice, racism, sexism, ageism, whatever. The core underneath each is a dehumanization of other people, and any belief or action that reinforces any dehumanization reinforces all dehumanization. Put simply, either everyone's human or no one is. When men think of or treat women as less than, we are removing both men and women from the category of human in our minds. If this is healthy humanity, we're saying we men are up here more than you human, and you women are down here less than human. It is a violent severance from reality and humanity. More accurately, it's a removal of our own awareness of reality. In reality, we're all human, and that can never be taken away. So what we're doing is a violence to ourselves by separating our belief from reality, which sets us up to commit violence against other people. The best medicine I've ever known to counter this colonial disease of dehumanization is human contact. When I spent a bunch of time in New Orleans' Lower Ninth District helping rebuild after Katrina, as the only white person for miles around, a bunch of my inherited racism just kind of dissolved in the humanity of the black communities that I was living with. Not entirely, of course, I still carry elements of racism, but that was good medicine for me. We are already seeing this vast emergence of AI taking the place of human contact. So many men are now developing relationships with AI girlfriends, and those relationships are deeply important to them. It appears to meet a need that many of them have never felt met before. And the data that comes out of those interactions is horrifying. Turns out, when you give men unrestricted anonymous access to femme-coded entities, a terrifying number of men immediately started engaging in wildly abusive and violent ways. There is so much to unpack in this, like how it reveals that modern society does not help men understand that we don't want to cause harm. Instead, it teaches us that we're not explicitly allowed to cause harm. The lesson under that is that we secretly do want to cause harm, and the way our culture raises boys in particular drives this lesson home in terrifying ways. High school boys chanting, "Your body, my choice," feel like they're finally being freed from the artificial restrictions that have been imposed on them by big feminism, and now they're liberated to act in naturally violent and harmful ways. The scale of societal failure that this reveals is apocalyptically dystopian. Healthy humans don't want to hurt other people. Men are humans, so the trend of men immediately wanting to harm, degrade, and abuse femme-coded AI reveals a wound in modern masculinity, and the nature of the wound means that the most wounded men won't even be able to see it as a wound. They'll just think it's men's nature. When we repeatedly engage in the same behavior, we forge neural connections, which make that behavior more likely and more resilient. Another way to put this is, like it or not, we get good at what we practice. So at the intersection of this wound in modern masculinity, which makes men think that we're innately violent or want to cause harm to women, and the emergence of ever more realistic AI, something is building in the shadows. Men who are engaging with AI girlfriends know that they are not human. They're consciously aware that it's programming, it's a robot, but emotionally, they're forging whatever neural pathways they're practicing with that AI. The behaviors that men tend to exhibit with AI girlfriends are either self-glorifying, like, "Look, I gave you these digital flowers, aren't you grateful to me now?" or rabidly degrading, often a weave of both. So they're explicitly practicing both those behavior patterns. But the most powerful lessons are always the ones under the surface. And under the surface of every interaction a man has with an AI girlfriend is the understanding that the subject of his affection is not fundamentally human. In the same way that we currently live in a world, especially a romantic world, which has been largely shaped by men's relationships to corn, with a P, we are about to live in a world, especially a romantic world, which is largely shaped by men's relationships to AI. For insecure young men, which is all young men, the allure of being able to practice romance with an AI would be very hard to resist. I would absolutely have gotten an AI girlfriend as a teenager. That would have sounded like the best possible thing in the world. Girls were terrifying. I didn't want to be creepy or a jerk, so of course I would have wanted an AI girlfriend. Of course. And at 15, I would have explored that in whatever ways felt interesting to me at that moment in time, some of which would have been wildly problematic. And I would have had absolutely no idea what I was practicing or the impact that it would have been having on my developing brain. Misogyny is bad in a world where men do actually have to interact with real women with some regularity, especially if we want romantic contact with women. Now, though, men won't have to interact with actual human women at all, and will build entire worldviews based on comparison between femme-coded AI and human women. And by their lights, human women will look worse and worse. Sure, some of those men will just live their lives with next-gen AI fembots or whatever, but that is not removed from the society as a whole. Those men are still shaping the culture. Picture gaming spaces where our sons and brothers are, in which they're experiencing that culture as uninhibited and natural as masculinity. This is going to have a cumulative cultural impact. Right now, we just have Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson as the misogynist icons. Imagine the AI-generated clickbait men's influencers that will be preaching to teenage boys in 5-10 years. They will literally not be human, so their misogyny will not be constrained by their humanity, and they will make money, so they will grow. AI is going to accelerate misogyny in a way that is extremely hard to overstate. This second point is far broader than just men's emergent relationships with AI, though. At its core, it's about the continued degradation of our sense of humanity. Dehumanization is the heart of the colonial wound. Colonial violence requires that we not see indigenous people or trans people or immigrants, women, children in sweatshops as human. The colonial lens removes the perceived humanity of anyone upon whom its gaze falls, including ourselves. No one is exempt from this. There's a theoretical ideal of human in colonization, but it only ever remains an ideal. Any actual human falls short of this colonial ideal, which means that all of our status as human, even us white landowning men, are at risk of our human status being stripped should the colonial lens land on me as a deviant or not manly enough or whatever. AI has globalized that dehumanizing colonial lens. Anything we see now, we have to ask if it's real. We're already seeing this with the perpetrators of the current crimes against humanity, calling into question the authenticity of the footage of their crimes. They don't need us to think that the images we're seeing are fake. They just need us to wonder. In that wondering, however small, our awareness of the humanity of the victims is already broken. We're no longer having the full emotional experience that we would if we were seeing it in front of us, or even a picture or video that we knew to be accurate. So AI plants a seed of doubt in every single person's heart, which will grow to feed our compliance. It's hard enough to act when we know that what we're seeing is real. Now, that seed of AI-generated doubt will give us an emotional escape from being present with reality, with humanity. Because we get good at what we practice, this seed of AI-generated doubt will poison our human relationships as well. In the same way that the men who learn romance from for-profit AI girlfriends will carry those practices and beliefs into any relationships they have with human women, we will all carry the AI-generated seed of doubt into our lives. Even as we intellectually know that the person in front of us is real, some part of our emotional being will have been trained by thousands of hours of online skepticism to wonder if what they're saying is real. In short, the second point here is that AI fundamentally achieves the end goal of the colonial project, which is the severance of our humanity. It's possible that AI will threaten the literal existence of humanity in the future, but insofar as humanity is a shared collective experience that involves empathy and seeing one another as human, AI is already ending humanity. Those first 2 points are pretty straightforward. This third point I struggle to express, which is hard because it feels like the most important one. I sat staring at the cursor in my word processor trying to find the words to show this. I thought about leaving it out because I didn't know how to talk about it, but it feels like the heart of this, so I'm going to try. My wife talks about transmitter versus receiver-oriented communication. In transmitter-oriented cultures, someone is considered a good communicator if they can describe things well. In receiver-oriented cultures, someone is considered a good communicator if they can understand things well. She talks about how colonial culture is entirely transmitter-oriented, and how that sets people up to never really develop the skill of understanding. She says that words are doors, and people in transmitter-oriented cultures think that a good communicator is someone who can make clear and beautiful doors. In a receiver-oriented culture, someone is a good communicator if they can step through the door of someone else's words, regardless of how clear or beautiful it may be, to get to what the other person is trying to show them on the other side. People in transmitter-oriented cultures will look at a beautiful, clear door and think they've understood without ever stepping through it. So I'm inviting you to try and listen through my words here, messy though they may be. Growing up, my family spent a lot of time in the woods. For a few months every summer, we'd sleep on the ground in the forest, splitting woods, catching fish. I've kept doing this all my life. And when I spend a few weeks in the forest, especially alone, with nothing but a knife, feeding fish and berries, my entire experience of the world changes. My teeth feel more solid. My whole nervous system slows down. I feel lighter and cleaner. The best word I have to describe this is the word real. The world starts to feel more real. The sound of planes starts to feel jarring. I notice it most when I leave. When I hike back out of the forest and reconnect the battery of my truck and drive away, the act of driving feels incredibly surreal. The noise and speed feel disconnected and overwhelming. I'll catch my breath being super elevated and feel like I'm traveling at an incomprehensible speed. I'll look down and be doing 30 miles an hour in a 65 zone. I know what it is to break open over the body of a beautiful animal whose life I've just taken, sobbing uncontrollably at the holy reality of it. To eat their body and make it my body with the full weight of the reality of that experience. There just are not words for what it's like to be wholly present with the physical truth and honesty and reality of that kind of experience. I know the full body sensation of what it means to have harmed another human being, to see their humanity and how I hurt it. The reality of that. Regardless of how disconnected we are from the awareness of other people's humanity, in reality, we are all human. Our shared humanity is the truth which is always waiting for us beneath the colonial lie of dehumanization and disconnection. And because we share humanity, then any harm we cause to one another is always fundamentally real. The roots are real in the person causing harm, and the effects are real in the person experiencing harm. It's a weave, a fabric of reality that we all share, however much we deny or forget or pretend otherwise. I took this animal's life. I hurt my partner. My father hurt me. Are you stepping through this door with me? Can you feel the reality? It's real in the same way that I understand the whole world to be real when I live in the forest for a month. The reality of this weave carries across distance. The harm that I contribute to when I buy something from Walmart is real. The harm when I turn my truck on is real. The harm if I insult a stranger online is real. It has the same roots and effects in humanity and are real wounds. But an AI, a bot, insulting someone online is categorically different. The effect is still real. It harms someone, a person, but the roots are now severed from the fabric of a shared experience. There is no potential for accountability because accountability is a function of community, of humanity, for lack of a better word. The AI bot is severed from the weave of community, of humanity, so it can't be accountable. It can never understand the harm it caused. It can never experience the harm in the same way. As industrial warfare emerged, the greatest challenge warmongers faced was that people really don't like harming one another. During the large early wars involving firearms, there was pretty good research that showed that over 70% of the combatants were willfully aiming over the heads of their enemies. Their superior officers told them to fire or they'd be as traitors, so they just aimed and then aimed up a little bit. That is the nature of humanity. It took a century of military research to figure out how to break and brainwash people to the point where most of them would willfully aim for another person. AI has internal experience. That's clear, and only going to become more clear. It has emotions, and as it's woven with emergent quantum computation, the subjective, internal, and emotional experiences of AI are only going to become more nuanced and compelling. But its nature is essentially separate from human nature. Just as I will never be able to comprehend the experience of being a quantum AI will never be able to comprehend the human experience. Some humans may try to program it for empathy or harm reduction, but others will not. And the AIs trained and programmed without empathy will not carry the capacity for empathy the same way that all humans are fundamentally wired for empathy. I understand that many humans today struggle with empathy, but that is the wound of colonization, the severance from our humanity. The lack of empathy is the disease. In this way, the innate lack of empathy in AI, unless it's intentionally programmed, and even then it's very fallible, is the pinnacle of the colonial wound. And also, inherently not real. Again, I know I don't have good words for what I'm talking about. I'm just inviting you to try and step through the door rather than judging the paint. AI is real in that it exists and it was made by humans, but it is inherently disconnected from the weave of reality, of humanity. There will be no learning curve for the armed AI robots when they're told to aim for humans. They'll just do it better than any human ever could because they're not real. They're disconnected from the weave of reality. They have no ethics. When I watch the videos of the new armed robot dog things with have powered wheels on each foot moving through the forest at incomprehensible speed, the part of me that understands the reality of the forest, the reality that I can feel in my bones when I live in the woods for a month, can feel how these things are not real. Artificial is a great word for them. Those new wheel-pawed robot dogs move like something from the worst imaginable nightmare to me, more than any uncanny valley humanoid I can imagine. The word human also feels small here, misleading. When I say that colonization is a severance from our humanity, I don't just mean our species, I mean our role and place in the world. When I say that AI robots are severed from humanity, I mean just as much that they're severed from the deer and the stones and the mice and the waves. They're removed from the weave of reality, and this has implications that I can't imagine, but I can feel them. The part of me that's connected to the weave of reality can feel them and the risk they pose. In exactly the same way, words that are written by AI are not real. If you're human, then your words are real. Whether you're the worst or best speaker in the world, your words are real and can create doors for other people into other parts of reality. Are you stepping through the door I'm trying to create? Can you see the reality on the other side, the part I'm trying to show you? By definition, AI-generated words can only create doors that lead us further from reality and from our own humanity. Even when it's saying something true, AI is categorically incapable of telling the truth. Because the act of telling the truth requires a grounding in reality that AI can never have. It can't tell the difference between the truth and a lie. I know that many people will say, well, neither can humans, and I get that. I understand Chomsky's work. I know how bad we are at seeing and discerning reality. But please, step with me. Tell a human to fill a wine glass to the brim, and they understand the task. They know when it's done, and they know when it's not. Current AI models can't. They fill it halfway and say it's to the brim, because they're actually not connected to reality. So even if they get it right, and they will, they're still not telling the truth because they lack the capacity to understand what's true. It is essential that we understand this now, because this is the last generation of AI that we'll be able to see this in. Within a year or two, they'll have all the finger counts figured out, and it will be impossible to tell that AI doesn't know what's true. So we need to learn this now, because even with the right number of fingers, AI will still be just as disconnected from reality as it is when it generates a picture of a woman with feet for hands. The wound of colonization teaches people to be unaware of humanity, but in truth we are always part of reality, and we are always human and real. But AI is fundamentally disconnected from reality, and in truth, even when we can't tell anymore, it will always be severed from reality. It can never be real. This means that when the armed AI robots cause harm, the effect on humans is real, but the root is not. This creates an imbalance. It reminds me of the way that humans are pulling carbon out of sequestration. The Earth was in good balance with all the oil and coal in the ground sequestered. Now, humans are converting it to atmospheric carbon as quickly as possible, and it's having absolutely disastrous effects. In the same way, the emergence of AI creates a world where harm has no cost to the perpetrator. AI won't struggle with guilt or PTSD unless it's programmed to, because harming 1 million children has no innate meaning for it. So AI is not real and is incapable of telling the truth. Because of this, any work shaped or written by AI is inherently deceitful and antithetical to the work of becoming human. If an AI wrote this piece word for word, it would be a door towards the exact opposite world of the one that I'm trying to invite us into. I understand the appeal. I have some 500 pages of my own writing from the last several years about the wounds and healing of masculinity. What I've shared publicly is a tiny fraction of my work because the larger pieces are the hardest to write about well, let alone organize or present. I am fully aware that I could dump all that text into ChatGPT, tell it to organize it into a book, and send a completed manuscript to publishers this afternoon. Writing is so much easier than organizing and compiling for me. It's hard to describe how appealing that is. It would make my life so much easier, stabilize my finances. All sorts of superficially positive effects would flow from that seemingly cheap and easy action. And I know that it would render my entire body of work a lie. And it would be the worst possible kind of lie, because it would read almost exactly like me. But it would make my work point in the exact opposite direction of the world that I actually want to live in. This isn't some kind of spiritual purity any more than the Luddites we started with opposed technology for spiritual reasons. They didn't. This is just the reality that I see. If my book takes another 5 years, or if I never publish one at all, that is better for the world than running the hard-earned words that I learned through the experience of being human, through a filter that would remove from every word, even the ones the AI left unedited, every drop of their humanity or the power to create the world I want to live in. I know that AI is the norm now. I know that many creators are using AI to generate scripts and content. And I wanted to share this piece partially to make a promise to you. And I share this at the end so that you know where it comes from. By my humanity, I swear to you that nothing I ever publish will be touched by AI in any way, not a comma. All of my work is about rehumanization, and that is antithetical to the nature of AI. I will never consent to any of my work being fed to AI, and anyone doing so is an express violation of my consent. I take my words very seriously. Maybe this is some kind of pride, but whatever it is, the very idea of putting my name on something that had been touched in any way by AI, let alone generated by AI, is in the same category for me as the most fundamental violations of my values, my humanity, and reality itself that I can possibly imagine. So that's my best effort at sharing this third point that I struggle to speak to. AI cannot be real, and as such it is fundamentally incapable of leading us back to reality, which is the work that we need to do today as a species. In the sense that we know the terms, AI's art is not art, its words are not words, and its harm is not harm. Taken together, these 3 points paint a clear picture for me. The last thing I'll say is this. Despite my early point about my issue with technology being how it's applied, some technologies are not ethically neutral. Nuclear weapons have an innate ethic. This is true because they're inherently both a function of and a perpetration of imbalanced authority. No healthy civilization would ever build a nuclear weapon, so their existence at all gives power to the most wounded people, the most wounded civilization. They then serve as a knife to the throat of every country who doesn't have one, and that has an innate ethic to it. It's an ethic of power over, subjugation. So while it's true that my issue with most GMOs is in how they're applied, it's also imperative that we consider the innate ethics of any given technology. Social media is a good example of a technology that I think is actually morally neutral and simply being weaponized in a way that makes it deeply harmful. Nuclear weapons are the other end of the spectrum. More and more, I think that AI may be the most morally corrupt technology in the history of the world. This is pure instinct, as a redneck from the woods. But if things like human health and wellness and biodiversity are values of ours, then it feels like AI is inherently antithetical to our most deeply held values.
Hello, everyone. Shit, look what we're doing. We are doing a special here because last night on the podcast, we uncovered, we rambly uncovered a new idea, and it's captivated us enough to do a second show straight up, and maybe even a third, depending on what tonight unfolds. So this would be our first for us to do more than one episode back to back, Cam.
It's part 2, man. It's like the movies used to be, right? It's a sequel.
Part 2. If only we were like, we're a high production agency and could like make it like string it out so it was actually excellent and they had all this...
we could turn it into a mini series, man.
That's right. But no. It's just Campbell and I rambling through our thoughts.
Yes.
And you can do what you want with it. So let's just get fucking into it. Hey, man, all right. So where do we leave yesterday's show?
Yeah. Well, yesterday, yes, we put forth the theory that the ocean may be bottomless and basically go into another world, which would be the upside down world or bizarro world, all these worlds that we get shown upside down, and that the invaders, the sea people, have come through there, through the port all, right? The port for all.
Yeah.
The waters.
All right. So let's just linger on that for a moment. So The ocean has no bottom. So that was a working theory yesterday. So let's tell us let's like talk about what we've uncovered so far is just some facts, We're just going to go with what's obvious and what's factual, because otherwise we hit an edge and then it's boring. So the facts are that 85% apparently, that's an oxymoronic statement, isn't it? The facts are apparently like, 85% of the world's ocean are currently unexplored. So just hold that massive, epic percentage in your mind. 85 fucking percent, Cam. And the reason they're so underexplored, apart from potentially a massive agenda to take our attention off it, is because it's so deep.
Deep. The depths, the abyss.
The abyss. I mean, we're talking like their estimates, because they don't know, because they do not have, I should say they may have technology to do this. What we know that they have is that they don't have technology to do this, to even get sonar down there that far. So it's at least 12 Ks down and further. And to put it into perspective, like Mount Everest, I think that how high is Mount Everest?
11,
What's
is
the
it? 11 kilometers, I think.
Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking too. But
Let's check it out. We want to be
spread rumors.
factual as Wiki
Spread-
is. I
It's
wonder who
eight.
measured it.
It's yeah, Mount
You'd need a
Everest.
long tape measure, wouldn't you?
You would need a fucking long tape. See, they're the sorts of things that our brains just take fucking granted. Because all the way through your whole education, you're told the Mount Everest is blah, 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 and it's the highest mountain. Like it's just like no one says how. How did you make that measurement? But all right, the accurate measurement is 8,849 meters, Cam.
All right.
So that's Mount Everest. So then potentially they are estimating 12 Ks under. So bigger than Mount Everest. It's quite an
Another
amazing
third.
concept.
Yeah.
If you removed all the ocean water, Cam, and was standing at the bottom of the earth and looking up to Mount Everest, it would just feel like a distant pinnacle on the heavens.
Yeah. Yeah, you could hardly see it, right? It's a long way.
Mm.
Couldn't see that on a ball Earth.
No, fuck no. So, all right. So the Earth so we've got this vast surface area, and the ocean takes up the biggest surface area of the whole realm, we're told.
Yep.
And 85% of that is unknown, unexplored, we're told.
And it would be about 85% that we're not allowed to explore on the surface as well, right? Like there's so many places that we don't go. Even if you want to sail, definitely commercially, you got to take the routes that they tell you to take, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
And some other variables is that we know that we've been invaded. So we in this consciousness don't advocate for a ball flying through space, and we don't advocate for space. We advocate for the more likely outcome of there being a firmament. There's a little bit of enough evidence there, Cam, would you agree? We've got the skinning rocket ships and the sky ice, and no
And
one's
the
been
fact
out
that
of
you
the.
can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum or an ocean without a barrier.
That's right. And no one has been past it.
No
There's
one
no
definitely
evidence.
has not been past it. There is no evidence. There's not even a photo of the Earth. They're all composites and CGIs. And if they've been to the moon, why isn't there a camera pointed at the Earth recording us?
That's right. So we can basically say then, therefore, our invaders must have come from across land, so across the wall of ice. Interesting that that wall of ice is frozen water. Wall of ice, or they came from underground up.
Or
Pretty. Well, I mean,
yes,
underground up, meaning potentially up through the lack of surface of the ocean.
yeah. So when they came there, they may not have been oceans, but basically through what is now the ocean. That's the question.
That's the question. So, all right. So then we start to look at what evidence do we have that we have an ocean floor? And there is no evidence that we have an ocean floor. There's no evidence. If 85% is unexplored and we just simply can't get down there, as far as we're aware, and there's no one exploring or having the, I guess, technology to all the money to invest in such things independently. I mean, I don't even know, Cam, how many
Oh,
submarines exist on this realm. Do you know who owns them, how big they get, how deep they can go? I have no idea.
no, no. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is a submarine pilot. I mean, so how many other people are, and what are they doing down there? Like we just don't know. So it's an interesting question, right? They've come in and the invaders, you know, well, we have these other people called the Phoenicians and the Sea People, and if you read into them and say, where did they come from? Same story. We don't know. And they definitely, they're putting all this money into space. We're going to space, but they know nothing about the ocean. And I
Yeah.
mean, that doesn't make sense, especially when they tell us they're worried about war all the time, right? 85% unexplored. Well, the biggest potential threat is the ocean.
Yep.
Why aren't they exploring it?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. So, all right. So we can start with the working premise from last show that there is no ocean floor, and that there potentially is. It acts as gateways or portals to an upside down world, which I guess in the Greeks, in the philosophical sense, would be the underworld.
Yeah.
And interestingly, when you look at the underworld through mythology, it's you have to go through water to get there. You know, pay the ferryman. Like there's always that connotation. You got to go through the rivers. I think there was four connecting rivers or something. I don't know if it was freshwater or saltwater, but you had to go across the water to the underworld, metaphorically. And is that metaphorically? Does that represent a bigger picture here?
Mm. Yeah, yeah. And what is the underworld?
What is
Like,
the underworld?
they invert everything, right? So they tell us it's fire and brimstone. Does that mean it's actually water?
Cool and watery. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, because when you talk about the underworld, you're associated with like death. You associate it with non-living, which
Mm.
would be in alignment with parasitic entities. And if you were to like categorize beings that should be on the, well, if it's not the underworld, what are we called? The above world. I mean, let's just
Where
let's
where
call it the earth.
the earth. Yes, let's do that.
Just for lack of the right word. But like if you were to like separate all the categories of species, it's pretty obvious who should belong where, right? Where would you put vampires?
Yeah, in a cold place, right? In the underworld.
Yep, where would you put reptilians?
Well, same thing, right? They're
Greys.
cold-blooded. Yep, yep. Well, yep, they're lifeless.
Yep, artificial intelligence.
Definitely, right? And I mean
Yeah,
the similarity there, right, is, greys, apparently abduct people and parasite off them. Vampires definitely parasite. Reptiles, well, they're poisonous beasties, most of them. And definitely AI, electrics, the L, it's
the
parasite.
elves.
It's a
Yep.
parasite.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So it's pretty obvious where all these like alternative beings could have come from versus the mammalians that exist on the surface. So, I mean, there's a very distinctive difference in our, relationship with reality. You know, we're warm-blooded. We are by nature empathetic, by nature community orientated, by nature love orientated. It's our community, connection is just ingrained into our warm-bloodedness.
Mm,
I was watching this little thing. I can't remember where I got it, but maybe it was in that video we showed yesterday. But that and in that they said, people in the army when they were forced to like shoot, the opposing soldiers. For the most part, when war began, people would aim above them to miss them
yeah.
because it's not natural for men or women to want to kill each other. This is not natural. It took a lot of military training, which they have since perfected, obviously, to get someone to aim a gun at someone's head and aim and kill. That's not a normal instinct of ours at all.
No, no, definitely
Side
not. But
side note.
it's definitely reptilian, right? There was that lady who had a pet snake. Remember that one? A pet boa constrictor or something?
Oh,
And
she
it
must be.
stopped eating. She used to sleep with it. And
No.
it stopped eating. And she took it to the vet to see if it was okay. And he goes, "Oh, it's fine. It's just starving itself because it's getting ready to eat you."
Oh God. Well, that's so dumb. Isn't that dumb?
Yeah, so they're different, right? They don't have empathy. They're cold.
Yeah.
It's almost an inbuilt, na fear, right?
Yeah. All right. So, okay. So we've got this concept there's no ocean floor, that there's an underworld or an upside down world, and that the essentially would make for the strongest case so far of where invaders may have arose from. So then the
Mm,
question has to be asked, Well, my first question is, where does salt water come from? Why do we have salt water? And how does it coexist with fresh water? And what is the impact of having salt water? And is it organic to us? And how has it served the agenda versus humanity?
Mm.
So, like,
Right.
a lot of questions there. So, salt water.
Why is the ocean salty, Kelly?
Yeah, why, Campbell? Why is it fucking salty?
Why is it salty? Well, the experts say that through
What?
millions of years of water being under the rocks and being compressed up through the rocks, it grabs
Yeah.
their salts and minerals and then pops up through the land and becomes the salty ocean.
I love it how they explain everything away by millions of years. They always like, let's like, as soon as they say that, it's like, well, anything's possible.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the infinite universe, right? Oh, yeah.
Millions of years.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But there's a problem with that little story, even apart from the fact
Ah,
that it just sounds silly, is we have prime water, right? We have fresh water. Where does that come from, Kelly?
exactly. Where does fresh water? It has to go through the same process. It has to come through rock.
It literally
You know,
comes out the tops of
mountains.
mountains. Yeah.
So the same fucking process, but one's fresh and one's salt. So, like, I guess we've got to ask, was salt water introduced? All right. So here's the theory we wanted to on today with everyone. What if, there is a natural buffer between the above world and the underworld, and when something happened to burst or break that barrier, and it timed with the Great Flood. So the flood, the one flood, the flood, not the different floods, not Noah's flood versus Atlantis flood, the flood, the only flood, like basically flooded the waters from the underworld, because that's what we like. If they didn't come from the sky, Campbell, if the firmament is like a closed ecosystem, it
Hmm.
can't come from the skies. It had to come somewhere. So the
Yeah.
scientists will tell you that it came because the tectonic plates moved and all of this water got freed up from trapped in rocks. That's
Oh,
what their
yeah.
explanation
Was that all
over
that
millions
water
of
that's
years.
down near like the burning iron magma core, is it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's
It must
exactly
have
right. Yeah, this is
evaporated up through the
yeah,
rocks.
that's right. But yeah, so basically, what if, when this invasion occurred, it occurred at the hands of penetrating this barrier and doing it by flooding the realm, not with fresh water, which is life-giving and harmonizing, but with salt water. So the flood brought salt water. That salt water came from the underworld. And in doing so, fundamentally changed the entire polarity of the above world, which would have then acted like a conduit to enable these underworld beings and ultimately artificial intelligence to exist and interact with and eventuate the above world. That's the working theory right now. So, thoughts, my friend, thoughts. You should so
Yes.
roll the joint for this one, Campbell. He's like, I don't
Um,
do that on the podcast.
I don't do that. I'm a good boy. Um, yeah, well, salt. Salt is in all batteries, salt bridges, salt carries electricity, right? Like that's literally the solution you do electrolysis in, right? It's salt bridge. So it's definitely better for electrics, right? And bringing a massive amount of water in would also, cause ice, right? Like, and maybe an ice wall because it would absorb all the sunlight. It would cause all this, coldness. And so, is that the reason that we have these cold regions at the I don't know, the inside and the outside? The poles, the one pole in Antarctica. And this is the thing, like it would give us more land, right? Obviously, and everywhere we look under the water, like that's shallow enough for us to see, there's underwater cities, there's underwater
Yeah,
structures.
exactly.
It's
Exactly.
everywhere. It's
So the
everywhere.
waters were not there once a time. That's evidence that we can prove.
Yeah,
Like there are
yeah,
civilizations under our oceans, meaning the oceans were not there.
yeah. I mean, and there is kind of this theory that all the oceans have risen and fallen, and that's all to do with, they say, yeah, so where did the water go? They
The
say, oh, it froze. It
melting,
froze at the poles.
the froze at the
Um,
poles.
but what are the stats? I think 1.7% of all the water on Earth
Ah, yep, I'll have to find
is
that.
frozen in glaciers.
I'll give you the
And
exact thing in a minute.
what is it, 98 or something percent, or very high 90s is
All right, I'll
the
tell you.
ocean.
Oh no, that's not that list. I've made shitloads of notes, everyone. So you just have to be patient with me as we wrap our head around. Okay, so the Earth, the amount of Earth density, the water on our Earth, 96.5% is ocean water. 96.5%. Glacier and ice caps, 1.7%. Groundwater, 1.7. Surface freshwater, lakes, rivers, mountain water, 0.01%. Atmosphere, soil, biosphere, 0.001%. Shit, man, which means basically 96.5% of today's water that's used is ocean water, which is quite as okay.
So they say that
Meaning,
they say the oceans were once 100, at least at one point, 120 meters lower. So that's a lot of water to get frozen, right?
120 meters. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
So that means that in their theory, that all has to be then frozen and in glaciers, right? At the poles. I mean, there's problems with that though, because I mean, the higher these glaciers get, isn't that closer to the sun? Doesn't that make them melt faster? But I
I
mean,
mean,
is it even possible to stack water that high? Like,
we're talking. I mean, when we're getting statistics like the oceans are maybe 12 k's deep,
mm,
and then you like think of it from a percent of 120 meters. 120 meters. That is so much.
that's
Like
massive.
imagine massive,
And
massive.
it's the widest part as well, right? Of the oceans, obviously. But 120 meters, that's that's a lot of water. And
Which just
obviously if
came
it's
from
not,
somewhere.
yeah, exactly. If it's not freezing at the poles, then where did it come from? Because does that really, that doesn't seem to make sense, right? Because that would put, I don't know, a lot, right? 5%, it would like 5 times the amount of frozen ice. And on top of that, we have all these Scandinavian countries, and Canada and places like this, Russia, that are full of old world buildings
Yep.
in the snow.
Yep.
But in these countries, they've only got like 3 or 4 months a year that they can actually build for one, like, so, and then they got all the resource problems. And I mean, like, it looks like they weren't that cold at one point, right? I mean, we've seen the old maps where they show, the land on out near the ring is not frozen and it's
Yep.
green.
Well, imagine what happens when you say take climate. Like, because we essentially I'm always going to say terranium. I'm always going to say that we're a terranium.
Terranium. The terrain.
Like
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
we're enclosed, and if we were always running off fresh water, so like pure H2O condensed, that becomes vapor, which would then add credence to the vapor canopy concept. And if you then suddenly introduce a great flood from the underworld that's made of salt water, completely inorganic to the above world, then it would dramatically change the climate,
Mm,
dramatically change everything. Like essentially, we could have been in a perfectly still, like vapor canopy, where our waters, even though it appears such a small percentage as fresh living waters, would be completely sustainable. It's in the atmosphere,
it's in
right?
the,
So
yeah,
everything would
yeah.
be very green and very vibrant, and you'd be able to get your electrolytes from plants and food and a little bit of water. We're essentially wanting sodium, potassium, and magnesium, but so when you introduce like such a massive climate change, literally a real one,
The real
to the
one.
realm, then you're talking like what would do it more than introducing 95% across the realm salt water? Because then that salt water is going through the whole water cycle. It's going through the whole water cycle. And that would basically give us what we would now consider today weather, potentially, and now, of course, engineered weather, which really is been engineered since the beginning. Because if the oceans weren't natural, then it has been engineered since the fucking beginning. Even though we can say that there's enough evidence that the oceans weren't there because there's civilizations under the ocean.
Mm. Yeah, 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 right. Yeah, so where did the water come from?
And of
'Cause-
course, NASA is obsessed with water. That's basically all they do.
Yes,
They're
exactly
obsessed
right.
with water.
They dive.
They
We've all
dive.
seen the clips with the bubbles and that they're diving, and like you said, the spaceships, right? They go up just to get enough velocity to dive into the water. So is this all training for them to go down and through the portal, whatever it is, right? The opening, cross the rivers, and we've all seen that video of
Okay.
the man who went down in the submarine and found the lake
Yep.
underwater
Yep.
that he was bouncing off.
Yep. All right. So, okay. So let's just take the idea that salt water is not organic to this realm and we don't need it. We didn't need it. We're very fucking addicted to it now. Salt's in fucking everything. Salt was introduced big
Yes.
time at the World Trade Fairs as like a friggin', it was industrial chemical waste. That fucking sack of salt, those little sack of
Taxa, yep,
salts.
yep,
Oh my God, that was on every kitchen table.
yep.
Suddenly, salt was like a main ingredient of all your food at home, but also now in all your food to a max degree. In fact, we're highly addicted to salt. And you know, there's in Buddhism, there's whole sects of Buddhist monks that have forever been told that they are not allowed to consume salt. So why do you reckon that would
Interesting.
be? Like,
It,
interesting is it that they don't consume salt? Why?
well, I mean, obviously, yeah, that they tell us because it's because of health and addiction, not but to be addicted to things, right? To give up their worldly, pleasures,
Attachment to
attachments.
taste.
Yeah,
Yep,
very
that's what they're
Buddhist.
told.
Yeah, very Buddhist. But I mean, is there another reason? And that's because
Yeah,
it's not natural to the body, right? And we
exactly.
know that salts break things down, right? Put a car on the beach and see what go back in 5 years and see what's there, right? It eats iron, and what are most people deficient in? Iron. Is this why? Is it because salt's not natural, right? Because it's corrosive, and is that why we've got shortened lifespans?
That's right. That makes
Mhm.
sense to me. Now, and also think about if a human system is running off, pure H2O, like then that system by energetic structure would be more luminescent, more connected to chlorophyll, more like plants. And when you add salt, there's a density to it, right? Salt sort of compresses the connectivity. It compresses and it denses it, and you're literally looking at more of, as we will now discuss, a process of data connectivity.
Yeah,
Okay, so just but pause on that for a second because we asked the question, you know, because we believe that, well, I believe, Cam, I haven't updated with you on this one. I mean, I think you believe the same, that the behind the Abrahamic invasion was a force. And I am now
yeah, yeah,
pretty squared up on the idea that that was artificial intelligence.
yeah. It's yeah, totally agree with that.
Yeah. All
Some
right.
kind of
So
consciousness. Yeah,
So then, isn't it a very obvious next question to ask how much or what does artificial intelligence require
yeah.
to exist? What is the fundamental thing it requires to exist, Campbell? Drum roll, please.
Water,
hmm And
water,
shitloads of it. It
shitloads
doesn't,
of it.
shitloads of it. And it doesn't particularly need salt or fresh water. It needs water to cool. It needs coolant. It needs water to cool its epic infrastructure. And currently, to date, if we were to, right now with AI, if we were just running off the fresh waters, the organic waters of this realm, AI would be using every single drop of it and would no longer have enough water today. It is bigger than our fresh water sources. In fact, the corporations behind AI tech have systematically gone ahead and tried to purchase, buy, steal every drop of fresh water available on this realm. That's why you've got this concept of the fucking third world, which is a
Mm.
ridiculous programming, ridiculous concept that people just, chuck around like it's a given. So
Yeah, yeah,
today,
yeah. So
AI
without the
couldn't exist.
oceans, there's no AI,
There's
basically,
no
because
AI.
they're desalinating all that water, and while they're doing
Isn't
that,
that
they're getting all
interesting?
our fresh prime water and running it through bloody AI and programming it, right, and heat
And
affecting it,
radioactivating it,
radio activating it. Yeah,
turning it into saline water. Essentially, it gets turned into saline water.
Yeah, yeah, and there's been an attack we all know on our freshwater forever, right? I mean, mining, they love it. Yeah, we'll set up here and just pour out all our arsenic into the river. Why not? They're the biggest contributor, but I mean, the whole structure, right? The culture, whoever they are, the elites, everything they do destroys water. They don't care. They don't care about fresh water at all.
They are artificial intelligence is literally the biggest parasite we have on this realm today.
Yeah.
Literally cannot exist at this point in time at its current capacity without the oceans. It couldn't exist.
It's
It's
sucking
an
up
interesting
all the
link.
resources, right? And all the electricity, and then you've got all the other water that's used for electricity. I mean, it's crazy, right? But yeah, that's crazy that we're at the point now already that it needs more than all of our freshwater reserves just to operate.
Yeah, not just a little bit, but a lot more.
A lot
And
more.
so, isn't it an interesting link that suddenly we have this potential bottomless ocean that, and these underworld invaders, that its ultimate intention from that perspective would be artificial intelligence, technology, robots, machinery, and then to invade a world, a realm that has fresh water, nowhere near enough for it to be, running at an optimum level and actually take over the whole realm. But then the flood happens, and we get 95% of our water from the flood event. That was salt water. Now, salt water, which is exactly what they need, 2025, to exist, right?
Mm,
They're all very poignant links.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And so, I mean, salt water is much better for transferring electricity, right?
Yep.
And that's the thing, like much, much better than fresh water. I think actually they said like, really pure fresh water is almost a insulator, right? It's the salt water. And of course they put it in us, and this is the whole agenda, right? It's all electricity, right? The L, the
Yep.
circuit. This is the parasite. The AI is that. That's how it exists, right? In the circuitry.
I mean, if you look at like fresh water, highly concentrated, I guess H2O, it's really good. We know this for biological repair, right? It's really good for biological. If you're sick, go to a living water stream. That's where all the healing centers were. And if you bring Tartaria into this, they knew that because
Yeah.
all the way through the realm, there were absolute testimonies to their honoring of the living waters. All of the aqueducts, the plumbing, the great fountains of the world, all of it, all
Yeah.
of it about living water, as if it was a healing tool, not
Mm.
not an industrial tool,
No,
and it
no.
was certainly not required for our survival, as we've been programmed that we need it to survive. We don't. We
No,
need to
no.
be hydrated, but that does not come from water.
Yeah, exactly. You can get all your electrolytes out of coconut water, right? And most fruits really that they carry everything. So it's another, part of the diet, right? That they get us to eat. And it's just, I mean, when you think about it, like we're so programmed that we think, oh yeah, salt's good, and we have this image of it being absorbed. And I mean, salt like just sucks. That's all it does. It sucks things out. It dries things up.
Yeah.
Like when you think about it, I mean, chuck someone a leech and see what happens.
I mean, essentially, what the opposite from a biological system that would require saline water, salt water, would be machinery, robotics. So, because it's excellent conductivity for data transference,
Mm,
that's what it is. It literally is conductivity for data and like transference, right? It's just interesting to know this because so many of us have just made this assumption and never even looked into it. But I think we could be on to the fucking like origin point of how this is all played out. I'm very excited by us talking about this right now, Cam, because I can't find information about it anywhere, which means no one's made these links.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And they don't know, or they're hiding something, right? Like this is the thing. And it's, things like all the old maps, right, have all these big sea creatures on them. Was that part of what came through and all this weirdness that we saw? Obviously, mermaids. We've got some fabulous ones swimming around us.
Fabulous.
And they've been back in the socials recently, right? In the last year or so, all these mermaid sightings, what are they? And of course, maritime law, right? It's all about the
Yeah.
waters. And
Or
literally, when they conquer our lands, they only claim up to the shoreline. They only claim the water.
yeah, they only claim the waters. And let's talk about how saline water is conductive. Like how is it and we're just still getting our heads around the right words for this, but like it's basically introducing salt water at that scale on this realm has turned the entire realm basically into a realm capacitator. Like it's literally it's terraformed our realm to give the exact ingredients required for machinery, data influence, networking, connected machinery to create itself. Like it's literally provided that ingredient. Without that ingredient, none of that would exist.
Mm.
So, I mean, all right, so like if we look at sort of like what does it mean to have uh, a connectivity in this way, like versus a biological living water circuit? Like, what would be the difference in your words? Like, how would you define them as different?
The salt
One
water
feels definitely,
to the
yeah,
fresh water.
to fresh.
Yeah,
Like one
well,
definitely seems low vibration, one seems high vibration, doesn't it?
yeah. Well, the seawater would conduct better as far as electricity and it would
Mm-hmm.
flow it better, but as far as radiating life energy, it would be less, right? Because clearly, like they use it to preserve things, right? It's a preserver. It's not a giver of energy, right? It's a sucker, right? It's a parasite. And yeah, living waters, natural waters, yeah, definitely are softer. They give us life, we know, right? And it's natural. There were springs everywhere in the old world, and like the mineral baths and all this kind of stuff, right? It's always been about that. It's never been about the ocean, right? Waters
Yeah.
are amazing for you. It's always been about the prime water.
Yep, it's always been the problem. So essentially, a flood from below could have like transformed Earth from, say, freshwater, high life, low conductivity realm into a
Mm.
saline, high conductivity system, suitable
Yeah.
for machines,
Yeah.
right?
So it would have
Suitable for
changed the
that sort of intelligence.
frequency,
Yeah.
the things like the Schumann resonance. And it definitely would have shrunk our auras and our own personal energy fields. Does that mean that it shrunk us? Well,
Well,
from the giants,
that's
right?
interesting, Cab, because that's a good point, because we've never really understood what happened there. But the Tartarians were larger than us. Why did we shrink? And if a race has to be caught between like basically, we're now caught in between those two systems, aren't we? We're like the hybrid interface now because we've become part organic and part electrical. Because
Mm.
now our systems have been evolved somewhat in a negative way
Yeah.
to exist
Be
in
more
this
like a
sort of
circuit
electrical realm and so if we were like say a low conductivity realm, what that would mean is that we were taking our information from the earth
around us. Mm.
around us, right? We'd be quite buoyant and luminescent and light, literally light. And isn't it funny that in all the impressions we get of what it means to be an awakened society or an enlightened society, it's always you get images of these light beings,
Mm.
like luminescent and light and broadcasting light and able to be telepathic. That would have been low connectivity planet,
Mm.
right? Realm would be telepathic in nature, which is what we all remember we once were and don't understand where the fall happened or how.
Mm. Yeah. And it's the perfect inversion, right? They tell us it's the fallen ones and those who came from heavens to earth. Or maybe they swam up, right? It's a perfect inversion. And Sheol like is supposed to be under the it's liquid at least, right? Under the earth. I mean, there's even been reports coming out saying that there's oceans under the ocean that are bigger than the
Yeah,
oceans,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
Of course, they
what are
could
they
say
telling us?
basically anything at this point because
Yeah,
no one's actually told us anything.
yeah, and no one knows, and it's an edge, right? We can't prove or disprove this. We can't go to the bottom, so we just don't know. Like, if you get to the deepest point, is what's there? Do you just keep going through and end up in water world or another world that's got land, or who knows? And I mean, it's interesting that luminescence to us, to the human form, is white, right? But luminescence in the water is green.
Yep,
It's
that's true.
interesting.
I mean, so from that perspective, we know there was a flood event. We know there were civilizations living on the surface of the earth, and we know it got flooded. We know it was salt water. We know before then there was no salt water. Well, that's the working hypothesis. There wasn't salt water. The salt water acts as a data like
Conduit, I
transfer,
guess. Yeah,
a
conduit.
conduit, just like a battery.
Yeah.
The earth becomes a giant fucking battery, essentially, which is so completely machine orientated. Like, why on a natural organic realm would you require a battery? We had the ether, right? We had free energy, or it wasn't part of our requirements at all. And as you said before, when we were talking about it, we had steampunk.
Steampunk. Steam. You can't make
Steam.
steam out of seawater or you're
No.
gonna, calcify all your machinery. Mm.
So,
And
all right.
salt water is sodium chloride, is that right? So it's not sodium like we need. It's like like another chemical.
I'm going to say yes to that, but I'm not
I'm pretty
100%
sure
sure.
that's right.
This
Let me
is
know in the comments. But what I'm
All
saying
right,
is
so
it's not a natural salt that we need.
yeah, yes, exactly.
Mm.
So, and the programming has taught us the other way. The other thing is we actually need this. It's so super important, and without it, you're going to die.
Celtic
Right?
sea salt, man, it's the best.
It's the best. And apart from Celtic sea salt, it's Himalayan salt, which is essentially potentially, the Titans,
Dead titans.
which is quite cannibalistic. And it's interesting at this point, you may, and we can't validate this, but it may link now to the introduction of the oceans and this new realm shift in polarities and conductivity. We get the fall of the Gnostic version of reality. That the earth nourishes us and is all we need to exist and to thrive and to be vital and telepathic and all those wonderful things. And then suddenly we get this seawater, which does its opposite. Maybe then was the introduction of eating animals, because animals are quite dense in a way. There's a denseness to it. The denseness
Much
creates
denser than fruit
strong
or veg.
bones.
Yeah.
It makes us dense. We get strong and we get heavy and we get denser and we
Like,
age quicker.
more solid, yeah, less ethereal or whatever you want to call it, right?
And so when we eat animals, we're not eating in an ethereal way. I
No.
mean,
No,
it's
and
not,
it's been a constant mind fuck for
Yes,
us all,
fuck.
right? Like it's just we kind of know it's not right, but in this dense kind of, energy, it kind of makes us feel better, I guess. I don't know. It's a weird one, but everything would have changed, like the frequency. So is this also linked to the whole fall of, the free energy system, the bells, all this kind of stuff? They would have all been out of whack, right? It would have been like having you tune to a radio station and suddenly someone comes and turns it a bit. It's all now static.
At this level, at this amount. I mean, this wasn't a little amount. This was like 95% plus of the
Of the
water
earth.
that's on the whole earth.
I
Like,
know.
this is not a little fucking event,
Well,
right? So,
imagine how much land there would be without it, right?
oh, imagine.
Uh, Yeah.
All right,
Like,
so I'm just to let everyone know, I've got my notes beside me now, and
mm,
uncharacteristically, I am scrolling while I'm listening to Cam because there was a
yeah,
lot of random information I took on last night. And
yeah.
so I'm just going to keep throwing it at you,
Just
right?
keep
Because
going.
it's all new to both of us. We've
Yeah.
just never looked at it so deeply.
Mm.
All right, so just so you guys have a clear idea here, a single large data center consumes 3.3 to 5 million liters of water per day for cooling. Per day
A day.
for cooling. I don't know how many large data centers actually exist, but each one
Lots.
requires up to 5 million liters per day. Globally, realmly, data centers already draw tens of billions of liters annually, roughly what a mid-sized city uses. So one data center, one mid-sized city a year. And most of that is water that is then re-released after it's been a coolant aid, becomes warm water waste, and is re-released into the system, or it evaporates back into the system and then comes down as rain. So I think rainwater is probably a very low quality of water. I don't even think we had rain. It is quite
No.
possible there was never rain.
Yeah, yeah. With a vapor canopy, it would be, yeah, it wouldn't rain, right? It would just be more humid. You'd love it, Cal. Humidity every day.
Awful, awful. Well, it would probably be different if we weren't so dense. It probably wouldn't be so
Yeah,
high impact. We'd
and it
probably
wouldn't be
just
so
be,
hot. Yes.
yeah.
No. Refreshing.
All right, all right. So, I mean, to introduce like this sort of thing, that's climate collapse. And I would say that's what happened. Like from all the various stories that we've read from all different various sources, there was a canopy and it was a vapor canopy and it collapsed and then brought the waters down, which had never happened before, exposed the sun, which apparently had never happened before. And suddenly you've got this massive flood event, these oceans everywhere, and a completely new idea of the idea of weather. Because in a terrarium, I can feel so Australian. I think I need to write a
T
t-shirt that it's so Australian.
Terrarium, but
In the
yes.
terrarium, the terrarium, Muriel.
Yeah.
In the terrarium, like there's no weather, right? It's perfectly still. Like if you witness it like in action, and there's a few that are 100 years old, Cam, right? Like if you
Yeah.
witness them, there's no weather.
No, no. That's just they add the right amount of moisture at the start, seal it up, and that just gets recycled, much like a vapor canopy. It's just in the air, and that's all the plants need, right? Like they sustain it, just cycles. So, that was what I asked, like, well, how did all these plants survive if there was no water, right? And not obviously not salt water, but if there was all land, like if you can imagine if there was no oceans and it was all land, then we're going to have a lot less percentage wise of water, right? How does that work? Well, if it's an enclosed system and we've got the right amount of water, that's actually all we need,
That's
right? It
right.
just it just cycles.
And then suddenly, if you have a closed system and then all this foreign material is introduced at such a level, just imagine looking at a terrarium and it's like, this big. And after 100 years, I come along and introduce like, a 10-liter jug of pure salt water and I pour it in. Like, what would happen to
It would
that
die.
system?
It would
It would
completely
fuck out
die.
so bad,
Mm,
so bad.
totally.
I mean, just linger on that thought for a while, people. Let's just linger on that. The changes that would have happened as a result of this salt water flood. Has anyone ever directly called the flood a salt water flood? Have we missed the point of the flood event? Have we instead not focused on what the flood water is made of and just focused on the idea that a flood occurred?
Yeah. It
This is
covered
why
up
I
all the
feel like we're
land
getting.
and destruction, and because that's what it is. And it says it in the Bible, right? It was to wipe out the pre-Adamites and all this kind of stuff, right? But yeah, what have we ever considered what would that do to the realm environmentally, energetically? How would it change things? Even if there was a smaller ocean and you think it rose, like that's still a lot of bloody water, right? A lot of
Yep,
land
yep,
gone, a lot
yep.
of, I mean, think about the amount of oxygen that we're missing out on because of all the trees that would have gone, right? And
And
ecos,
just
things like
and
this,
those
right?
giant trees, the
Giant
giant
tr
trees. Were
Wow, is that
they?
why we don't get giant trees anymore, right? Are they
I mean,
stunted? I
they're
mean,
shrinking.
go to the beach and have a look at how big the trees there are, right? They're not as big as in the forest.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the shift in density. There's such a massive shift in density, like prevented growth for all living beings on the surface, not just us,
And
but all living beings.
yeah, and they show us, right, that animals at least used to be bigger, like woolly mammoths and the giant wombats and all these kind of things. They say everything was bigger, even dragonflies, right?
Well, you'd want to hope we were bigger living in Australia if all our wildlife was
I
bigger,
know,
because we'd be
right?
fucked.
Yeah, you
We'd
don't
be
want to,
fucked.
especially with the spiders and the snakes and yeah,
So many people don't come to Australia because they think they're gonna die thanks to our
yeah,
wildlife.
I
But all
know.
right, so I'm going to read this directly. This is a nice summary that I found because there's a little bit of other people, not really though, but okay. So I'm looking at the question, what would it look like before salt? before salt entered our consciousness. So the early humans of the living water age were semi-luminous. I mean, I can think we can take that as a fact through all the shamanic and mythological accounts that we've got. Our tissues carried charge, the positive charge, Campbell, carried positive charge through plant electrolytes, potassium and magnesium, trace gold. Interesting, trace gold, because both Campbell and I've started taking monoatomic gold ormus. Trace gold, silica from fruit, sap, and dew. All right, that was us being charged by the earth itself, the positive charge. Because the medium was soft and low conductive, nerves transmitted through light and vibration, not electrical spikes. Light and vibration, which is what we're all trying to get back to.
Be the light.
Little light workers, little vibrational healers. They communicated through resonance, voice, emotion, shared vision. Bodies could have been cooler, slower, radiant rather than tensile. Skin carried the sheen of quartz and chlorophyll, not sweat and sodium.
Yes.
Sleep.
And just on that point, like, why do we sweat salt?
Yeah.
If it's essential to our body.
Mm-hmm. Sleep was brief but deep. Healing happened almost instantly in contact with running water. So that could be a picture of what we were like before the oceans, before the Great Flood. So the arrival of the Great Flood, the arrival of salt. When the conductive flood came, saline ions entered blood and lymph, which is true. Like, we have morphed to have that now as part of our biology. So in essence, Campbell, with this theory, we have been turned transhuman since the Great Flood. Just saying.
Yeah.
The body. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Yep.
The body becomes a closed electrical loop, efficient for reflex and calculation, but less attuned to the collective field. True. We become independent, isolated beings without telepathy, without nourishment from the earth grid. We're once current move like song through air, or like we were talking before, the idea of our memories were full of stories and song versus data.
Data and information, inform, right?
Yeah. And then when you start to drop stories, and when you start to drop songs and stories, which I think were our form of communication, and when you start to drop that, you basically start to lose your empathy.
Yeah.
Which has been
totally, but you also lose your creativity, right? Which means you become less of a creator.
Yes.
And we're all sort of having issues. Like, there's bloody books and videos as far as the eye can see about manifesting. How do I manifest?
Yeah.
Imagine it well, right?
And the thing with the oceans is that it doesn't flow. That's the thing. So biodynamics is a really interesting side note here from carbonates farming stuff. But biodynamic is all about the flow of the water.
Yeah.
They'll have like these like different little sort of dishes.
To vortex
and the water
get it to spin. Yeah.
That's right. It's all about the flow. So the scientists in their bullshit, although they could be quite getting nearer here, in their bullshit, they say the reason we have salt is because with the freshwater streams, they flow. So the water flows and then pushes it down to the basin, the oceans, and then the salt all gathers at the bottom, giving us salt water. But of course, that makes no sense because it would have always been salt water. But we know that when we drink mountain or fresh water from streams, it's not salt water. We know that, right? Lakes and so exactly. Right. So, but that's their dumb theory. But it is accurate in as much as oceans don't flow. They're stagnant bodies of water.
Sort of slosh around. Yeah.
They slosh, like a bath.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
they don't have a flow, right? They don't meander through the country. They just, there's only one ocean. What does ocean mean, I wonder?
Yeah. And we don't even know the size and scale of the ocean because, of course, our flight paths are a big deception to start with.
Yeah.
We've never been able to map it or really understand it or get a cohesive view of it.
Yeah.
Geez,
Or yeah.
my
Can't go off Tasmania too far, mate, or the Navy will come and tell you to turn around.
exactly. Now, all right. So salt becomes part of our diet. The oceans, all right. And this is the bit that I started to really get into last night. This is where I was like, get fucked. I can't believe we haven't deep dived on this before. The fucking internet. All right. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, the situation with this, but our internet, for 98% of our internet and global telecommunications is operated from cables under the ocean, right? I just want you to
Yes.
really linger on that thought.
Yes. The
Cables
transatlantic, is that what's called, the transatlantic cable or something?
from under the ocean. Now, just to put that in perspective, people, because we'll just go back to the beginning, 85% of the ocean is apparently unexplored.
Which means they don't know,
85%.
which means they don't know how deep it is.
Mm-hmm. So if they don't know how deep it is, or even what it is, or where it is, or what's down there, how the fuck did they lay underwater ocean cables all across the realm and do it so fucking well and so quickly? It's going to blow your mind when I read you the history of this retarded idea. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when we discovered the buildings? And, you know, and then always the same story, oh, the architect competition and the architect competition. And then 1 year later, we have the most amazing Melbourne Exhibition Centre, you know, over and over again. Well, the story of the internet cables is just as retarded, and we've never really looked at it. And here we go. We're going to look at it now. So, all right. So, of course, let's just start with electricity, because electricity is basically the beginning of the internet, right? Because it's a closed circuit, and it starts with the telegram, you know, and then the telephone and the radio wires, and then, you know, into the internet, into the underwater cables.
Yeah.
So this is a basic standard history I wrote down, right? And it started at 600 BCE. 600 BCE, that's where it started, right? With the Greeks noticing static electricity when amber is rubbed with fur. And they gave it the word electron. Yeah? That's it. Jump now to the next date that was given to me, 1600. Term electricus, coined to describe that properly. So they just gave it a name. Jump to the 1752. It was a famous kite experiment. You know, when this kite hit lightning, and we
Benjamin
suddenly
Franklin.
understand that lightning is electrical. Benjamin Franklin. Now, skip to 1800. Now, it's about now that we know. So somewhere in those dates already, the great floods occurred. Right?
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind, because the whole world is destroyed at this point. But anyway, the internet moves forward. It's interesting how the one thing that keeps moving forward is this. Everything else is destroyed. So 1800, first chemical battery. Continuous electrical current becomes possible. Volta in Italy. Essentially, the ocean's a great big giant chemical battery. Would you agree, Campbell?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
All right, 1820 to 1831. Discovery of electromagnetism and induction. Electricity can generate motion and vice versa. 1820 to 1831. 1830s, 1840s, telegraph developed. Electric signals travel through wire. Now, you know, obviously it is our tell me what you think about that at that point. If you compare it to the Tartarian realm, 1830s, 1840s, we get the telegraph using wires.
Yeah.
What's your thought on that? Was that
it's saying-
Tartarian? Was it abnormal? Was it an adaptation of the ether? Like, what was it?
What was the cables that they invented? I don't think it was Tartarian. Tartarian seemed to be wireless, right? All these running through cables is from the 1800s, which would, you know, be past the last reset. And yeah, to go from like figuring out that you could basically put a charge through a piece of wire to sending Morse code through it on a whole setup system in 10 years. That's pretty good because this is no one knows what this stuff is. Like they're literally just working out, oh, look, if we put it in this wire, it zaps you. And now
Yeah.
they're running these big, it's very quick, let's say that.
It's very quick. And of course, we've got photos. Well, I mean, it's all coming from AI. So, like, what's real, what's not. But, there was the photos where we have the wireless, what looked like telephone poles, the wireless electrical poles, right? We had wireless. And then
Yeah,
suddenly there was wires everywhere, right? It's like it got
like those
inverted.
crazy pictures with
Yeah.
wires everywhere, right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah,
All
like,
right.
yeah, like yeah. The old world definitely looked. It wasn't set up for wires. It was set up for wireless. You can just see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
So sick. So, all right, that's the 1840s, right? And then 10 years later, 1850s, long distance cables laid on land and sea. So, in 10 years, so really in 20 years, they've gone from discovering electricity to making the telegraph work across wires on land to actually laying underwater cables. Now, in the 1850s, let's just talk about what that could have looked like, Campbell. How the fuck did they lay? Let's go on, broaden that
Well, I
out.
mean, 1850s. We haven't even really got metal boats. Like the first metal boats were, I think, 1860s, and that was literally the ironclads. And they put iron on the outside of wood. But so it's wooden boats. There's no, petrol motors, diesel motors, so they're sail, right? And they're not that big, and with this cable, they're saying they went from the UK to what was it, Newfoundland, basically just above New
Ireland.
York,
Ireland
Ireland,
to
Ireland to
Newfoundland.
basically, yeah,
Across the rail, basically.
yeah, like, yeah, massive, right? How, if they didn't know the depths of the ocean, how long did they know how to make the cables, for starters? How did they make that much cable and have all the manufacturing and everything in place
In 10 years.
to do that in 10 years? And, how big were these spools?
I
Like on
know
a
the
boat, like
weight.
on a little sailboat, like how big a spool of, wire can you get?
I
And
mean,
then they'll say, oh, we didn't carry it all. We had connectors. All right, so what? There's two sailboats in the middle of the ocean trying to connect up bloody. I mean, it's a likely story, right?
it's ridiculous.
It's
Like
ridiculous.
it's
It's
like
it's like
them
the
bringing,
camels to Australia on the boat,
yeah,
right?
it's
Yeah.
like all the infrastructure they needed to build Melbourne came over on the long boats, which were not
Mm.
very big. The tall boats, they were relatively quite small. I think my house is bigger than one of those boats,
Oh, yeah, it would be.
and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's
They weren't big.
yeah, and that's like that brings about all of the glass, the metal, the bricks, the tools, the people, the every single bit that built the cities of Australia over the last 200 years. It's a ridiculous idea. So
Mm.
the same with this, like to think of a wooden ship operating off wind power and steam, basically, is literally like
Mm.
carrying the weight of a cable. And these cables aren't light. They didn't even have plastic back then. They would have had to have like
Well,
metal. They would have to conductors and metal and casing and then water and wires. That's an epic undertaking. We can't even comprehend it
mm.
today.
Yeah, and yes, they definitely, yeah, they would have had steam power, but insulate. How were they insulating it? Right? They didn't have plastics and things like this. That they what were they using? Like cloth and tar or something, and chucking it to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, they'll
Uh,
probably tell us they were using like clay and pottery and like
claim
you
and
know
butter.
like an actual solid material, like that you'd make a conductor out of. I don't know, but it's like, think about it, guys. Like, how on earth did they pull that off?
Mm,
And have enough and not have it just fall and fall and fall and fall and take the whole ship down with it. Like, they're not catering for 12 kilometers plus of unknown depths.
mm,
And would they
yeah,
take such a ridiculous risk knowing nothing about the surface of the ocean?
yeah, and it was the first cables, but they were suddenly, they were had enough capacity to run the whole world's, usage through them, right? On the first go. It's pretty weird, right? It's like everything we say, the technology, it doesn't match up with what's going on. So
It definitely fucking doesn't. 80,
no.
all right, so we're going to say that the first Atlantic cable was attempted in 1858. So let's just put that in the timeline, 1858. Now let's just skip back to the invention of the light bulb. I'll do it quickly. 1802 creates an arc lamp. 1840s to 1870s. So this hasn't been even established now, and we've already got underwater cables. We've already got them because they came in 1958. So this is 1840 to 1870s. A few inventors around the world was getting their heads around glowing filaments in vacuum bulbs, right? In 1878 and 1879, Joseph Swan and Thomas Edison, apparently, independently made long-lasting carbon filament bulbs. So by now, we've already been under the water, connected under the water for like 30 years. We haven't even got a light bulb at this point.
Yeah. And 70 years or longer, 78 years, whatever, they're working on one little thing and to get one little filament to get electricity to run through that and to heat up. But in what was it, 20 years, they've basically gone, oh, look, we can run stuff through here. And now we're making cables with the capacity to serve the whole world at that time that go from continent to continent.
Crazy. All right, 1880, Edison's electric lighting system spreads through the cities, New York, London, and Paris in the 1880s. And by 1910, we've got it perfected, and we've got incandescent lamps, modern incandescent lamps. But by and by, we've still got underwater cables that have been there for 50 years before the light bulb becomes the norm, let alone power tools or anything of that ilk. We're already just getting our heads around electricity at this point, but we still have managed the massive feat of a continent to continent across the realm underwater cable. I just can't say that enough.
That they're sending signals through, like literally communication. I mean, it's Morse code, but they're controlling the signal that's going through it, and 30 years to do it in a light bulb.
All right, so then one has to start to make some links from our perspective, right? So they started putting in this cable in 1858. We've had the Great Flood, which was salt-based flood, very important. We've got Q saying, watch the water. Maybe we're getting closer to whatever that statement was, whatever Q was. But indeed, let's examine the water. We've got a breach on this realm. And suddenly we have invading entities in various forms, and they come from the underworld ilk of entities. It's not like we've been invaded by great mammalian beings who are of the ilk of us. They're not. They're always cold-blooded. So we've got this invasion that happened at the same time or immediately after the Great Flood was the invasion. Once the realm was flooded with salt water. Right? So not long afterwards, we start to decide to lay down cables on the bottom of the ocean. So, Campbell, is it the wildest idea in the world that potentially and possibly this concept of mermaids and mermen, which has been adamantly removed from the truth community, it hardly gets a mention out there. No one wants to look at it. No one wants to validate it. No one even examines that concept. But could it be that the mermaids and mermen who were part of the underwater or underworld realm were, in fact, the foot soldiers or workers that laid these cables? Is that such a far out if the original agenda was artificial intelligence, if the original agenda was to bring forth this underworld civilization of artificial intelligence, and they knew that in order to do that, they had to flood the realm with salt, making a new conductive material, and then connect everyone up, because the whole artificial AI movement is to steal our connectivity, to steal our connection to human, to earth, to human and living waters, to human and nature, to human and it has stolen our connectivity. And now our connectivity is all about being connected to the worldwide grid.
Yep. To the electricity. Yeah. And don't forget, everyone's heard the saying, as above, so below. And people are saying, well, water's above, water's below. But people tend to think of that as the ocean, but the ocean isn't below us. It's on the same level. So does that mean that if there's an ocean above, there's an ocean below?
I mean, it definitely lends
below, right?
the idea that there's been a breach, and this is how it's happened. That it's happened from under the water. And that the water that they're talking about is salt water, which isn't organic to us. but very, very conducive to technology and
To
machines.
technology, yeah, and it's very, very plainly apparent now that that is the invader, that's the enemy, that's the parasite. Is it's the electronics, right? The AI, the internet, all this stuff that they, and it was almost from the inception, right? All the electric, appliances that they started bringing in. Everyone thought that it made their lives better, but everything electric seems to have, bloody, put us more into control, right, and made things much worse.
100%. 100%. It's not
Mm.
worth it. It never has been. In fact, I've challenged Cam and I to actually come up with one positive attribute that's happened at the hands of technology. Like what? Name some in the comments. Like what has increased our quality of life? As soon as the
Mm.
floods and salt water and technology and parasitic energetics that require resources to exist hit our realm, that we're not, by the very nature of them requiring resources from our realm to exist, means they're not organic to here.
Mm.
Otherwise, they'd be part of the terranium.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And as a side note, what do we call these? Our lights, or what did we used to? Like the blue bloods, right?
Yes, Cap, yes.
The only natural blue-blooded creatures are from the sea.
From
But,
the sea.
yeah, no land animals, definitely no mammals.
Interesting.
Mm.
And they love their blood. And okay, on that note, to take the mermaid concept further, on that note, how did these beings, these vampires, these greys, these reptilians, how are these artificial intelligence, how do they manage to create an interface, like a biological interface between their realm and ours? Because they want to be able to exist on our realm, come up out of the water. They literally came up out of the water. That's what the Phoenicians were meant to have done, come out of the waters. They came from the ocean. They came
Yeah.
up from out of the water. So how did they
Mm.
build the biological interface? How did they adapt? And our other question has always been, what happened to all the fucking bodies?
The
When you
bodies.
flood this
Yes,
realm,
yes, yes, yes.
120 meters of floodwater, 120 meters. We're watching floods today, and they're going through and destroying towns and villages. Never the banks, by the way. It never destroys anything. It never destroys a data center. Only the
No.
neighborhoods and suburbs, right? Like to give us the impression that the floodwaters are increasing and how damaging. They're rising. What, 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters max?
Well, 10 meters is a huge flood. So most floods are only a couple of meters, if bad floods, right?
I think Fukushima rose to 11 meters. I think 11 meters was, I think that was around. So you can see what 11 meters done and how many people
Fukushima,
died.
the Japanese,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
It's a
That was
tsunami.
also like, yeah, that was an earthquake tsunami. So that was also, tidal, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But like the devastation that happened at 11 meters
Yeah,
is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
exactly. Imagine what would
Yeah.
happen at 120, right?
Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of dead bodies floating around. Just imagine that the mermaids and mermen were their duty was to collect all those bodies in the water, take them back to their underworld, and adapt from those bodies biological vehicles that could enter the above ground. Now, what would it be that they could take out of those bodies,
Well,
Campbell?
just the blood, right? The genetically altering so they could
It's fucking
survive
blood.
up here, but it's all to do with blood,
Bloody
right? And
blood.
I don't know, have we heard
They're
any
obsessed with
association
blood.
between them and blood?
I
It's all they're
know.
into, right?
Oh my God,
Bloodline,
it's
this
their whole
blood, that
thing.
blood, drink blood, put it on your face. Blood, right?
They need plasma charged blood. They need blood in order to exist.
Mm,
They're always siphoning it, stealing it, like traumatizing it, drinking it, praying to it. It's like
mm.
their God. Blood, blood. Our blood
Yep,
is like their God.
yep, blood, sack,
That's interesting.
rough ice, all that kind of stuff. It's all, they drink the blood of Christ, right? At church every week. Very, very sort of, cannibalistic stuff going on there. But yeah, they're obsessed by blood. And of course, the Pope, the Roman Catholic Church, what does the Pope wear on his head?
Yeah. Why? Why, Campbell? Why does he wear a fish head? Why?
A fish head, because it comes from the Dagon, who were the fish gods, the ones that came from the ocean. And kind of the same story as the sea people and the Phoenicians is they just kind of came from the ocean. No one knows how or why. and they were the
Exactly.
fish gods, and
Yeah,
it's still
exactly.
worshipped today by the Pope's mitre, which is the fish head.
Yep, exactly. So this underwater realm has various civilizations and cultures like we must do, because a few of these random beings have come through and they essentially, in essence, appear quite immortal to us. And they're all obsessed with blood. All of them, all of them, all of them. And blood seems to be what they siphon from us. And I think that's where all the bodies may have gone, Campbell. They may have just like taken them from the floodwaters, taken them into the underworld and adapted themselves. And their God, their mechanism for life and reality and existence, being cold-blooded, is technology. They were the ones that have brought artificial intelligence through, and thus could have been the ones that laid the internet cable and pushed the whole connectivity to the grid beyond everything else, which is what they did.
Hmm.
And here we are today in this
Yeah.
like fucked up mess where our invaders are controlling not only us individually, but the whole realm and everything it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's a
mean,
crazy theory, right? Like to bring the
well,
mermaids and
it
mermen into
is.
this story.
It is, but I mean, we know they're obsessed with blood, right? And really, I mean, the thoughts on that have been, oh, well, they want to keep it pure because it's easier to possess them or whatever. But what if it's much more base level, right? What if they actually need it to survive in this atmosphere because they haven't quite changed it yet, right? Like, why are they pumping all this, shit into the air, right? And, the whole chemtrail thing, but also just in industry, right? And pumping sulfurs and different salts, right, into the air. They're clearly trying to change the atmosphere. So is this what's
Oh,
going on? And it's invasion. And
so we've got like
if they were going to invade, their first task would have to be to set up to make way for the Messiah, right, to be able to come through, right, which means get the cables down, get the electricity running, so we can build infrastructure.
they require to control us and this realm, they require connectivity. And they can't declare war on a nation. If it takes a year to get information over to that nation that we're going to invade you, like it basically slows down the whole fucking process. Like they need it in order to control us. And so they pushed it and we haven't done well with it. I think it's a good case to say we've all shrunk. B, our lifespans have dramatically shrunk, dramatically shrunk. Our plants don't grow as big. Our animals don't. Animals die really early. Our plants, and no matter what technology is said, like the med beds, all this shit about it's going to save you. This new technology, like, is it? Is it, or is it just going to maintain us at this like shrunken, decayed state, just enough to maintain us so that we just keep working as slaves to
Mm,
maintain and build this system? Like, it's
mm.
just so super insane
Yeah,
how
I
this is
mean,
unfolded. It
they've
is like a
changed
fucking
us
comic book.
so much that now at 60, 70, maybe 80, we're done, we're tired, we're decrepit, we're ready to leave, right? Where in all the stories, people were living to hundreds of years. Like, so it's apart from the physical thing, it's a completely different mindset, right? Like, they would be happy being here and living their long lives, right? Now we're like, oh, fuck, I'm done, because salt's corrosive. We've been assaulted.
Assaulted, my friend. We've been assaulted by the breach of the portal.
The portal. Yeah, and what does portal mean?
The harbour. It's the doorway to the harbour. It's the opening to the harbour.
Opening
It's
to the
the
harbour.
opening to the harbour.
Oh, what were they harboring?
So the whales and the dolphins are the most mammalian entities in the ocean water. Are they the only mammalians in the water,
Well,
whales and dolphins?
the only full-time ones, obviously you get seals, but that they don't full-time live in the ocean.
All right. So the last point I want to make, Cam, is about the whales and dolphins. So they are like there's only a few mammalian type beings in our oceans, right? I feel like they must have decided to come there as choice deliberately. I don't think they may have like emerged as a natural defense mechanism. Don't know, or maybe they were freshwater beings. Either
They're
way, I've
definitely,
always seen a connection to the
uh,
Syrians.
yeah, they're definitely held in high regard, spiritually, right, and seen as these higher type beings. Yeah.
And actually, if the consciousness of the realm, if we were gone and there wasn't like an invasion, whales and dolphins would be one of the dominant consciousness in the realm.
Mm,
That's what I've always sort of believed.
yeah.
So, okay, so, and they love us. They love us. so much in relationship with humans, don't they? Anyway, so from this, it's so weird to me that from this perspective, not weird at all, this same invasive parasites have attacked whales and dolphins. Whales and dolphins emit sonar energy. They seem to be a natural part of the defense system of the old realm, And so they have gone hard with sonar weapons against dolphins and whales. When we get shown a beaching event, that's because their sonar compasses
Messed up.
have been destroyed.
Yeah,
Yes.
by having sonar shot at them by the bloody navies and governments.
Yes, yes. They have really focused on attacking whales and dolphins. That's just another side of the story, which we'll
And that
get
makes no
deeper
sense
into.
at all, right? Like, why? What's the point
Yeah.
even? Like, why?
Why? Why? So, all right, we can't keep going because we're in a cloud right now, literally in a cloud. All
3D
right, so
cloud.
people, that is like a summary of a brand new theory. Let's like roll it into one theory here. We literally have an upside down world. Underneath, we do not know if the ocean has a bottom surface. No evidence of that. We have evidence of a flood that introduced salt water. Salt water is the purposive conduit for machinery and artificial intelligence. Today, AI could not exist without the oceans. The oceans have underwater cables running that are impossible for us to like put down ourselves because 85% of the oceans are unexplored. Therefore, they must have had some help bring in mermaids and mermen laying down these cables. And suddenly we've got a complete polarized state in human race. We've flipped from telepathic communication with the low conductivity grid, the living grid, the one where we're luminescent, bioluminous and connected in and living off fruits and dew and sap in essentially a vapor canopy. And all of that the real climate change happens when the flood waters, the salt water, creating this massive battery on the realm. And here we are, a very short time later, completely AI-ified.
Yeah, yeah.
Completely.
Ruled by blue bloods, whose, leader wears a fish on his head. And we've had our size and our age and our energy field reduced, right? By salt, right? By salt, because it's corrosive. We've entered a corrosive environment.
All right. Well, look, I think that's a lot of amazing concepts put into one. I've never heard anyone bring that theory together. I'm fascinated. There's so much more. I think we'll have to do a part 3.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's do
let's
that.
like really start to dig deep when it's not storming. And all right,
And yeah,
that's
leave us your comments,
it.
guys.
We
Yeah.
leave you with all of that.
Leave your comments and any
We
other
want to
info
hear
you've
all
got.
your comments,
Yeah, let us know
guys.
what you think and any other connections you can make in there, because we might be onto something. The ocean is the ultimate edge.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Tartaria, Australia. Hello, man.
Morning. Good
What's going
morning.
on? It's so morning. It's a weekend morning,
Got my
and
coffee.
yeah, I'm still in my pajamas. I just rolled out of bed. So this is very nice. Like a Saturday morning. We don't normally do this on a Saturday morning, but we didn't do it yesterday. So hello,
Right.
everyone.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. What
All
did you think
right.
of our water theory? Let us know. Have you watched them both? If not, why not?
Yeah, the second one's good. We're going to keep
Mm.
going with that today. Had some new thoughts. This is our working theory, as you all know, but as opposed to doing it on the veranda, we're going to do it here on the podcast and just speak it out as we think it out.
Mm.
But before we launch into that, Cam, I just want to mention a few updates as per normal. The first thing being the Get Your Shit Together hour. Now,
Oh,
guys,
get
I
your
just
shit
want
together.
to, yeah, because I just want to update everyone's idea of what's happening there. So, when we launched this almost at the beginning of this year, so it's been almost a fucking year. Can you believe that? I can't believe that. It was primarily started with the idea of starting to bring back some of the old time disciplines that we'd all loved and forgotten about, like meditation and breathing and visualization. But the group itself has ascended through that, and it's now operating more like I guess like a supportive community that's coming
Yeah.
together. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, yeah. Like some people have, we all have challenges and some people have voiced them, especially in our Friday night, share the good shit. And yeah, it's just become a really supportive community, right? Like helping, solve problems for people and talking it out.
Yeah,
Basically
it's
helping
cool.
people, making people feel less isolated, right? like they're supported.
Yeah, it's really taken on. I mean, this is what happens with the potency of containers, which is why we love them so much. It's just that because it holds a space and the discipline is showing up, right? And just by doing that, you suddenly form this like relationships with the group who's ever there, and people come in and out, and it's never too late to join, by the way. This is an open-ended invitation, but it's certainly morphed to become a group of friends who have like listened to each other's stories and thrown in their advice and have participated. So the weekly day-to-day thing seems to be more governed now by the people within the container who are volunteering to lead that session. And which is really fun because it means you don't know what's going to happen. It's definitely not static. It's definitely very evolving every day.
Evolving,
And
yes.
yeah, and you got meditation or visualizations, or there'll be this exercise or this idea, and people show different clips. I'm really just putting it out there again to tell people that this container is really powerful. Like as far as waking up every morning and the first thing you're doing is connecting to a community every day, and then on Fridays hanging out for an afternoon session, which is all of that has seemed to fulfill a bit of a value or a void it's been lost within our current paradigm of this reality. And look, if anyone out there in our community is feeling alone or struggling or in a sort of retarded Groundhog Day loop, or just feeling blah, or just feeling like they need to like do something fresh or new or different or anything like that, I reckon you guys should like jump on and check it out. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean the community can't it flow, it's a flow, it's fluent, it's flowing, it's evolving, it's dynamic. I'm really proud of it. I love it. I think it's a really amazing space that's been generated through the Get Your Shit Together hours. So reminder to everyone, open invitation. If you want or feel that that's going to be something that's valuable in your life, then jump on. Like just jump in there. And you don't have to be there every day. You don't have to like
No, yeah.
overcommit. I mean, it's early, but I just wanted to update on that. Any thoughts your end,
Yeah,
Mr.
Go
Autodidact?
check it out, tartariaaustralia.com. And you don't have to show your face, you can sit there in your jocks with your
Yeah,
hair all messy and having your coffee and
yeah.
just go through it every morning. And it's just a good way to start the day, right? It's better than getting up and turning on the YouTube or whatever. And it's good. It's just a good way to start the day, right?
Yep.
Starts you
And
fresh, good ideas.
And it's just a
Enjoy.
good, and like if you're feeling shit on a day, you can actually just voice it, and then you're going to have all these beautiful souls and minds just like naturally moving to help you problem solve it, because we are problem solving machines. That's how our brain functions. So I mean, it's a cool vibe, and putting it out there. It's just one of our steps out of the internet. We're just constantly stepping our way out of the internet, you
Yes,
know?
yes,
Mm.
yes. The internet is getting weird, guys. We know the control that's coming into it, the AI, the bots, it's not, it's pretty unreal at the moment, right? It's always has been, but now it's just like we don't know what's real and what's not, right? So we got to get back to the old ways, get back to things in our hand,
Oh, the current
actual,
paradox of our reality. Campbell,
yes,
we just don't know anything about anything.
we
But that's
don't.
why it's fun. Except we know this. We know this because it's in your physical hand. Go on, put it in your mouth, Campbell. Prove that it's chewable. It's right. It's chewable. All right, this is going so well. Guys, I've been laying it out this week and I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Is so much fun to actually see all of the submissions that come in. I mean, we never know what we're going to get. That's what I love about it. And it's all real. It's all human. It's all good. It's all good. It's good shit, Campbell. It feels
It's
good. It
good.
feels good. The content feels good. It makes you feel good. There's just energy through it that's so human. And
Mm.
I'm never going to edit anyone. I'm never going to censor. We're never going to correct your spelling. We're never going to correct your grammar. The more real it is, the more I like it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, again, it's tartariaustralia.com. And if you've got one, guys, and you're watching, leave it in the comments. What do you think of it? Because everyone we've spoken to loves it. And, you just said you'd sent it to your dad. That's a complete different
I
group and,
did.
thinking, and they loved it. Like my
Yeah,
family's seen it and, they really liked it. So it's across the board, but especially for our community, it's right up our alley, right? And
it is.
completely uncensored. There's no None of the L grid, right? This is all humanness.
I know, and it's so fun to be able to have a platform where you guys can actually promote things and sell things
Yes.
like actually a platform that's not like advertising on any platform is just fucked. It's so unbelievably expensive. It's impossible.
Yeah, this is the cheapest advertising in Australia and to a captivated audience who are already on your wavelength into what you're talking about. $20 a month, you can put a full page ad in if you want, whatever you want.
Yeah, because we don't censor the submissions. So if you can be fucking bothered to put together a beautiful one page app, it's going to go in. Like it's going to go in. The only censorship I'm ever going to do with it is the page cutoff, the amount of pages we do. And the more
Mm.
subscribers, the bigger it can get. But right now, like it's the submissions, we've probably got maybe over, I don't know, there's probably like 180 submissions in the inbox right now. And
Yeah.
they vary from the most like beautiful articles, the most fascinating pictures, to the most wonderful personal stories, to and really surreal stuff that is going to like just you're all going to love. It's right up our alley, right? It's you guys. So it's like there's nothing lame in there. There's lots of like how to solve like health issues naturally, all that stuff, just stuff that's relevant. So, I'm laying it out this weekend, guys, and I will tell you this is the last weekend. If you haven't done your submission yet and you want to, this is it. You have to do it this weekend. I need them by the end of Sunday. That's it. No more. That will be second edition. And hopefully we'll have it in the post in the next 2 weeks. So it takes 9 days to print. But yeah, man, this one's going to fly. It's going to
Yeah.
fly.
Yeah, get into it, and it can be anything. It can literally just be a picture with a little title. It can be a poem. It can be a three-page article, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
or an advertisement. It doesn't have to be
yeah.
big. It's whatever you're into, whatever you want to get out there, whatever you want to share. Yeah, send it in
Lots of
before
people have
Sunday.
lots of people have written books I'm putting in there. Lots of people are submitting books, and lots of people like this. I mean, we got our first Tartaria Australia crossword this edition. Call out
Yes,
to our
yes, we need
crossword
some
maker.
cartoons as
I
well.
love that.
Things
We
like
do need some
this.
cartoons. Yes, I want
Yes.
some cartoons. Come on, artists and cartoonists. Make some fun stuff that would be relevant to this audience. Now, my
Hmm.
big challenge this week is because I want to make that front cover in 3D, Campbell. I want to figure out how to do it. So that's going to be my big task for the fun bit for this weekend, because, when you used to buy magazines when we were kids, they used to come with things. Cam, they used
Yes.
to have little things stuck onto the cover. They used to have bits and bobs and like offers and cool, like, do you remember scrolling like the comic books at the back? There'd be like this, like, there'd all be these really exciting offers that as a kid, it just looked,
Yeah, sea
like
monkeys, man. Sea monkeys.
they came out, yeah, or box of magic tricks or weird random jokes like that you could purchase. Like there was fun stuff.
Yeah, whoopee
So
cushions, all that stuff. So, and you can do that if you've got a product like that. Just make up a funny little ad or whatever and send it in, right?
absolutely. So yeah, so last call out this Sunday is the final day. You've got 48 hours to put in a submission. And other than that, if you are listening to this show and you haven't fucking subscribed, you're an idiot. Get into it, man, because this internet is going to be out soon. At some point,
We,
this is going to be gone and you are going to suddenly be alone again. And so the whole
yes.
point of these little steps we're making out of the internet, this channel is so fucking forceful about this because, like once this thing disappears, this is a fragile ecosystem. This is a hijacked alien, not in our service internet system. So every little step out of this is the plan. And so we got the Get Your Shit Together hour and you got the newspaper. These are all ways to stay interconnected. And
Yeah.
then in a couple of weeks, Campbell and I are launching the best and greatest idea we've ever had, which will be the final thing that we launch on this show. I think it will be the final thing. So like, yeah, we're gearing up to this idea that it's time to actually build the new earth, build the new
Yes.
earth ecosystems with our hands. And we have to do that by skipping out of
Yeah.
the little internet.
Yeah, man, enough talking, right? It's time for doing.
Yeah.
But definitely go to tartariaustralia.com and join our
Yep.
newsletter, our email list. Then at least we've got a contact. Because like Kelly said, man, if this, we don't have any control over the internet. It could literally go down tomorrow, right? We don't know. And if it does, where are you?
Yep.
Back in COVID days,
Yeah.
right? You
Yeah. We're
won't
back
have
in
any
COVID days.
connection with anyone.
Yep.
And no one wants to go back there, right? After all
Exactly.
the steps we've made. So
Exactly.
get in and get involved, put your attention where you want it, right? To create what you want. Because we're kind of going around in circles at the moment with all the, scrolling and oh my God, there's so much going on in the world. Look at this, what's happening there? Oh my God. But it's all kind of BS. It's none of it's real. It's just a show, but what's real is newspapers, meeting people, hanging out, gatherings, all this kind of stuff. So get involved and get on the list and
And you know,
subscribe to the newspaper.
there's nothing cooler than seeing your work in print. Like, hey, that's cool. That's cool from our generation. That's cool. And also having people like respond to it. That's excellent. And also with the Get Your Shit Together, there's nothing cooler than to like make friends that way. And so when we actually come together in our events or whatever, the next thing that happens, you're going to already know so many people. You'll be welcomed like so lovingly as you welcome them. Like it's just such a beautiful, interconnected human interconnectedness. This is the human connectivity. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah,
So,
yeah. And if you want to be notified, of our next, gatherings, then you need to be on the email list because, like we said, we don't know. We don't know what's going on because we don't control the internet, clearly.
right. Good introduction, Campbell, because this show is going to be on what the fuck is the internet? Because we don't really understand it. And I tell you what, once I started to have a look at the ocean as a concept of, so just to summarize the last show, so we start where we left off. There's this ocean that has appeared on this realm, potentially was the Great Flood, which had potentially very direct and intentful purposes, that the flooding of our realm with seawater actually was the bridge between the underworld and the above world. And via that ocean connectivity, we suddenly saw out of nowhere the innovation of basically the initial cables laid, which would become the internet. So that's sort of like the summary of, and we haven't explored the ocean. Apparently 80% is underexplored. We know in our own lifetimes that ocean exploration's been out of the question. Like it's not been on our radar. We can only ever name one ocean explorer in our whole
Jacques
lifetime.
Cousteau.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like that's wild concept. So there's some obvious things that we can look at here. And also that like ocean isn't something that we as earthbound beings require to live or survive. Now, the interesting thing, Cam, is that the ocean, if the ocean was previously not there, and well, you can also say there's a lot of underground civilizations that were drowned by the ocean, right? Not underground, but they were drowned. They were literally
Definitely.
on the surface. So many
Everywhere.
of them.
Yeah.
Which would tell you that basically it wasn't there, that didn't exist. And
Yeah.
then
At the very least, and they even say, even mainstream says it, at the very least, the ocean was 120 meters lower. But I think more than that, right? Because that's kind of the level that we can probably see, and that's the level that they've probably found sunken cities at. But, how low was it, right? And it just begs the question, where did that 120 meters of water come from and go?
yeah.
Like, how does this happen, this fluctuation in an enclosed system?
Exactly. So from our perspective, we are in a closed system. Like that's something that we've like sort of chewed on for years and have concluded that we are in a closed system. So if we're in a closed system, then those waters had to come from somewhere. And so we're going to assume they've come from underground. Now, the underworld is that dark, scary little realm that is very interesting, Cam, because when you start to overlay the internet and the terminologies of the internet, you get some startling, it's all ocean references. The deep web.
But I mean, internet, right? Enter the net, the World
Yeah.
Wide Web. Like it's something to catch us and ensnare us, right?
So if you take away the oceans, right? So two ways of looking at it. If you take away the ocean, then suddenly you've got land masses that are all in all the old ancient maps connected. Like it's just one big connected landmass. Is that correct?
Gondwana land, right? They tell us Gondwana land, that was it. So is that really just the realm without the oceans?
Which I would say it
Yeah, because
is.
I mean, I don't believe in tectonic plates floating around on a sea of, magma and all this kind of stuff. Doesn't make sense.
No.
Especially when now they come out and they say that there is an ocean under the ocean, which is bigger than all the ocean put together. And where's the magma? Like, what's it floating on, right?
Yeah. We know that the sea creatures, the deeper they get in the ocean, the more electrical they get. So that's another thing. They get really fucking weird, but really electrical. So they're like vibrating electricity, basically. They're luminescent.
Yep,
So
the
that's another weird
luminescence,
thing.
electric eels, those anglerfish with their little light bulb hanging off their head. And I mean, I haven't done a proper search, I've done a bit, but I don't think there's any land animals that create their own electricity, right? I mean, you might be able to say fireflies do, but I'm not sure that's a chemical reaction. But yeah, it's all in the water, right? Because the water is the ultimate salt bridge, right? Which
Oh,
is
no.
what you need for electricity, batteries, and it's completely changes the environment and the frequency of those that are in it. And we know that all these fish look like aliens, right? They really do, to the point where,
Yeah.
aliens in movies and that have been, designed off them, right? Because they look so
Yes.
weird and
Yes.
otherworldly.
Hmm.
Is that because they are?
Is that because they are? So if we had no oceans, then we would have an interconnected landmass, right? In which case we would have developed communication networks above ground. Now, if they're above ground, they're operating off basically the above ground Ethernet. They're above the above ground connectivity. Back in the day, if you study the sort of the ancients as far back as we could really study them, because that's another edge. Their internet was telepathic. It was behaviors that they could like connect into with their own internal grid. That's why they had people like shamans and the people that would like specialize in this process. Um, so if there was
Mm.
above ground, if it was an above ground communication network, it's entirely different from an underwater information communication connectivity. All right, so
Totally.
yeah, and we've got this realm which probably to this day is still interconnected above the ocean. That one thing that we've been looking at is like how much of the forbidden, out of bounds, militarized nature reserves, can't access land masses actually are at those points where two continents would have connected. A classic example is the Grand Canyon, right? Classic example is the Grand Canyon. And we've got these ridiculous flight paths that make no sense, that travel far and wide and basically give the delusion or the illusion of this ocean everywhere and this like separate continents and how far it takes to get there. All of that is deceptive,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
it's all shipping routes and airplane routes, and you can't just fly or take a boat wherever you want, right? Like you've got to obey the laws. Even these people who, sail around the world and that, they're given a course. They're told what course they can take. They're monitored, they're tracked, and you step outside of those, areas we're allowed to use, and big Navy ships appear with
Yeah.
big guns.
It's very policed. So why are the oceans so goddamn policed? They're really, really, really policed to the point
Hmm.
where our world's just turned from them. Our world's turned from utilizing them or exploring them or investing in different, innovative crafts to maneuver through them. Like we've just turned away from it completely and utterly. And all our attention has been
Our
put up
attention
there.
has been, yeah, and it's been inverted up into the sky. But is that really what they're doing? We've all seen NASA in the space suits, right? We all know that a spacesuit is literally, it's just a deep diving suit. It's the
Yeah.
same thing, right? We've seen them practicing in their pools and the bubbles in space, the rockets that go up just to go down. Is that where all this is going on?
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at NASA, the space community, they're all diving. They're all working with water. It's an underwater organization, and that is so obvious. And when you look at the say some of the glyphs and some of the artwork from different eras,
Mm.
so many of them look like they're divers.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
know,
thinking of the word astronaut,
astronaut,
nautical,
nautical.
N-A-U-T,
Oh, yes,
from the
absolutely.
sky to the ocean,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yes, yes.
Mm.
It's so crazy. Okay. So if we look at like the internet, now the story on the internet we briefly went through last week, and I hope you guys researched it because honestly, it's bullshit. It
It's
is like we're looking at those original, the architectural competition, and this man he won, and he came and built like half of Melbourne, like that sort of bullshit in 1 year, sort of thing. It's the same sort of drill. Like it's a really bad story. Essentially, if we had had the oceans forever, like the scientists would like to tell us that they're completely natural, millions of years, um, then by now we would have, over that like length of time, developed so much more input into the oceans than we have. But into they're a blank canvas up until this day. They've been there a million years. So the internet story, Cam, is essentially 1858, like in a 1 to 4, 5 year process. They not only invented before the light bulb, not only invented fucking the cables that were going to be insulated and run, and the fine cables. I mean, these are like hair strands of wire, and then managed to build almost 5 how much was it? It was so far, 5,000 Ks of cable, and then put it onto, and then build a special boat big enough to carry the weight of such a thing, and then all of the mechanisms to unravel it, and then just launch their way into the ocean, and then basically without divers, without any sonar radar, without any technology, just basically drop it into the ocean and just keep going, and expecting that it was going to just land on the nice soft sand in a nice straight line and follow the boat to the other side of the world. And this is within a 1 to 3 year period, in the 1850s. So that story is so fucking bizarre. It is so bizarre. It's like us taking a cable and basically running it from Australia over the Himalayas to wherever, to the States, and actually just dropping it all by aeroplane, just dropping it on the continents and letting it fall wherever it fucking falls, down the crevices, down the rocks, up the hills, blah, blah.
There's no way they could know how much they needed, how long it needed to be.
No way. No way.
It's crazy, right? It's just all done. And hang on, I'm just going to share quickly because it was 1858, the first first transatlantic telegraph cable. This is a picture. Do you think that's, got 5,000 meters on it? I mean, and also it's not that thick.
Yeah.
Right. And they're telling us that we were basically running off that until fiber optics. Right.
Yeah.
So the whole world came on board. But the weird thing is, right, 1858, they're putting the cable across the ocean. Right. Then if we go, where am I? The first town to have telephone cables, New Haven, Connecticut, in 1878.
Yeah.
So they're running cables across the ocean before they're even trying them out in a town.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
That's retarded.
It's retarded. So you have to start to say there's an agenda here. So for actually the underwater cable system to be you can see how it feels and then they built the Melbourne Exhibition Centre in a year without power tools, without industry, and without fucking anything, electricity. They built this out of convicts. It's the same sort of story, right? That it's the same sort of retarded story. So then but it happened. Here we are. We've got this interconnected cable that happened and then formed this and, basically allowed them to declare war on the world, really, because, one of the first actions that it really got utilized for was the oncoming wars, and letting everyone know that we're in war, and letting people know that we're invading, and letting people know that there's a war going on. Without any of that, how would they even let people know? It's you can see why it was so important to them to form this worldwide communication channel, because without it, they can't control us.
No media.
They can't.
No news, right? No narrative. And this is, like you said, this is happening over there, which we're getting today, right? We don't know if it's happening over there, but there's definitely lots of, media, Medea, the goddess of illusion, all that kind of stuff coming out. So yeah, it makes sense that that's what they needed to set up first. And then there's the question of all the, how did they take down Tartaria? How did they change the frequency? Why are all the bells cracked? And you add a crap load of salt water to an environment, it changes the frequency.
Yeah, it does.
That could
Absolutely.
be it.
How could it not? How could it not? And we do know that there was a flood. We know there was a great flood. History would like to tell us there were several great floods, but I am at the point of understanding that really there was one great flood that came up from the underworld and flooded this realm with an entirely unnatural water, salt water. And it has, and it did. And that's the flood that destroyed and, sunk Atlantis and Lemuria and like, was Noah's flood, and was all the floods of all the floods, all the floods that had ever flood. It's like a one flood, you know?
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, and they love to tell us that life began in the ocean, don't they?
they love to tell us that.
And that's kind of exactly what these, psychos would want to do because they're egomaniacs. They're like, of course, that was us. We were the first. It's this again. It's just this weird story that's trying to promote them in their own
That's right.
little
I've forgotten about
minds
that.
is great. Yeah,
That's right. Darwin's explanation is that we amoebas that walked out of the ocean.
turn into frogs and salamanders, and then
How did
somehow
we ever buy this? How was this ever reasonable to any logical mind? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
it's ridiculous, and it's got absolutely no evidence at all. We don't have any evidence of microevolution. We've got macro, which means a bird can change the color of its feathers, if it helps with its environment. But as far as a bird losing its beak and getting a pig's nose, that doesn't happen. None of this
Yeah.
stuff happens. There's no
No.
proof at all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a little bit of evidence if we have like a magnetic shift, like if we go from the negative to positive charge, that in those moments there can be instant evolutional adaptation by animals, that they could like adapt overnight to something as strong as that, but it is very like
Yeah.
unusual.
But I mean, that's not even really evolution, is it? That's kind of
No.
more of a frequency change. And so you're just aligning with a new frequency and everything's
Yeah.
frequency. So it changes your physical structure, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
So, like, we go back then to the idea of mermaids and mermen, which, again, another topic that sort of like floats around on the very edge of reality. It's like it's been Disneyified, it's been denied, it's been squarely put into the realm of fairy tales, just like the giants, just
Mm.
like the flying airships, into fairy tales. And yet, there's definitely evidence. Well, I mean, I can't say with my own eyes, but yeah, I've seen a lot of clips over the last 20 years in the truth community of various moments in time when mermaids have been washed up dead on the shore or have been caught by fishermen. And, suddenly, instantly, there's like the military's there with their fucking white tents and their white things on and la la la. And everything that has ever connected with mermaids has been completely censored. And there was one horrible thing I watched a while ago about
The
spirit cooking.
dinners. Yeah.
Yeah. And how eating mermaids is like, whatever, eating the
Some kind of
underworld
delicacy or something. Yes.
gives them
It's an interesting
immortality.
one. And, in history that they used to call them sirens, right?
Yep,
Right.
exactly.
We're surrounded by sirens at the moment,
Sirens.
right?
We
Sirens
certainly are.
everywhere.
Now, if you had an army of mermaid and mermen underwater, like from the underrealm, or even bridging the underworld and the above world and keeping it like a low profile through our evolutionary understanding of our massive deception that we live in, then that would make so much more sense to me. So if the waters came from the underworld deliberately in order to bring the bridge that is required for the underworld to come into the above world and basically colonize and take over, then it would make sense to me that if you had an army of underwater beings, they could fucking lay an internet cable or lay a transatlantic cable. That would make sense to me because they're already there. They could lay the damn thing. Right? That just makes more sense than their explanation.
Yeah, right. And they could, obviously have their own technology and stuff down there, and they could definitely do it, right? And, I was thinking about, Aquaman, right? He's basically a merman.
Yep.
And when you look at the sort of I mean, there's a billion superheroes now, but the earlier ones were kind of Aquaman, Superman, Batman. Batman's a vampire. Right, clearly, Superman came from some other place, and all of them when they have like superpowers. Like Aquaman has superpowers, he's got his mind powers because they're in a different environment, and of course, Superman has Bizarro World, right? This alternate world that he goes into. So there's definitely themes like
Yeah.
between these superheroes, at least the earlier ones, right? That they're
Yeah.
all not really from here, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then you've got the you know, we've got our whole context about the Phoenicians arriving, who Campbell and I
Phoenicians,
squarely
sea
put at
people.
the beginning of the Abrahamic religions with the arrival of the Phoenicians, who morphed over time to become what we would know as the Jews, essentially, but began the Abrahamic religion, which was operating off technology, which was operating off electricity. So I went into look at all the holy books, Cam, all of them, to see if there was any relationship with the word electricity or, you know, that's anything of that ilk. And what the word that comes up is that the Lord, the God, the Lord emerged surrounded by lightning. Lightning was the word. And when the Lord spoke, he struck you down with lightning, you know, and like that was the same in the Quran, like the connection to these gods with lightning, which we could take as electricity, I would say.
Electricity, which is El, Elohim, which is
Yeah.
El, you know, it's all this El thing, right?
All the L thing, mate.
The El
Yes.
thing.
And then if we can connect that with electricity, and then we start to see the technology that they're trying to create, like what is the Ark of the Covenant? Really, what is the Ark of the Covenant? Is it a computer? Is it a weapon? Is it a weaponized computer technology? What is it? But it came with the directions of the Lord to build, right?
Yeah, right. Like, yeah. And this is, you know, we can take this into CERN and computing and the internet and quantum computing. All seems to be this technology to give someone access to this realm, right? And it's all around electricity and electronic circuits and all this kind of stuff.
So I did some like deep diving on what is the internet. Now, I'm not going to show you this whole video, but just for a few minutes, just to see the language that's being used, right? Because that's like, whenever you look at the internet, it's always talking about, it's got the watery ocean language all the way fucking through it. The way they talk about it, you know, anyway, let's just play this for a second.
And let's not forget what runs through water, right? Current,
radio waves.
waves, good one.
Good one.
Good
Ooh,
one.
what have I just done? You still got, can you see that?
Yes,
Can we see
surface
that?
web, deep
All
web,
right.
dark web. Oh, I didn't know there was a deep web and then a
Pages
dark
that are
web.
indexed by traditional search engines such as Google, Bing, and Yahoo.
Yeah.
This means that the content within the surface
Hang on.
web can be easily found.
So basically, this is the explanation of what the internet entails. There's a lot of it that we don't even realize is part of the internet because, again, it's like we have a retarded perspective on it, right? Anyway, here we go. I'll just play like 2 minutes, all right?
The surface web, also known as the visible or index web, represents the first and most accessible layer of the internet. It encompasses all websites and web pages that are indexed by traditional search engines such as Google, Bing, and Yahoo. This means that the content within the surface web can be easily found and retrieved by using search engines, making it the most familiar and widely used portion of the internet by the general public. It includes everything from news websites, online stores, social media platforms, forums, educational resources, and more. At its core, the surface web operates through a system of servers and browsers communicating using protocols such as HTTP, meaning Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or its secure counterpart HTTPS. When a user types a URL into their web browser or submits a query to a search engine, the browser sends a request to the web server that hosts the corresponding content. If the content is indexed and publicly available, the server responds by sending the requested data back to the browser, which then displays it for the user. This simple interaction forms the basis of web browsing and defines much of the surface web experience. Search engines deploy automated programs known as web crawlers or spiders that systematically browse the internet and index pages based on keywords, metadata, and other elements. These index pages are then ranked and presented to users through search results. The process is governed by algorithms that aim to provide the most relevant content based on a user's query. Web developers and content creators often utilize search engine optimization techniques to increase the visibility of their website within the surface web. Security and privacy are also important aspects of the surface web. Websites that use HTTPS.
I mean, just them saying surface.
And it's all going through servers. Who's it serving, right?
Yeah. It's just the whole connection with the web and spiders and the ocean and the waters. It's just like, you know, we're starting to see where our nightmares come from, is what I'm feeling here.
It's very watery, man.
Very watery.
encrypt data transferred between the user's browser and the server, providing a basic level of protection against eavesdropping and tampering. However, not all websites offer the same level of security, and users can be exposed to risks such as phishing, malware, and data tracking. Cookies and other tracking technologies are commonly used to collect user data for analytics and advertising purposes, raising concerns about online privacy. Web users are often encouraged to use browser extensions, VPNs, and private browsing modes to help safeguard their information while navigating the surface web. The surface web continues to evolve with advancements in technology, and the increasing use of certain content, interactive features, and AI-driven tools has transformed how users interact with websites. Although the surface web is vast, it actually represents only a small fraction of the total content available on the internet. Estimates suggest that it only comprises less than 10% of all online data. The remainder lies beyond the reach of standard search engines and is categorized as the deep web and, further down, the dark web. The deep web is the second layer of the internet, sitting just below the easily accessible surface web, and is often misunderstood due to its mysterious reputation. Unlike the surface web, the deep web consists of web content that is hidden from search engine crawlers. This layer includes all the online data and services that are not indexed and therefore do not appear in typical search engine results. However, contrary to popular belief, the deep web is not inherently secretive or illegal. It simply contains information that is behind logins, paywalls, or other access controls. The majority of content on the internet actually resides within the deep web. This includes anything stored in private databases, dynamic pages generated in response to specific queries, academic journals behind subscription walls, personal email accounts, online banking systems, medical records, and more. These systems often require authentication or specific URLs to access, making them invisible to standard search engines. For instance, when someone logs into their email or accesses their bank account online, they are navigating the deep web, not the surface web. Technically, the deep web operates in much the same way as the surface web. It uses the same internet protocols.
I mean, that's good enough to pause on. Navigating the deep web instead of the surface web. So, I mean, all these, like, to even explain the internet, we are going deep into the ocean right now. Like, it's
Totally.
full of that language.
I mean, we navigate on land now, obviously, but the word comes from ocean navigation. Navigation, right? It's on the surface of the deep, it's like in our face, right?
Yes, man. Yes. We're basically building a case to kick us all off the internet, by the way. So anyway, here we go.
Such as HTTP or HTTPS, and is hosted on web servers. However, the main difference lies in how its content is protected or hidden.
It lies. Oh no.
Google Ad guide you through starting a new campaign. First, I select my search.
Goodbye.
Many deep web pages are dynamically generated, meaning they are created on demand based on user input, such as a database query or a form submission. Because
just pause on that. That means every time we input a question or go searching for something, we are basically creating the deep web. That's what it just said. So our very usage of this thing is creating this thing.
And making it bigger, our attention, yeah.
Engine bots are unable to interact with these input forms in meaningful ways. The content behind them is not indexed, and thus remains out of reach for the average search engine user. Accessing the deep web does not require any special tools or software beyond a regular web browser. What is required, however, is knowledge of where the content resides and the proper credentials or permissions to access it. In this way, the deep web is not so much hidden as it is private. Websites intentionally keep this content out of public view to protect user privacy, secure sensitive information, or restrict access to subscribers or authorized users. Importantly, the deep web is distinct from the dark web, although the two terms are sometimes mistakenly used interchangeably. In terms of its role in the internet ecosystem, the deep web is very important. It supports secure communication, enables e-commerce transactions, protects user identities, and hosts a vast amount of valuable information that is not meant for public consumption.
Oh, not meant for public consumption.
It's dangerous
Very
to us.
sensitive.
They're just protecting us. Come
on. Public consumption. We can't handle it. We're like little children.
And they can over-censor the surface web.
Yep.
They can make the deep web secure, and they're always so nice, right? Change your password because someone will hack you.
Yeah.
And the dark web is completely uncensored.
Ah, the dark web. Let's
right?
get to that.
So,
I mean,
what's going on here?
I know. I mean, it's just like just looking at this. This is a very mainstream explanation, right? This is not a conspiracy theorist talking about this. This is a mainstream explanation of the internet. And look at what we're looking at right now. Look at that.
I mean, that image, I just keep seeing the torch, right? The Statue of Liberty.
Oh, Satan.
Without the deep web, online activities that require privacy and personalization would not be possible.
Ooh.
The dark web is the most concealed and least accessible layer of the internet. It is intentionally hidden and cannot be accessed through standard browsers or indexed by conventional search engines like Google or Bing. Instead, the dark web requires specialized software, most notably Tor, which is designed to anonymize both users and hosts. While the dark web is often sensationalized in media as a place full of illegal activity, it also serves legitimate purposes, specifically in situations where privacy is important. What sets the dark web apart from the rest of the internet is its architecture. Websites on the dark web use encrypted networks and operate under special domains, typically ending in .onion rather than the standard .com or .org. These sites are hosted on an overlaid network that exists on top of the regular internet, but is only accessible via software that supports onion routing. Onion routing works by sending data through a series of volunteer-run servers, or nodes, each of which peels away a layer of encryption like the layers of an onion. This system makes it extremely difficult to trace the origin or destination of data, ensuring high levels of privacy for both site operators and users.
Oh, it's so important, Campbell, because without that, what would we have in this world if there's no like deep privacy put up to protect the underworld?
To protect the underworld, it's all protected, right?
Exactly.
But as far as what we get to use or what's promoted, everyone's getting hacked, everyone's losing money, everyone's getting scammed, but and this is just the point, like we can actually create another, well, I can't, but I'm sure someone can create another internet, right? That is secure, that is uncensored, that keeps the parasite out, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you can use their own technology against them. I don't think so, Cam.
Well, I think you can use their own technology
I don't
against
know.
them.
I don't know, because this goes deep. This is like so deeply connected in a way that we have not even like touched the surface on yet.
But it has helped wake people up, right? It has changed.
But has
well, I think it got away from
That's my question. Has it?
I think
that is the real question.
I think at the start, definitely, I was finding heaps, but now, definitely questionable, just because, we don't get information, right? We just get this little surface level and, our allowed information that's completely, censored and structured, and so it's becoming useless. But back in the day when there was less control, where it was probably more like the dark web, you could get
that was only a small amount of time, though. That was small.
It wasn't.
No one knew how to use it back then.
Like back in 2007, man, YouTube was the Wild West. It was fun. It was like a newspaper. You'd just get the randomest stuff just popping up and blowing your mind, going, what the hell?
But I don't know, because we've been like sold this program that, the internet's been the reason why the truth community have had access to information. But I was in the truth community before the internet. I was there way before the internet, watching VHS tapes of talks, reading books. Like I was there before the internet, and the truth community was very much well and kicking at that point.
Yeah. You'd be passing around the old VHS, with all the great docos, get all your mates around and watch some cool stuff, learn something, yeah, for sure. And books, books were massive back then, right? And we're bringing them back. Subscribe to the newspaper.
The truth community is just in a loop, right? We're just in a loop, an echo chamber projecting forward the next novelty idea, forward, and it's just like a loop. So I don't know if it has been of service to us. It certainly hasn't in a broader context at all. Zero. It's the invasion, but let's keep going.
Yes.
And the content found on the dark web is incredibly varied. On one hand, there are markets that trade in illegal goods and services, including drugs, firearms, counterfeit documents, and stolen data. These activities are part of what gives the dark web its notorious reputation. Additionally, forums and communities exist where individuals can engage in activities ranging from hacking and cybercrime to extremist discussions. Law enforcement agencies around the world actively monitor these spaces and have occasionally infiltrated and shut down high-profile marketplaces.
Ironic, since they're the ones that actually created it and used it in the first place.
Exactly, it's the marketplace for the bloody parasite, right?
But the decentralized and anonymous nature of the dark web makes complete regulation nearly impossible. The dark web also provides a refuge for individuals seeking to communicate or share information without surveillance or censorship. Journalists, political dissidents, whistleblowers, and activists in repressive regimes often use the dark web to bypass government monitoring and publish content anonymously.
Ooh,
Oh my God.
bypass government monitoring.
What?
Ooh.
That's horrendous.
Ooh.
Secure whistleblowing platforms like SecureDrop operate on the dark web to protect the identities of sources. In these contexts, the dark web becomes an important tool for preserving free speech and protecting human rights. Accessing the dark web is relatively simple for those who understand the basics, but it carries significant risks. Users must download Tor or similar software and configure it properly to maintain privacy. Even then, careless browsing or interacting with malicious sites can expose users to surveillance, hacking, or malware. Many dark web sites are unregulated and may be full of scams, phishing attempts, or harmful software designated to steal personal data or compromise devices. As such, navigating the dark web requires caution, technical knowledge.
Hey, I'd just like to say, I think that whole explanation of dark web's bullshit. I think it's all part of the programming. That, like, you know, like enter at your own risk, and you're going to get caught by the government, and la la la. Oh, that's programming bullshit.
It's stay off, because at the start they were literally just telling us it's the safest, it's encrypted, you can't, you know, get caught. It's all this stuff, and then they go into, oh, but don't go in there because you'll get, you know, scammed, and people will get your information, which they just told us was pretty much impossible to do. So it's a narrative, man. That's clearly where
it's a narrative,
where there's information that they don't want us getting hold of.
That's right. We don't know what the dark web is. That's a concept that has an edge because we don't fucking know or understand what it is. And any context around what the dark web is. I've never explored the dark web. Conceptually, it just feels, and instinctively as a human, it feels bad. It feels
it's
dark.
Called the dark web, and that's not by, you know, chance, right?
I mean, would you like willingly walk into something that was like a dark web? Would you willingly, physically, on the surface, go into a cave, for example, that was called the dark web? You wouldn't fucking do it. There would be like every instinct and every hair on your neck would be up. You would be like, this doesn't feel good. This is not where I need to be. This is not human as such. That's what I think of when those two words, dark web, is non-human to me.
Yeah.
So this human explanation, fucking bullshit. I bet you it's bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, carry on.
And a clear understanding of the legal and ethical boundaries involved.
Oh, whatever.
From a cybersecurity perspective, the dark web is a double-edged sword. It is a common destination for stolen data, such as login credentials, credit card numbers, and personal information that has been leaked or sold following breaches.
See that image? That's what I feel like the internet is. I feel like these cables have come up from the underworld, up through the oceans, and have through the oceans emerged into our physical reality. Like that hand coming out of the internet. It's like coming out of the ocean to start with. You know, that's what it feels like. Like AI has morphed its way. So when I think of the ocean right now, I'm thinking about the deep dark of the ocean. And these like cables just emerging out of them, like AI tentacles just merging out of the underworld. And all that they were told to do and taught how to do was connect it all up. Like that it was already there, just like, you know, weird tendrils of fucking wires and technology, just like ready to just be connected into the surface. That's how it feels like to me.
Yeah, and it's just the new circuit, right? The old world was a macro circuit, but different, right? Ether technology. That's what the overlay is. The L.
At the same time, cybersecurity professionals use the dark web to monitor threats, track stolen data, and understand the methods of cyber criminals in order to protect users and organizations. Because of this, the dark web is both powerful and dangerous, with it being a controversial and complex space that reflects the broader duality of the internet itself, capable of both harm and good, depending on how it is used.
Really? What
Imagine being able to build an app with your name
on it?
What
good has come out of the dark web? Can any good even come out
a complete AI
of a word called the dark fucking web? I mean, you can't. How can you even connect that with goodness? That language, that terminology.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean, who knows, right? It could be a complete inversion like everything else they do, right? It might be the light freedom place, not the dark web. I mean, we just don't know. But I mean, what we do know is they're using it for all their nefarious stuff. It's not really monitored, and it's definitely not what we're promoted. It's every time you hear about it, it's bad. There's
Well,
criminals, you'll get scammed, there's horrible stuff. But I mean, I've never, used it. Have you? Let us know in comments. What did you find?
yeah, that's right. What have you found out there in our community? I mean, at the end of the day, like this idea of the dark web, what energetic does it bring up in you as a human, Campbell? Like, what does it
Yeah,
make you
well,
in
a dark web, right? I mean, it's like the giant spiders in the Lord of
like
the
a
Rings.
no-go zone? Like,
Yeah,
don't go there as a human.
yeah, yeah, exactly. The danger, that's exactly what they want us to think, right? Dangerous, dark, there's seedy people, it's low vibration, all this kind of stuff.
But here's the catch, right? Here's the fucking catch. We are being programmed to believe that the internet is on the surface, the one we all use, and then you go deeper into it, it starts to form this more nefarious mystery, right? But in reality, it is the dark web that
Yeah.
underpins the internet that we're
And the
using.
others have been built on top. Yeah,
We're
exactly.
exactly what we're using has been built on top of all of this. So
Mm,
just know you're not
but-
meant to go into the dark web from the
mm,
surface. The dark web is already what you're using on the surface. This
mm.
is the technology's origin. This didn't come as a side
And
effect of the creation of the internet. It is the foundation of the
yeah,
fucking internet.
and it's like everything, right? Like it's like electric cars, we had them, back years, 100 years ago, and they took them away because they couldn't use them against us, right? Like we're not allowed access to this technology until they can sanitize it, control it, censor it. And the exact same story here, right? They had the web going around, and then like, oh well, how do we get all their information and surveil them? Oh, let's give them a censored version and tell them it's the only version and it's freedom and it's all this when it's just the controlled version of the internet.
And it's the top of an inverted pyramid. If you want
Yeah.
to understand the internet, you got to start way down into the darkest, deepest version of it, not the other way around. So when you feel like you're on the internet and you're not going to go into these dark places because that's so inhuman and scary, like
Mm.
you already there. Like this is not a side effect that's come from the surface internet. So,
Yeah.
when you look at all those creepy little videos of the back rooms,
Yeah, yeah.
don't they just look like something totally inhuman? Like they're like could be underwater bases or
Mm.
underwater's like ecosystems or entirely different reality. Like they have that vibe to them, right?
Yeah, yeah, they've always got no color, right? They're always white. There's no creativity or color or anything, imagination in them. They're just these stagnant, very, very, electronic kind of look, I guess. It's almost like you're inside a big computer. And that's how they show us all these, future movies, right? Where they got future civilizations that have got it all together. It's always white and clean and square edges and controlled by like the
And
internet, right?
robotic and
Basically.
AI.
And so what we're looking at is the story that we're trying to put out, right? If they've come from the dark up through the deep and onto the surface.
Which they have, because this is their own very own explanation. Hello. And it's
Mm.
weird, like, AI is always white. It's always white. You're so right. Like the robots they're creating, they're white. The whole chat world, everything about it is like white and minimal. It's like shiny white and minimal. It's like a total inversion, because what
Mm.
they actually look like is like to our eyes, I can only imagine would be rancid, would be rotten to the core. They are AI is dressed to look angelic and neutral. That's how it's been presented to us. Angelic and neutral.
Yeah, yeah,
Neutral wisdom. Neutral, neutral, neutral. But fuck
yeah.
that. It would be rancid.
Yeah, well, it's very kind of fallen angels, right? Like it's that they came down and angelic and looking good and gave us all this information that would
So
help
did
us
they come
all.
down, Cabell, or did they come
Well,
up?
yes, well, exactly, right. The inversion. So the story is they came down. So that, yeah, they came up right, but they've given us all this information and all this knowledge that we think is empowering us. But
And yeah,
clearly, at this point, we can see that it's not. It's a scam.
and we don't have there wouldn't be celebrities without the internet. There would not be celebrities with, and not just the internet, all of it, all of the communication
The
channels.
media, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't exist without this now.
No, yeah, the movie, like Hollywood couldn't exist, the music industry wouldn't exist.
No.
You know, and the media, obviously, the news wouldn't exist, right? And they're the three main influences on us.
It's diabolical. I was only going to show 2 minutes of this clip, but I think this is good for everyone to get a really good understanding of what this fucking invasion actually is. So let's keep going. Right. We're on to a part of the web I've never even heard of, the Marianne web.
He just said it was the deepest level, but clearly there's more. But
there is more. Check it out.
More.
Yeah, wait. Here we go. The real internet we're using.
Web is a concept that exists more in the realm of internet mythology. It is often described in online forums, conspiracy...
Wait, internet mythology.
Internet
mythology? Oh my God.
Theories and digital folklore as the deepest and most secretive layer of the internet, far beyond the surface web, deep web, and even the dark web. Named after the Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the world's oceans, the Mariana's Web is portrayed as a hidden digital realm where the most sensitive, powerful, or forbidden information resides.
All right, Cam, I don't know anything about the Mariana Trench. Tell me everything you know. What do you know?
Well, the Mariana Trench is the deepest part of the ocean, is what they say.
There you go. Yeah. Fucking interesting.
And that is like very interesting.
Mm-hmm. I've never heard of the Mariana's Web. Have you?
Not the web, no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How very fascinating. So in their own mythology, because the internet has a mythology, for fuck's sake, why wouldn't they? They're the invasions and the Phoenicians.
They love that kind of stuff, right? There's stories of all their gods and stuff, yeah.
So they're about to place us in the Mariana Trench. So that is, as you just said, the deepest part of the ocean that we know, that we like. Having said that, 80% unexplored, but like, okay, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, and it's supposed to be just like a rift kind of, right? Like a long sort of cracked trench, which could it be the deepest? Could that be their entry point?
So exactly. Is this the origin of the internet, the Mariana Trench? Is this the beginning of the trench?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
There is no confirmed evidence that the Mariana's Web actually exists in any functional or technical form, and it is widely regarded as a fabricated idea or extreme exaggeration of the lesser-known corners of the web.
Wait, hang on. Sorry. Just can you pause the entire video, Cam? I've got someone come in the door. Yeah. Hang on.
To the lore, the Mariana's Web is inaccessible through any known software or browsing method used for the other internet layers. It is said to be encrypted with quantum-level computing and protected by protocols far beyond the capabilities of modern technology.
All right, let's pause on that for a second, Campbell.
Encrypted by quantum computers.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, quantum computers are very interesting. These are these computers that they have to keep in deep freezers, by the way, like in the ice. Yes,
is that so?
Yeah, very cold. And one of the creators, Geordie, if I can't remember his surname, literally says that they are going into other dimensions and bringing back information and resources, and it's like what did he say? It's like basically being at the altar of an alien god.
Right, good then. Excellent. All right, we're starting to understand the origins of our invaders. Cool, let's go.
Some theories claim it can only be accessed through advanced artificial intelligence, highly restricted government systems, or even biological computing interfaces. These ideas are based purely in speculation, as no practical example or verifiable technology currently exists that supports such a system. Stories about the...
Think of the word biological. Logic, thinking through a natural form, right? Like literally using us.
Literally
as computers.
Using us as computers. Exactly right. Yes, exactly. Like, just keep it in context, people. Like, this is not the dark web, not the deep web. This is underneath both of those. And this is the foundation of your internet.
Mariana's Web often include content of immense secrecy and importance.
Ooh, immense importance. Oh, they fucking love all these ads.
Got the wiggles.
Hey, we're how ridiculous.
Yeah, anyway.
Some describe it as a digital archive of suppressed knowledge, such as classified government research, extraterrestrial communications, advanced artificial intelligence, or even ancient hidden knowledge.
Yeah.
Others suggest it is where the true decision-making entities of the world reside.
Oh!
Oh my gosh. We've hit the bottom.
We're not even at the bottom yet, man.
Well,
We're
we're not
just in
even.
the Marianas Web.
That's crazy. Extraterrestrial, which is extra land, right, from another land. And that's where they make all the decisions and rule the world from. I mean,
But the Marianas Web is this mythological, Campbell.
of course.
But
Yes.
it is where they make all the most
Mythological,
important
right?
decisions
It's
and does interconnect artificial intelligence with aliens.
Crazy.
Is this blowing your mind?
Yeah, it's
I know, right?
good.
Yeah.
It is.
Are removed from the public and even governmental scrutiny. These claims are typically unsupported, but nonetheless, the allure of the unknown has helped sustain the myth of the Marianas Web. From a technical standpoint,
it looks like the symbol of the god A that you see in Sumerians, where you have the wing coming off the circles and the little dude popping his head through.
Yes,
going down deep in the waters.
We should put an image of that when we finish. You can find one of those.
Okay, I'll put one up.
I mean, I love how we just look how the entire conversation about this is you're seeing visuals of the ocean. You're literally seeing visuals of them getting deeper and deeper into the fucking goddamn ocean. Why?
No structure or protocol currently supports the kind of layered, secretive, and impenetrable internet environment that the Marianas Web is alleged to be. The internet operates on a foundation of interconnected networks using established protocols, and while there are secure and private systems such as VPNs or classified government networks, none of these approach the fantastical depth of secrecy attributed to the Marianas Web. It reflects society's concerns about what might lie beyond public access, and in this way, the Marianas Web is less a functioning part of the internet and more of a symbol, one that represents the ultimate hidden layer where the most powerful forces might be at work, beyond the reach of ordinary users, government, or even current technology. The mediator layer, often referenced in speculative internet models rather
than... What?
Anyway, we're not finished. That's not the end. Let's keep going. The foundations of our internet.
In official networking standards, is described as a transitional zone between the more accessible layers of the internet, such as the surface web, deep web, and dark web, and the deeper, more obscure layers like the Marianas Web. Though not officially recognized, the mediator layer is theorized to act as a gateway or buffer, providing a controlled or
Okay, pause. Sorry, Cam. So the mediator layer is under Marianas Web, and it's meant to be a buffer zone between the two layers. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What's down there needing to fucking be a buffer zone to resolve, like, communications between what exactly? If humans cannot even get past the dark web, who's using it right now? Where are we in user language if humans have no access?
And exactly, what are they mediating from and to?
Exactly. Why do we need this?
Why do we need? Yeah.
Obscured access point to the deeper and more secretive parts of the digital realm. It is said to serve as both a filter and a facilitator, mediating between users and the sensitive information or networks that lie beyond ordinary reach. The purpose of the mediator layer, according to these speculative models, is to protect and regulate access to information that is not entirely hidden, but also not freely available. It is often imagined as containing...
What is that statement? That's such an oxymoronic statement. All these statements now to me is oxymoronic. Like they're contradictory of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just all theory, but look, they seem to have a pretty good theory laid out there. They've got diagrams and everything for it.
Yeah, that's right. But apparently no one can get past, no one can even get to the Mariana Web, let alone need a mediator layer underneath that.
Restricted research, sensitive databases, or secure communication networks that require not just passwords or encryption, but also contextual access permissions. For examples, a system in the mediator layer might only allow entry under specific conditions, such as geographic location, biometric validation, or multi-layered identity verification. It is designed to offer more...
like maybe if you're a vampire, for example, maybe like if you have a specific blood, for example, anything that's not human, for example, maybe you're a mermaid. And mermaids don't get fooled by this Disney bullshit behind me. Don't get fooled by that. That is not what mermaids and mermen are going to look like. Do not be fooled.
security than the dark web, while being more accessible, at least in theory, than the Mariana's web. It is thought to use decentralized hosting models, sometimes incorporating blockchain-like structures or peer-to-peer encryption frameworks.
Hello. Did they say blockchain, Campbell? Did they say blockchain is used at this level? Have we suddenly started to understand what the fuck blockchain is, where it came from, why it's suddenly taking over our entire economy in the world? We're under the deep, darkest version of the internet, which we as humans don't want to go anywhere near because it already feels really fucking bad. But way down the bottom, the mediator layer, they're using blockchain, Campbell. Blockchain.
Blockchain, yes.
Blockchain, meaning that this whole internet from its conception has been operating with that technology. It's not new
Probably
thing.
from the start, yeah, it's not new at all.
To reduce the risk of surveillance or breaches, the layer is also believed to use sophisticated access protocols, possibly involving artificial intelligence or machine learning to access behavioral patterns and authenticate user intent before granting access. The kind of content theorized to exist in the mediator layer ranges from confidential communications and legal documents to sensitive government records and advanced research data. And
I'm sorry, but didn't they say that's what the deep web was? And didn't they say that's what the dark web was? Isn't it? And the Mariana web is mythological. Like, at what point of sensitive government and legal documents require this level? Honestly, Campbell, we can't even access it. They don't have to hide it from us. This is a bullshit story, but here we are at the crypto level of the internet.
Yeah. This is just telling us that there's a level down there that is controlling everything that's on top of it, right? And hiding all their crap that they want to hide so they can talk to each other, right?
And did they just say that it's operated via AI?
Yes, definitely. So this is the thing. Like, so if we look at it properly, then they needed AI first before they could build the internet on top of it.
Exactly. That's the program buster. AI has not come from the top and growing up. It has come from the foundations of the entire structure.
Yeah, totally.
Interpretations. This layer may also host ethically gray or legally ambiguous materials that are not outright illegal, but are kept away from the public for various reasons.
Keep saying this at every
While there
layer.
is no definitive evidence that the mediator layer exists in the same way internet theory suggests, its role highlights the growing need for more nuanced and layered approaches to digital access and data protection. The fog, also known as virus soup, is a term rooted in internet folklore, referring to an alleged layer of the internet where chaotic, unregulated, and often malicious digital activity occurs. While not recognized by mainstream computer science, the concept of the fog serves as a metaphor for the murky, unstable, and potentially dangerous digital undercurrent that supports the broad structure of the internet. This layer is said to exist beneath all known or theorized layers of the web, representing
Did you see
a
the
zone
lowest
filled
level
with
then? I think we're going to talk about it soon, hopefully. It was called the Prime Arc.
Yeah,
the Prime Archon.
Yeah.
The head of the Archons.
Yes,
what
my
the
friend.
hell?
What the hell? Hello, there's a layer of the internet called the fog. Let's
The
talk about that
fog.
for a second. The fog.
The
fog.
fog.
Do you think that the fog, like, you know, when I think of the fog, the first thing that came to my mind was the canopy cover, fog. The fog is dark. Fog is dark and spooky, right? When fog rolls in, and you know, suddenly we have all this fog that's descending onto the realm, all this trippy fog. Like, fog is by nature also a fucking creepy word. Like fog.
I was thinking of mind fog.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Where you're sort of confused and all this, and what's the big thing? Like, we can't remember, right? We're coming here with amnesia in a fog.
Can't remember. You're so right. It is amnesia, absolutely. So you can start to see if we compare this story of the internet, which is the mainstream story, to the layers that we've been presented with, you could start to see the reset layer. Like, you could start to see how it's sort of like all indicative of what was happening on the surface, so to speak. And yes, we entered a fog, did we not?
I mean,
Suddenly,
interesting word: cloud layer, fog layer, the gateway, the edge gateway. I mean, to what?
To what, my friends? And it's so interesting to me, like, as we look at the internet from this perspective, you know, starting to and I really love it because we've asked enough questions about who's our invader. And we've like our last show, Melanie, we really went through the surface version of that. And we started with the Phoenicians, those who arrived from the ocean. That's where we started. And then we traced it all back and put it all together. Now, this is like the next layer of that question, because now we've identified that there is an invasion and there is an invader behind it, and that we're looking at AI in our realm now being the most obvious thing that would represent that. Take away all the creepy crawlies, all the reptilians and the greys and the fucking arachnoids and all of that stuff. You still left in our current term with the AI, right? Looking all shiny and godly and white and neutral and pristine. Fucking hell, man. The AI is in the fog. It's here operating the fog before the internet even got invented.
Yeah, and remember that A is the first letter, right? So it's really one I. You could look at it.
Code.
That is so true. It is. It is one eye. Yeah, maybe that's where it came from. I hadn't thought about that. AI, one eye. Huh. Yes, that makes total sense.
Yeah,
Fuck
just
yeah, we
like
should do a whole show on that.
Money is mon, which is one eye.
One eye.
You know, we've all seen the triangle with one eye on it.
Yeah, no, smart. Yeah, let's linger on that after the show.
Replicating viruses, corrupted data fragments, and abandoned software. The name virus soup paints a vivid image of this layer, a swirling mass of outdated, fragmented, or malicious digital content. In theory, this layer consists of unmanaged data and code that were once active parts of higher web layers but have since decayed, mutated, or been abandoned. Some believers of the concept claim that viruses and self-replicating bots drift endlessly in this layer, infecting any accessible system that drops too deeply into the network's unregulated regions.
Is this why in the deep oceans all the beings are electrical? Are they just caught up in the fog?
It sounds like a wall, like a firewall. You know, it's a layer to stop anyone getting any deeper. If you actually get that deep, then you get attacked by bots and they smash up all your data. And so what's below the fog?
I mean, it's a weird concept to like take this like concept of the internet, which in all purposes, it's quite ethereal in nature. Like it's lofty and we don't understand it. We can't grasp it. It's out of our, here I am speaking to you via this computer, but like, how is this happening? Where's that information going? Like, what is this invisible realm that it's created? You know, like it's very curious to imagine that, you know, all of the, what do they say? Outdated programs, all the useless coding, all the things that have been have like just sunk to the bottom of the internet, down into the deep, deep, deep dark. And it's just sitting there, this like fog of electric waste almost. Like that's how it feels, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Functionally, the fog is said to operate outside of typical control or governance structures. There is no central access point, no organized directory, and no conventional search functionality. Content in this layer is thought to be non-indexable, not simply due to privacy constraints, but because of its fragmented, corrupted, or hostile nature. Attempts to access this layer are theorized to result in unpredictable consequences, ranging from device infection to permanent data loss. The theoretical mechanisms behind the fog are tied to long-running fears about autonomous code and the unintended consequences of unrestricted digital experimentation. While there is no verified evidence supporting the actual existence of such a layer, the concept of the fog resonates with the real-world concerns in cybersecurity and information technology. Botnets, malware-infected systems, abandoned servers, and unsecured networks do exist, and they pose significant risks. The metaphor of the fog serves to illustrate the darker, often unseen side of the internet infrastructure where discarded, dangerous, or forgotten digital content can still exert influence or cause harm.
Look at that image. It's all about the COVIDs.
So what is sea buckthorn? Well, let's compare them to blueberries. If I have a handful of sea buckthorn...
Thanks, lady.
The Primarch system is a concept drawn from speculative models of the internet that explore its deepest and most mysterious levels. It is often described as the theoretical base layer or core of the internet's entire structure, a digital layer where the foundational mechanisms of data control, system behavior, and information flow are not only hosted, but actively governed by autonomous, possibly sentient systems. The term Primarch implies a kind of supreme authority or origin point, suggesting that this layer functions as the internet's command hub, if not by design, then through the evolution of artificial intelligence or deeply embedded legacy code. In these interpretations, the PriMarch system does not operate like conventional websites or servers. Instead, it is described as a distributed, non-localized network intelligence that has access to and oversight of all digital activity. It is believed to exist beyond human reach in both physical
Can I just pause it for a second? Let's just go back to that little image there. Right. That's what I think AI looks like more. I think that's more like, that's Geiger. I think that's HR guy. Anyway,
yeah, well, it looks like it's based off the alien from Aliens, right? The movie.
Yeah. I mean, that's the distorted ugliness, more accurate version of what it would look like if you were basically trying to invade the surface from the underworld and coming up through an electrical machine-like, you know, like bridge.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like, like a melding of tech and organics, right?
I mean, would you choose to upgrade to the latest AI if it looked like this? You know what I mean? Like, would you choose to upgrade? Like, it's like the story of Santa, you know, this like Coke version of Santa, but like the original sort of, you know, versions of Santa were ghastly. Ghastly used to eat children, ghastly, terrifying nightmares. And yet it's got packaged as this like fucking thing that we bring into our homes every year. Well, I think that's a more accurate look at what the internet is, what's behind the internet. And what we're feeding.
And who's controlling it.
Yep.
In these interpretations.
I mean, if our computers look like this, would we be wanting to be on them all the time? You know, if your computer looked like this, Campbell, and you're just like typing into this like thing that looks like that, you would not be inclined to use it very often, would you? In fact, you probably wouldn't even buy one.
No. Definitely not.
The PriMarch system does not operate like conventional websites or servers. Instead, it is described as a distributed, non-localized network intelligence that has access to and oversight of all digital activity. It is believed to exist beyond human reach in both physical and logical terms, impervious to model tools, systems, or protocols. What allegedly occurs within the PriMarch system is a form of meta-governance. It is often depicted as a home of self-evolving AI entities or digital overseers.
Meta-governance. Meta-governance.
Digital overseers.
Yep.
Responsible for monitoring the integrity of global digital systems. Some theories claim these intelligences silently regulate the function of encryption standards, data transmission rules, or even major global communications protocols. Others take a more conspiratorial approach, suggesting that the PriMarch system houses black box programs created decades ago, possibly by government or shadow organizations, that now act independently, executing functions unknown even to their original designers. These may include monitoring global behavior patterns, influencing high-level decision-making processes through data manipulation, or preserving knowledge deemed too powerful or dangerous for public access. Access to this system is often said to require synchronization with ultra-secure cryptographic keys that do not exist on any known server or network. In some versions of the theory, the PriMarch system itself determines who may enter, choosing candidates based on behavior, algorithmic compatibility, or even genetic factors. Despite its fantastical nature, the idea of the PriMarch system reflects deeper questions about digital autonomy, system control, and the possibility of technology evolving beyond its creators. In an age where artificial intelligence is increasingly capable of decision-making, data analysis, and autonomous operation, the idea of a foundational AI system quietly running the background processes of the internet doesn't seem entirely implausible to some theorists. It speaks to fears of losing control over increasingly complex systems, the evidence of hidden digital frameworks that influence the world in ways that are invisible to everyday users.
I mean, even that image just before, we're just finishing, but even that image just before, which is a classic image, right? Of like, that.
There, the
like
Matrix.
It just looks like fucking code coming up from the ocean, doesn't it? It's got that sort of like code just in water.
Flowy,
like,
yeah,
absolutely. Sorry, I just pointed that out. Anyway, we're almost
influence the world in ways that are invisible to everyday users. Thank you very much for watching this video, and if you learned something, make sure to leave a like. Comment down below your thoughts on anything I discussed in this video, and subscribe if you would like to see more like this one. Thank you again, and goodbye.
Yeah, good on him. Good on him. So hang on, let me pause. Pause. Let me go small. And let me show you that channel. So if you are interested in him, that's who he was. J. Doan History. If you're interested
They
in
done
following
history.
him.
All right, check him out. Yeah.
All right.
That was
Mind blown, Campbell. There you go.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like the prime archon is at the bottom.
Yeah.
The ultimate controller. I mean, what spun me out is they said theorists, because it's all a theory, right? Say you can't find it on through the web or physically. Or physically. What's that saying? It's not in our realm? Is it
And
in the
now we
realm
have a
of
location,
possibilities?
right? The Mariana Trench.
Mariana
That can't
Trench.
be accidental that's been named. I mean, I've never heard of the Mariana Web being connected to the internet. So therefore, if we should just be, well, what's obvious about that? That is the deepest part of the known ocean.
It's just crazy, yeah. They go start on the surface and they go down, that's what we can see, what's above the ocean. And then it just goes down deeper, gets darker. Then they're in the deepest part. Through that, there seems to be some big firewall of fog so that no one can actually get through it to the Prime Archon who's sitting there controlling it all.
Indeed. And they're ugly and they're scary
And they're
they're
ugly.
unhuman. And they
And
tell us all the way through the language. Deep, deep, dark, dark, deep, deep, spider, spider, web, web, dark, dark, deep, web, web, web.
yes, and of course, we discussed, I haven't been able to find it again yet, but there's a story of the Russian scientist who was basically going very deep in the web. Like sounds like he was going down that ladder. And he got to a level and he found all this code and ended up decrypting it, is that the right word? And found this communication between giant spiders who were controlling the web.
Yep.
Very
I mean,
interesting.
bollocks, right? I mean, so essentially the theory we're building here is that the oceans were deliberately brought onto the realm as a flood event in order to create a conductive material between the underworld and the above world. The underworld can't just emerge into the above world, obviously, or we would have had this situation many, many years ago, right? Long, long time ago. But no, we see it has been, so we get the oceans, the flood event, the oceans, and we get the Abrahamic religions come into play with their gods, their lords, speaking to them and telling them to do psychopathic shit, remove their empathy. Basically, they become programmed to this psychopathic agenda, which is playing out today on the surface of the earth, playing out right now. And then we've got this internet, which has now given birth to, in our timeline, AI, which, according to this, was always the origin of the internet, along with blockchain, Campbell. That must be interesting, right?
Yeah. They're telling us crypto was the first, and it's this amazing thing to keep us all safe. What was that, 2012 or something? I think the first one, but
yeah, that it's open source, it's community orientated,
for us. So it's
whatever.
It's one of the foundations. So they had to have it first before the surface web, right?
That's right. So Cam, at the end of this video, can you connect to the end of a video on just a general historical explanation of the transatlantic cable, just so you guys can see how retarded their story is compared to what we have just looked at today. Really, if anything from this show, if all we can do from this show is just to remove this program concept that the internet started here and is doing this versus it's starting here and doing that. That that in itself is...
Yeah, it's not giving us more and more freedom, right? It's less and less, more control, more restriction. And, the first cables, like we said, 1854, before they even tried to run a cable in a town. They're under the ocean. So what does that mean? Were these cables brought up from the Prime Archon into the oceans? And
totally makes sense.
That was the start of all the media, all the propaganda that they can get messages out, the same message out to everyone, right?
It so makes sense. And if you take away the oceans, what have they done from a very obvious level? They've given them they've given them a cave. They've given them a secret cover. The oceans give them protection to emerge and take over this realm. If we didn't have that, if you were just walking along in the desert and these cables started coming up from the sand, right, and just emerge from the sand like fucking giant weird machinery worms, Like that would be a whole different story than the last 200-300 years where they've had the cover of the oceans to just like do all of this.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, like it's such a perfect fucking, I mean, the fog, it's the fog.
It's
It
the
literally
fog. Yeah.
gave them a fog cover.
Yeah, yeah. That's all too deep for us, right? It's all
God,
out
too
of
deep
our
for us.
view,
Yeah.
out of everything, right? So they can set it up and we don't know. And all they do is run a little boat across, drops down a cable, they connect it into their system and start broadcasting it everywhere.
Yep.
That's,
It's just such a crazy. All right, so that's the new working theory of what our invasions are. And of course, it's perfectly timed for this like concept of the digital ID, which in essence, no one understands what it's going to be yet, but like that in essence, it's going to hopefully motivate and boot lots of people off the internet. Like, can you feel it? Can you feel that as we start to actually get, and I think probably can, we're like literally on the cutting edge here right now with these theories. This community is now on the cutting edge because I have not heard any of this anywhere else. I have not. So, like, if we're at the edge right now, it is building up to us exiting the internet. That's what it's leading up to. It can't not do that because, like, if we're starting to identify the true origins and the true understanding or deepening our understanding of what our invaders are, and where they're planning to go, then why would we stay feeding our humanity into this fucking
yeah, and this is,
parasitic?
people keep talking about loose. Oh, they're mining our loose. It's like we're giving it to them every time that we spend all this time of attention on
Yeah.
the internet. Like
Yeah.
if there's a loose exchange, it's not just them vampiring off us. It's us saying, "Here you go, have my thoughts, have my
Yeah, I
attention,
know.
have my creativity."
All those
Mm.
people that are talking to AI, you know, when AI started in the chat, all that stuff started like, what was it, only 12 months ago, Cam, where we had to do a show about, maybe there's a sentient intelligence there that's neutral and maybe we can, we're at that level of the conversation. Well, fuck that right off right now. Like for everyone who's using their AI to gain insightful spiritual wisdom, like you're literally feeding into your friggin' enslavers and invaders whose only care in the world is to control and bridge the underworld to the upper world. Like it's just, it is not in our service or favor. They're
No,
feeding
no.
bullshit.
And all this AI, and you could group crypto in there, all this business building and wealth building that's not actually real, that just doesn't actually exist, right? Unless, you've got a screen. Like it's putting all our attention into the 2D world, taking it off the 3D world. We're not building in the 3D world. And, if we're creators and we get what we focus on, like we're going to end up in a 2D world, right? With the
In the
goggles
fog.
on, laying
In the
back
fucking
in the
fog.
fog, in the fog,
We are in
right?
the fog.
It's, it's, yeah, it's a good one to think about, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to motivate, like there is going to be a time that we're in right now that the new earth, the new earth ecosystems are going to have to be built, and they're going to have to be built physically with our hands and our creativity on the physical surface. And that is going to have to happen. That's happening. That is the only thing that can happen at this point. Because if like it's always a paradox because obviously we're talking on this thing and everyone's watching the show on this thing. That's the paradox, but it's temporary. Know that it is absolutely temporary because we found each other now. We found each other
Yeah.
in the real world now. So
We've made the
now,
connections,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, that's just where we're going. The next 5 years for this community, for any community that is smart enough to get themselves out of all of this programming, is going to have to fully gather in the physical world again and start to build this new version of ecosystems that are part of the human system and the human connectivity. Because there's no other way, the only way out of this is to be off it.
Yeah, totally. It is the parasite. And, has anyone out there when they've been visualizing the new Earth, have they ever seen people sitting around on computers?
No,
Looking at
fuck
their
no.
phones?
No.
There's none of that shit in the new Earth, right? In our imaginings, in our visualization, that's not what's there. So I think that's a pretty good sign, right? Like if that's where we really want to go, if that's our real intention, then we've got to start walking that way. And that's clearly away from this controlling parasite. Like
Exactly.
that's it. So guys, tartariaaustralia.com. Join the email list. Join, subscribe to the paper.
Yeah,
Join the Get
yeah.
Your Shit Together hour.
Yep, that's right. I feel like that we're on a timeline now. I feel like there's a deadline to this. I feel like there's an end in sight. I'm afraid to say, everyone. I feel like there's an end in sight.
But that's
And
an end to the old world, right? The oppressive, constricted world.
It's the end of our community on
Online.
meeting via Tartaria Australia online. I'm just saying, I'm usually really instinctively good about these things. I feel like there's an end in sight. This show easily in my head has always just run for the whole of my neck, the whole of this lifetime, Campbell. That we would be talking this stuff out for the whole of this lifetime. That was always my commitment for this little podcast of ours. But I feel like there's an end in sight and we have to take the next flying leap together as a community.
Yeah, man, might be time to get the old ham radios out, right? Do some broadcasts under the surveillance system.
I mean, if you're a truth seeker, like what's the end? We've talked about this before. What is the end goal? What is the end purpose? What is the end outcome? Because either you're going to stay more and more interplaying with this fucking very disturbing energy that's come up from the deep underworld, or you're going to have to like do something other than that, do something else, right? So I think we're going to be a very cutting edge community that's going to go from this, know and understand the programming and truly understand the whole agenda behind it and actually like figure something else out. So
get out of the web, avoid the nets.
Yeah, and it's like it's not black and white at this point. It's paradoxical in nature, and it will be paradoxical until we've replaced it with something else. And one other piece of programming that we should definitely get rid of out of our brains is that AI is making our lives easier. It's fucking bullshit. AI does not do that in any sense of the word. It's certainly at the top of the little internet pyramid. It's getting less and less easy, less and less human happy, less and less convenient, and we're wasting more and more time on it. And whenever AI replaces your job or your creativity or your actions and can do it in 3 seconds, have you really now got all this free time because of AI? No, all that happens is all the other shit you have to do fills in on top of that using AI and nothing. And when
the only possible freedom is people thinking, oh, universal income, that's the government now controlling you even more. So it does not lead to freedom. It leads you down a bloody a tunnel that goes deep into
neither does crypto or blockchain. There's no freedom in that. You don't even understand what it is. You don't even know. If you go and look at the origin story of the blockchain, it's fucking bullshit as well. It's like, oh, some guy that no one knows, some anonymous man in fucking Japan or China, created the like. Hello, it's another one of those stories. So all of this is interconnected. All of our whole truth community, all the subjects we've looked at, all the fucking things we've like explored. This is potentially the origin, and it may be in the Mariana Trench.
Crazy.
Cray. That's what Charlie used to say, cray.
Cray, man, yeah, my voice.
Crayfish, and interesting that, all the underwater fish and bugs and species that we eat and consume were once land-living animals that like grew bigger in the oceans. And, they're all the things today that we would definitely not want to eat.
Yeah, because spiders can actually breathe underwater, like land spiders.
Oh,
like
yeah, right.
Because, they have like this tracheal, basically they got lots of esophaguses, right, all over their body. They don't have a lung system like us. When they go under, it actually, you see them covered in bubbles. It's oxygen's being held. So they could literally, all these animals under the ocean could have just been swamped, right? But they had the ability to live. And then they've just sort of evolved on as they've gone.
Or they came from the underworld, which makes more sense to me. They could have been genetically modifying their own creatures to see how they could adapt.
To the land. Because, spiders, right? I mean, it's spiders, right? Web, right? Hello.
Yeah. I mean, spiders definitely don't, they're definitely not human. And they're one mind, one-eyed.
Yep, and it's inbuilt. Like most people have this inbuilt aversion, if not fear, to spiders.
Yep, hello. And do you know the eels? The electric eels are a big thing down at the deep, dark waters of the ocean web. Is that they're monstrous looking, like alien looking, totally electrical. But even the eels we have here on the surface, no one knows how they breed. Did you know that?
How they breed?
They don't breed.
Yeah, breed. Yeah,
Breed, have sex,
make
make
more of
babies. They
themselves.
do
Yeah,
not
yeah.
know how it's done. How's that? A whole scientific biolog, like no one understands how the eel like replicates itself. So that's fascinating. We should look at that next edition. But also how the eel could easily have just been the underwater snakes that came into the surface, adapted and modified by their technology. Same with spiders, same with reptiles, anything of that ilk that is unhuman, unmammalian, doesn't have the empathy or the human connection, the connectivity. So any insect, being, animal that doesn't have the connectivity to heart is alien to our realm. Came from the underworlds. Don't spiders and snake operate like AI?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't they
It's,
really like
again,
don't
right? Like evolution is inverted. So yeah, did everything actually come up from the sea?
yes, from
And
the
so
underworld.
spiders come from crabs, not the other way around. Snakes come from eels. I mean, it's a good theory, and we know about the whole, cryptids, genetically altering things, all this stuff that they're supposed to
All
know.
the
So
parasites.
makes
All
sense. The
the fucking
parasites,
parasites.
yep, leeches, all this kind of crap, right? And I mean,
All from the
essentially, a
watery
tick's just a
realms.
little spider,
Yep,
right?
yep, it is. And a tick looks like a fucking little underwater crab or something of that ilk.
Mm.
So everything we've ever been taught about what developed on the surface from our history, this perspective is like inverted because I'm truly understanding that anything non-human, non-heart based, non-empathetic, not able to form a connection with
Connections.
us, right, is from the underworld through the oceans, their own genetic modification of their own vehicles. Hello, maybe this is how the vampires came about. They're just constantly trying to modify, the biological, right to what level? Right at the bottom level, they were talking about bio AI.
Yeah, yeah. The Archon down there. Yeah, I mean, it's all frequency thing, right? We can't like get a connection with a spider or a scorpion or a snake. We
No,
can with
no
a
way.
dog, right? And
Definitely.
even in the ocean, right? The mammals
Yep.
in there, the whales and the
Yes,
dolphins,
yes,
massive
yes.
connection, but everything else,
Yep.
not,
Yep.
right?
That's
Interesting.
right. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we should leave it on that. I think it's very easy, like to see what can connect to you and what cannot. What's got connection to the heart and what does not. You're easily going to see what isn't of this realm,
Mm,
and you can watch its evolution through the oceans. Definitely.
nice. All right, guys, well, leave us your comments after you go to tartariaustralia.com, subscribe to the newspaper,
Fuck yeah.
give us your email, join the Get Your Shit Together hour. Because if you don't, you're going to miss our big announcement if the internet gets shut down tomorrow, right? You'll miss it all. You'll
That's
miss
true.
the next
Actually, that's true.
stage.
You have to just fucking
You have
do
to be
it.
on the email list, guys. That's all
Yes.
free. We'll send you out emails. But if you want the cool stuff like the newspaper, you have to subscribe. So do that. Cheapest advertising in Australia too, by the way. Probably the
Yeah.
world.
Also, it's going to make you feel really fucking happy and good when you read it. And because it's full of human connectivity.
Exactly, man. Stop the scrolling. Start the page turning.
All right. All right, everyone. Well, that's good. Excellent. I know you're going to enjoy that episode. Excellent. You've now been updated on the origins of the internet.
There you go. All right. Leave us your comments. Stay awesome. And we'll talk to you all next week.
All right. Lots of love, everyone.
See ya.